Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. It's yours now. It's free. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F16. Horizon centered. The line set right. I stole an F16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F16. Wait till 20. It will take its time. I stole an F16. Put your hand in the RE. Grab whatever rifle you can. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. It's yours now. It's free. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F16. Turn the RER power bright. I stole an F16. Horizon centered. The line set right. I stole an F16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F16. Wait till 20. It will take its time. I stole an F16. Put your hand in the RE. Grab whatever rifle you can. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. It's yours now. It's free. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Do I look cozy? Yeah, it's because I'm tired. I just I passed out. I got back home and I passed out immediately, and then I just woke up and I did a business meeting, a team meeting. So the vibes will be immaculate for the day, hopefully. But I'm a bit tired. I'm gonna go through the phases and wake up, but I was awake at 5 a.m. so I could fly here. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's a special day though, and it's because not because I went to the peptide rave party last night. I didn't do that. I actually hung out with Shaikat Chakrabarti. I'm going to be talking about that because this is personal news time in a second. But before I get to that, why is it a special day, you might be asking? And that's because I'm back on my soundboard. Is that why? Is it because it's Easter? Is that the reason why it's a special day? Is it because of Easter? No, it's not. It's not. Even though that is one of the reasons. But I think we all know what the main reason is for why this is a special day, ladies and gentlemen. I think we all know what I'm about to say. It's a special day because it's always a special day this day of the week. That's right. It's freaking Friday.
We finally here, right? It's Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's freaking Friday.
It's Friday.
You already know what's up. It's Mufasa Friday. You know what's going on. Okay. Yeah. It's Friday. It's freaky ass Friday. You already know. Your parents, your fathers, your forefathers, your grandfathers, they fought long and hard for the labor movement so they could so that your ungrateful ass can have a weekend. So it's Good Friday, and it's the goodest of Fridays. So we're going to be celebrating that as we do every single Friday. Oof. You already know what's up. Okay, so the medical and psychological effects of Mufasa Friday have to be studied. How does he lift our moose so effectively? It's because it's a recognition of Fighter Jet Down Friday. It's true. Was your team meeting this morning by chance an interview for FBI director? Yes, I am the new director of the FBI. I'm going to be the new director of the FBI. It's true. It's going to happen. But yeah, Fighter Jet Friday. You already know what's up. You already know what it is. Decoy, thank you for the 5 gifted. But I'm live. I'm alive. There's a lot to talk about, but before I do that, 71 degrees and sunny here on stolen Tongva land, which is where I'm tuning to you live from. Okay. And yeah, there's so much to talk about, but as far as personal news goes, my chud ass loser life, my big chungus life, you already know I didn't do nothing except I ended the broadcast yesterday after the University of San Francisco Law School talks that I gave. And then after that, I hung out with Shoikat Chakrabarty, and we went to a couple different spots, local places that he wanted to film at. And we hung out, and he wined and dined me. Okay, I'll tell you what, he wined and dined my ass, and it was incredible. We went to a Palestinian restaurant called Beit Rima, and oh my freaking Lord, dude. Beit Rima. Oof. If y'all have not been, oh my God, bro. Oh my God, brother. It is so good. Beit Rima, it was so freaking good. I had everything, bro. I had everything. It was spectacular. Spectacular. Can't fucking recommend it enough. Okay, can't recommend it enough. We hung out, we filmed some stuff. The owners are fans apparently of both myself and also Shoikat as well. And yeah, I had the chicken shish tawuk, which was great, and I had the Gazan braised lamb shank, which with couscous as well. I'm still thinking about it, dude. I'm still thinking about it. It was so good. Hasan compromised by the Shoikat lobby. Yeah, bro, he fucking did it. He did that thing. But I've been a fan, as you guys know, I've been a fan of Shoikat, and I've been, promoting him pretty heavily, in spite of the fact that there's a lot of people on San Francisco left that are understandably a little bit worried about him. And the only reason why I say understandably worried about him is because I had the same concerns when I first heard that he was running. I knew of him. I knew of what he had done in the past, but I was still a little bit, I was still a little bit worried, given that he's, centimillionaire tech guy. What's this about, right? HasanAbi Theo Von Law? What is this? Yeah. In any case, TPR 91, Shish Tawuk lobby captured. What the fuck? Yeah, we also went to, I met Major in Gaza. This is a very important corner store, key food market. It's a very important cultural landmark, from what I understand, in San Francisco. Yeah, no, that was great as well. What is this? Can you speak on your thoughts about that student question about the October 7 rapes? Can you elaborate on how that person was coming off? No, it's classic. There's always one. There's always one. That weirdo student yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it didn't it didn't actually work, did it? I mean, it was quite embarrassing for the student. So, and he kind of understood that it was embarrassing. He got like super red, and it was it's one of those things where, like, in your head, I think in your head and on the internet, you have an idea of like how things are going to go, but then in person it doesn't go that way. Like, it doesn't work that way. This has happened already. This has already happened. This happened at Cambridge too. I don't mind it, right? Cuz I think people personally have this notion that, like, a real world interaction is going to take place in the same way that you envisioned it in your mind, or the same way that you assumed it would happen on the internet, because you can't strip a conversation of its nuance when the person can actively respond. Yeah. But yeah, there was something in their voice, trauma, anger. They were 100% caught reframing the argument. Yeah, it is what it is. It wasn't like I don't think it was a memorable moment at all. What happened? Oh, I when I was speaking at University of San Francisco Law School, someone wanted to debate Lord me on one of the classic clips out of context. The rapes, October 7 rapes happening don't change the dynamic for me whatsoever on genocide and apartheid. Pete Kegsbeth has declared the Rice's whale is a national security threat to U.S. oil needs. Only 50 are left on our planet, and they live in the Gulf of Mexico. Sorry for caps. The news just broke. I have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, it was great. It was great overall. I had a great time. I don't personally appreciate how much I feel like schools are being annoying with their restrictions. Like Stanford, in my opinion, Stanford absolutely was trying to make sure that I just didn't do it, right? They didn't know how fucking hard-headed and stubborn I am, so they thought, oh, if we just like take away the mess hall, like take away the amphitheater or whatever, like the big area that he was going to do his speech at, like maybe he'll just not show up. And I was like, fuck that, I'm still showing up, you know? So Tim Miller being hot and defending you, what a fun time. Yeah, I saw. It's very funny that Tim Miller has a much better understanding of like exactly the dynamic that's shaping in the broader electorate, and had to be like, I'm putting my fucking foot down. I'm putting my foot down. I'm a former Republican, now Democrat. Like, I want to defeat the Republicans. You guys are being fucking insane. and it is very funny that there's this contingency of like rabid psychopaths who I don't think care about the party or its future at all. I think they just genuinely fucking hate me, and they're just I don't know. It kind of feels like they're mad that they don't have any relevance in the party at all, and they get mad that I am or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is Tim Miller. He's the one who cooked Zoran with the globalized intifada question, right? Like, but yeah. In any case, here we'll. Oof. I mean, there's a lot to talk about today. We got the F15 that fell, obviously. Okay, we'll be talking about all of that and more. Personal news wise, that's pretty much it. I got nothing else going on in my chud ass life. I got on a plane. Flew back home, woke up at like 4:30, and yeah, Hassan Shoykot campaign videos coming. Yes, there are. He still says some fuck pro-Israel shit amongst us. So ew, did he? I didn't see that. Third Way tried to get people to hate you, and it backfired because everyone hates Third Way. Yeah, they just don't have any motion, and not only do they not have any motion, but they're also trying to hit this on the issue that is like the most unpopular issue. It's yet another instance where, they're so echo chambered because they only talk to other fucking lobbyists and rich people, right? And that's what it is. That's all this is. You can only arrive at this conclusion that your line of attack on Israel against like one of the most prominent critics of Israel is going to be a successful way to identify and cut out a threat if you have never met a real human, if you've never met a normal human in your life in the last 3 years, you haven't been outside and you haven't actually like considered what things look like in the real world. So that's what it is. All right, anyway, F15 down, rescue mission Iran, Epstein Fury, Day 34. Trump wants $1.5 trillion war budget. Are we invading? Freaky Friday. Get in now. Right? Okay. Zateo released the 28-minute Prof. Jiang. Oh, not my Jiang. Not my Professor Jiang. They released it? Nice. We can now finally watch it. It's no longer paywalled. I'm very excited about that. Army Chief fired as well. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's keep it going. By the way, don't worry. You didn't come up at Passover Seder last night. I didn't have to defend you. I guess you just don't have motion like that. That's crazy. You should have brought me up. Megaphonics, you are a coward. Okay? I'm going to say it. The fall off of Megaphonics has to be studied. Okay? This man went from wife guy to top chatter of the past year, okay? On a fan voted contest, he was known as Mr. Elon Musk. Then he became known as Magaphonics, Wifeophonics. Then he became the top chatter. And now his fall from grace is here. You know, you live long enough, and all of a sudden you find yourself on the other side of that equation. Okay. You go from top chatter to bottom chatter. Went from Libophonics, Magaphonics to now, I don't even know what he would be. Anyway, I'll put me up. I'll primary Megaphonics. I'll talk about you at all the dinners and at some lunches. Okay, good. See, this is exactly the kind of energy that I want. I want this kind of energy from you. Okay, I want the kind of energy where you broach the subject at all the seders. Maybe when you go religious gatherings, family gatherings in general, you're just like, hey guys, we got to talk about this. Okay, we got to talk about this. We got to talk about this Hasi situation. Okay, a lot of you guys are freaking out for no reason. Okay, I don't like it. I don't like what you're saying. You know, defend me, my fedayeen. I'm gonna bring you up at church when Jesus comes back on Sunday. Okay, in a room full of Israel supporters that will somehow make me the least normal person in the room. Yeah. All right. So yeah, this is what I did yesterday. I blasted off already. Let the people know. Obviously, we're live. We're alive. I'm back in the station, the command station. CubaVid's going to come out soon. It's actually almost completely wrapped at this point. I just wanted to do some additional tweaks to it to shorten the length of it, because I feel like there's long and convoluted pieces in it, and we made it very dynamic. We made it very fast, and we made it very interesting. I don't think it narratively plays very well when I have these long and extended interview pieces in between, with all of the other fast-paced cuts. So it was originally 36 minutes. It went up to 39 minutes. So now I'm trying to get it cut down to make it more Zoomer friendly and make it we'll see. A little bit of casualty cover-ups. Oh yeah. Something that I find really funny. Thankfully, I didn't need to worry about you being mentioned at my Seder, since my family thinks the New York Times is anti-Semitic, Lamau. That's crazy. But the actual interviews, the actual OG interviews will also be released. So the Iran talks have reached a dead end. Obviously, we'll talk about that as well. Iran literally said no talks in Islamabad. Islamabad is not at the table. That's right. In my mind, in my head canon, I think they're just saying we need Turkey to be at the table. Sorry, Pakistan. Turns out you ain't Turkey, little bro. Okay. Oh, look at us. We're Pakistan. We have nukes. Best Air Force in the world. We got the latest Chinese tech, riding high, thinking you can be the new table. Okay. You are not the table, Pakistan. You are not the table. We are the table. Turkey's at the table, and Turkey is the table. But of course, today and forever, Pakistan's in the bod. All right. Trump contradicts his speech from 2 days ago again. Yeah, that's not surprising. All right. IRGC to Trump. We'll be covering all of this. Okay. Yeah. Classic stuff. They threw Pam Bondi's portrait in the trash. I saw this. That's such a funny image. All right. In any case, folks, yeah, where was I going to begin? Oh, so yesterday I did USF Law. The day prior, I did the Stanford University. It was great. Both were great. One was a full-blown speech. The other one was a moderated Q&A, and then an unmoderated portion of the Q&A. And in the unmoderated portion of the Q&A, there was a moment where someone was I'm going to get him.
Past stream of yours where you were discussing October 7th and the topic of the UN's report of sexual violence committed by Hamas came in, and I think your exact words were, "I don't fucking care about the rapes." Would you mind explaining why you said that?
Yeah. I said, it doesn't matter whether sexual violence took place on October 7 or not. That doesn't change the dynamic for me around genocide. And that's still something that I stand by. It's a quote that people try to weaponize against me with regular frequency. But I don't think you would disagree with that sentiment, right? Do you feel like sexual violence happening is a justification for genocide?
No, I don't, but I also think, like, in a room where there's future prosecutors and public defenders that are going to go into victims' advocacy, purporting that that you don't care about sexual violence happening is very dangerous.
Okay, but but now that you understand the context of it, you understand what I was saying, right? Because there was a person who was actually claiming that that there was no evidence for sexual violence taking place at all. And the argument, in the much broader context, was me saying whether or not sexual violence has taken place does not change the dynamic or does not justify genocide taking place. I think that's a fairly reasonable critique, right? How do you dismiss accounts of kerosene and... All right, and then the rest of it is just like the full context of it. I guess they put the full context of it in this video, but let me see what else. Part of this problem that many people that can't contend with, like... Or, I don't know, do you think Israel committed a genocide? Maybe you have an issue with that as well.
So victims are collateral damage in pursuit of the greater good.
Do you think Israel committed a genocide? If you don't mind me asking?
Well, why aren't you staying on topic on the question that I asked you?
This is the topic. You asked me a question, I'm asking you so we can have a normal conversation. Do you think Israel committed a genocide?
I do, and I also think that minimizing rape is wrong.
Do you think that the sexual violence taking place on October 7 would justify Israel's a genocide, or do you think genocide is unjustifiable?
I think it's not a dichotomy.
Okay. So where do we go from here? So we're in agreement.
I thank you for your explanation. I just wanted to know why you said that.
That was such a bad faith argument from this person. They didn't even seem to want to establish what the dichotomy was in this case. You also aren't minimizing rape. Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't matter because it's just... I mean, this is the next generation of lawyers coming from USF law. I don't know. I think you should start bringing up the pro-rape rights after you cleared the argument. I wasn't invested in like destroying this person. Okay, that's not how I operate. I was just invested in like neutralizing the argument by just saying what the truth is and then moving on. You know, which again, every single time this kind of thing has happened, the person that always brings stuff like this up, I think in their minds think it's going to like work out very differently. You know, they think like, oh, he's going to be humiliated. He's going to be epically owned. Right. And it just never works that way. It never works that way at all. And I don't know why people still try to do that shit. It's just, to be fair, I think you should explain more why you weren't saying what you said, which is what you were responding to genocide deniers' critiques of you, even though they weren't specifically present in that exact clip. You were on shadowboxing defense mode at that moment, but they don't realize that.
You did not care about rape victims.
Okay. So. Do you feel like I explained it thoroughly?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
That was beautiful to witness.
I mean, they agreed with me at the end of it, you know? Yeah, no, the lawyers were also very woke. I mean, it was mostly fans in the room. It was great. Yeah, he turned red by the end of it. I completely disagree with that take. This is the best response you've had to this argument thus far. I mean, I think it's fine, you know? To some degree, you push other people away from your movement when you choose to be cruel beyond just making your point. Yeah, I do what I do regardless. It's just how I am. You know what I mean? It's just who I am. It's how I am. I'm a vulgar person, right? I pop off sometimes. I'm talking for 10 hours. It's not a guarantee that like every moment of those 10 hours is going to be squeaky clean, right? People can try to weaponize that stuff all day, every day. But ultimately, I try to lead by empathy. And I try to channel that in every conversation that I have. And a lot of people will try to engage in these sorts of bad faith critiques. But ultimately, you know, I am who I am, right? I think people will either recognize what I'm trying to do and appreciate and understand and can come to the table charitably. Did the person stick around for the group photo? No, they did not. I just don't understand how someone it's an insane argument, because then you're essentially saying that rapes perpetrated on Israel is on par with the worst in the genocide of the Palestinians, which is an untenable position. Exactly. Like, no one who legitimately believes Israel is committing a genocide can make that argument. No one. Okay, because it's a patently ridiculous argument, which is why I asked the question, do you believe Israel committed a genocide? And he didn't want to answer it first. And that's when I was like, oh. And then he realized I'm going to lose the entire room if I just, get into a debate about whether Israel committed a genocide or not. So he thought he could just like say, yes, Israel did commit a genocide. Then I was like, okay, then you understand my point. You agree with my point. Yeah. There's a New Republic article that came out a day ago. Sam Piker has a few choice words for his bad faith critics. There's also another article from Daniel. There's a Nation article that came out as well, and that's from Daniel Denver. Wait, what? A second Air Force combat plane crashed in the Persian Gulf region on Friday. The lone pilot was rescued. Wait, what the hell? Wait, this is another. Wait, what? No, this has got to be like the one that we know from the one that we saw earlier, right? Like, that's crazy. If they're just dropping like flies, that's what? A second U.S. combat aircraft, an A-10 Warthog, crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. The pilot was safely rescued at the roughly the same time an F-15. What the fuck? Hey, yo! Brother, what the fuck is going on, man? John McCain is spinning like a top in his grave thinking about all the fucking fighter jets that are falling. Holy moly. And the Black Hawk was struck too? Oh, my Lord! Oh, my Lordy. I didn't know the A-10 went down too. What the heliante? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord, that's bad. That's unbelievable, dude. Unfreaking believable. An Iranian capture of U.S. pilots could be a turning point in the war with Iran. God damn, dude. It is, what a day. What a time to be fucking alive, dude. Holy shit. Sorry for the off-topicness, but I've been thinking about China. I'm wondering why you think a China-led world order would be good, or would it just be better than what it is now, which would be very likely to be true, to be honest. I can see the argument. Okay, man, I just, look. Western domination around the globe has been very beneficial in comparison to the rest of the world for people living in the imperial core. That much is true, okay? Yes. But it's been disastrous for everyone else living in the periphery that has to basically sit around and operate like wage slaves for American empire, for Western empire, and have all their natural resources be extracted, and have foreign capital refuse to actually evenly develop these countries. It's been horrible. I mean, look at what we're doing to Iran right now. Okay. So yeah, I am a fan of a different method, multipolarity. I think that would be good. It would be good for all these other countries. Give them room to breathe, allow them to develop evenly, unlock some potential that exists in these places, right? I just got back from Cuba. It's a great example of what we have done to another country, the unnecessary cruelty that we subject people to simply to make an argument, right? We're punishing an island of 11 million people that are just trying to survive because, communism bad. It's unbelievable. Our cruelty is pretty much on autopilot. People don't even understand it, right? People don't even realize what we're doing. It's totally ridiculous. It's got to change. And now we are, in many respects, a victim of our own success. We defeated the Soviets. The Cold War ended. Capitalism won. Western superiority was established all around the world, right? And ever since the 90s, we have supercharged capitalism. And in many respects, that ruined domestic politics in the Western world, in the imperial core, the heavy financialization of the global economy, where the Western world no longer has any sort of like robust industrial base, especially not in the United States of America. And obviously the consequences for the American economy are very obvious. And now you got a handful of oligarchs picking apart the corpse of American empire for scraps. So it's not good for the people that we're dominating and we're murdering. It's certainly not good for the people who are doing the murdering either. And it's not even good for the people who are sitting around in the imperial core. It's good in comparison. We have it much better than they do, right? By virtue of not being under the boot. But even then, something's got to change. Something's got to change. We're terrorizing the world and we're terrorizing ourselves, and we got to fix it. So that's my attitude on multipolarity. That's my attitude on America receiving a little bit of a bloody nose here, maybe a black eye here from Iran or from any of these forces, really, so that we're forced to retreat. We're forced to recalculate exactly how far we can expand empire, and maybe, hopefully, change some things at the domestic home front, change some things for the better, you know? And let me tell you, our nose has been thoroughly bloodied, especially in the past couple of weeks, right? I think you're gravely underestimating Iran's ability to demoralize the United States. Aaron? Is that Iran? Calling Iran Aaron is pretty funny. I don't even know if you were trying to do that as a bit, but I like it. Yeah, my boy Aaron, he's a real fighter, dude. Yeah.
A two-seater fighter jet, an F15. The pilot would be in the front, the weapons systems officer would be in the back, and this would be a very dramatic and very dangerous rescue. Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying that Iranian forces had shot down the U.S. fighter jet overnight, with Iranian state media releasing images of the wreckage of that jet. And
bro, this was so funny. Like, the way that the American media was covering this issue was, I'm sorry, kind of funny. Okay, it's devastating for the pilots, but also it's going to be quite difficult for me to feel a sense of sympathy for American Air Force pilots when I know what they're doing. Right? Like, I've seen what they're doing. It's disastrous. They're responsible for a litany of war crimes. Like, here's an alternative. Don't do that. Right? Quit. Better to be in prison, better to be thrown in the brig than to go and blow up a school, right? Like, you have to make that moral calculation at some point. You have to apply for conscientious objector status. If you don't do that and you're flying over Iranian airspace with your F-15 on your way to fucking blow up a school or another like medical facility, and boom, you get your shit clocked in between, then, you know, fair is fair, right? It's the same principle I have for spies, right? If you're Chinese and you're a Chinese spy and you're spying on America and you get caught, fair is fair. You got. Same with American spies. Same with Russian spies, right? If you're Russian, you're spying on Americans, you get caught, fair is fair. If you're an American, you're spying on Russians, you get caught, fair is fair. This is the rules of warfare, right? And the same goes for this. Now, having said that, what I consider to be at least like quite illustrative of the way that the media is trying to massage the war efforts is the fact that CNN International PR did this piece right after they found the wreckage a couple hours ago, right? Like, this was originally aired, I think, like 6, maybe 7 hours ago. But CNN International PR posted it 4 hours ago. Why is it funny? Because by that point, there was a search and rescue operation that was being conducted at that point for like 4 hours. Okay. So the fact that they were still like, well, CENTCOM told us it's not real. They have all of their, their fleet is accounted for. It was just like, buddy, I don't know if you're seeing this, but the tail is in front of you. Okay. That's our thing. That's our fucking fighter jet. You're looking at pieces of it. It's totally ridiculous to be like, well, what we know at the moment is that the Americans in Central Command have said so far that all their planes are accounted for. I mean, I guess the plane is technically accounted for. It's not a lie. It's just, it's accounted for in Iran, right? It says Europe on it, lip dart. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wonder what the rest of the word is, because it doesn't just say Europe. If anything, them saying that only makes them more incompetent. It's just so transparent that they're lying. I think, I will say this, I don't think this generation fully comprehends how information, propaganda, and information warfare is conducted during wartime. Because there's obviously the fog of war. But outside of that, like, we now live in an environment where, if any kind of Iranian anti-air defenses take out an F-15, you're going to know about it because there's going to be numerous angles that people have filmed, right? And if the Iranian government allows it, which clearly they did in this circumstance, that information will be distributed to the Western audiences by way of Western social media. And they'll probably even make a Lego AI video about it, in a couple days. So that's just how this stuff is conducted. So you can't really lie about it, right? You can't just be like, oh, that's not true. Didn't happen, dude. Don't believe your lying eyes. It just doesn't work that way, right? You don't have the level of control that you might have had when there was like 4 fucking TV channels, right? Like when it was 4 TV channels, you could say whatever you wanted. There was no internet. There was no access to the Iranian side unless you had a reporter who would go out and ask the Iranian side, right? Like back then, it was a lot easier to control the flows of information. Nowadays, it's just online immediately, okay? Catch up, old man, Lego vid out. It's out already? That's crazy.
Meantime, Iranian media has released images that appear to show debris of a downed U.S. fighter jet, saying the fate of the pilot is unknown. Well, Matthew Chance is in Doha, covering off some of this latest. Matthew, let's start with what we know about this downed jet in Iran. State media certainly saying it's a US F-35. We've seen the images that they've posted.
Yeah, it's not a F-35. It was a F-15, right? Which, again, I thought they were using the F-35s. Why are they not using the F-35s? I wonder. Because that's another question, right? We have a whole fleet of F-35s that we paid $2 trillion for the R&D on. Why aren't we using them? What the fuck? $2 trillion. What happened? What happened? Why are we still on that F-15? What the fuck? Also, another question I have personally, because I love my president. I love America. And I believe my president, my big, beautiful, bold, brave president. And he keeps telling me we've achieved total victory over Iran. Like air superiority has been established. We're blowing up all the schools for fun now. You know what I mean? We're blowing up bridges and the electrical grid is being threatened. We're now doing flex mode shit, right? Because we established air superiority. So from my perspective, it's just like kind of shocking when I hear stuff like this, because this is not what happens when you have established air superiority. And it's rather strange. I almost feel like my president is fucking lying to me. And if that was the case, everything that I know about the world would be wrong. And I don't know what I would do with myself, because I love my president. I love Donald Trump. I love MAGA, right? And I believe everything he says. And these past 34 days have been rather confusing, because on the one hand, I'm like, yeah, we won. Every time he says we won, I go, yeah, we won. And then he turns around and says we actually didn't win. Like we still have a lot to do. And I'm like, oh, I guess we didn't win. And then he says, no, but we won anyway. And I celebrate again. And also now gas is $11 a gallon. I don't know what we're fucking winning. I want to feel like we're winning. Mr. President, I want to feel like we're winning. It doesn't feel like we're winning right now. What the fuck?
What do we make of those?
Well, look, it's a confused picture at the moment. I mean, yes, you're right. State media is touting this idea. They've shot down a very advanced US fighter jet, an F-35. But what a lot of the military experts are talking about right now is that the parts of the wreckage of the plane that have been shown look more like an F-15, still an American plane. The face of the pilot not clear. What we know at the moment is that the Americans and CENTCOM...
2 pilots. What happened? I thought these... Okay, look, I'm not a missile autist. I'm not a plane autist. I know many of you are in this chat right now because you love situation monitoring, okay? So maybe you can explain something to me. I thought these things came with what is known as standoff munitions, right? Like I thought that they had like plenty of those, because I've always been a committed believer that the United States offensive capabilities are virtually infinite, as opposed to our defensive capabilities, which are obviously finite. Defense is a lot more difficult than offense. It's much easier once you establish air superiority to just like blow shit up, right? What's going on, right? Like what's happening? I thought we had the capabilities of just lobbing tomahawks from a very long distance, or even from airplanes, right? Like I don't get it. Like, why are you in the range of anti-air defense systems if you already have that? Bro, you make no sense. You act like we have never had jets shot down before. Oh, my goat is back. Yo, Gangi's back. Gangi's back. Mr. Contingency's back. On the day where there are not one, not two, perhaps 4 different assets that have been either dinged or destroyed, this guy's back to be like, dude, what do you mean? America's gotten a shit pushed in with regular frequency. No, as a matter of fact, you're wrong. Okay? This does not happen, at least in like modern American combat. I would go so far as say, like, I can remember obviously like, Yugoslavia, that was a big deal, right? And then the since Vietnam, this hasn't been like a super common incident, right? Because we choose our enemies wisely. We choose our enemies that don't have these sorts of capabilities, right? Nah, deadass, I knew you was about to start this bullshit again. Brother, I don't even know how. Black Hawk, that was a full ass film. Guys, Black Hawks always do that. They do that for fun. Okay? Ospreys and Black Hawks drop like fucking flies. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about something entirely different. We're talking about an F15. That's just a part of how Black Hawks operate. Okay? I mean, literally, they fall all the time. They drop like flies during training. There was a Black Hawk that crashed in the Osama bin Laden raid. Okay? That's just something that they do. That's totally separate. We're not talking about that. But Russia loses a lot of jets, but you say Russia is winning, Law? Buddy, what land have we been able to successfully occupy in Iran? We're losing because we have not accomplished our strategic military objectives. Blowing up schools and blowing up like medical facilities is not exactly winning anything, okay? Maybe you're winning biggest asshole award, okay? But you're not fucking winning any strategic military objectives. At least the reason why I say Russia is winning is not because of like the morality of the situation. Obviously, it's immoral that Russia is engaging in this irredentist action. The reason why I say Russia is winning is because they've hardened their positions on eastern Ukraine. That's it. Like, they've literally territorially occupied Ukraine, eastern Ukraine, okay? That's it. That's the difference. Their goal was to occupy the entirety of Ukraine. They didn't achieve that goal. They didn't achieve their maximalist goals, but they retreated back to eastern Ukraine, and now they occupy eastern Ukraine militarily. That's, whether you want to admit it or not, that's a victory for Russia, right? The difference, however, on the other hand, is for America. America's military goals here are to, I guess, like, deteriorate Iran's munitions, deteriorate their striking capabilities, which they haven't been able to achieve. Obviously, fucking Israel's still getting bombed. We don't even know. Like, that's the other side of the story. We have no idea how many Israeli Air Force assets Iran has actually been able to successfully destroy, because you can't get any information out of the Negev desert in the same way that you can see the American munitions or the American fighter jets and strato tankers that get blown up on the Saudi Air Force, the Saudi air bases, right? So we don't even know if they've been able to successfully destroy Israeli Air Force jets as well that are not flying, because they have achieved a lot of success in destroying planes on the runway that are just like kind of sitting and waiting to go out to battle. But in any case, it's worth noting that Russia is currently not winning. They're currently bleeding more troops than they are replenishing, and having a large portion of their oil production disabled by Ukrainian drones, Hasan. Yeah, look, this is precisely the reason why I said from the start that this would be a spectacular flub for Russia if they were to be stupid enough to invade Ukraine. It's not going to be a fun ride for them at all, and it certainly hasn't been. But ultimately, the battle lines are still the battle lines, right? Is Ukraine winning by this logic? Anyway, let's get back to America.
People that have been speaking about this Central Command, they've said so far that all of their planes are accounted for, and that the Iranian military authorities often make claims like this. And so details, as I say, very sketchy at the moment, but those images are very compelling, and we're hopefully going to get a bit more light shed on this in the hours, perhaps even in the minutes ahead.
I will say one of the most shocking aspects of this, though, because I was monitoring the situation quite a bit, one of the most shocking aspects of this was the fact that they were able to do a search and rescue mission, right? And it was a crazy one. It was flying super low. You have aerial refueler flying super low alongside 2 helicopters. There's images of that all over Iranian social media. They were like posting it because it was close enough where they could see it, right? And this is before we get to the A-10, right? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because obviously they were flying so low. It's a very dangerous mission, right? If you've watched Top Gun, you know if you fly that low, you're avoiding the radar, you're avoiding some of the anti-air defense systems, but obviously there's a litany of other dangers that come along with a search and recovery, search and rescue mission such as that. But here it is. There's some videos of it. I want to show it to you. But what was shocking to me, at the very least, was that they just don't have enough man pads, I guess. Because, like, how do you not mobilize? Iran is massive. Iran's a massive country. But, like, how do you not mobilize in specific quadrants, mobile units with man pads immediately to the area, especially as you're in the process of, like, conducting your own search mission to figure out where these incredibly high-profile prisoners of war will be, right? But yeah, it's unbelievable. Flying low and slow, very dangerous. Yeah. Now, this is obviously very dangerous this is dangerous because you can be targeted with like conventional weapons at that point, right? Like small arms and shit, especially depending on how close you get to the ground. But then, I mean, this is at this point, flying like this, I feel like it's just, all it takes is like one man pad, right? Like, holy shit, that's a tight formation. They're refueling, chatter. Of course, it's a tight formation. You see? From what I understand, some man pads were used to limited success, but you're right. That kind of flying is positively suicidal. Well, it's just the type of flying that you do when you have no other options, where you have to literally engage in this search and rescue mission, and there's no other way to do it. So I think another Top Gun movie could unironically single-handedly restore a lot of Americans' fence-sitters' fates in America's force projection capabilities. Yeah, but what I didn't understand is why the pilots didn't, as soon as they ejected from the F-15, why didn't they go to the nearest Iranian airbase and take over an F-14 and then fly out with it? Because, like, that's what you're supposed to do in that situation, right? Like, that's what I've learned you're supposed to do. I thought that was like standard operating protocol. You eject, you get shot out of the air, you eject, you go to the nearest Iranian airbase, and you take over an F-14 fighter jet, and you fly out with the F-14 fighter jet, right? Because like they have the F-14s, the Iranians do. So you steal that, and then you fly out. That's what you're supposed to do. At least that's what, Tom Cruise taught me is what you're supposed to do. But I guess Israel destroyed all their F-14s, so they can't really do that anymore. You pull an F-35 out of inventory. Yeah. Changing to an F-14 is faster than reloading. Yeah. All jets accounted for as they replaced the F-15 with an F-14. Yeah, it's just one step below, right? But yeah, it's been interesting watching. It's been interesting watching this stuff unfold in the way that Western media is covering it.
Of an intact ejection seat. We do not have those images verified, but they do appear to be credible. The IRGC said it was an F-35, but it was clear that it appeared to be an Air Force F-15. U.S. pilots are trained in what is called SEER. If they're shot down or have to eject over enemy territory. SEER stands for survive, evade, resist, and escape. They, of course, know that the Iranians are looking for them. In fact, Iran put out a message to shoot the pilots if they were found, and a reward was being offered later, they said, if they are found alive. This comes after President Trump claimed in his speech on Wednesday that the Iranians have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar, he said, is 100% annihilated.
Iranian state media.
This isn't Star Wars. You can't just steal an Imperial shuttle after your ship crashes. Chatter, that's the joke. That's the joke, is that's what they did in Top Gun. I was joking. Yes, of course you can't do that. So what's interesting about this situation, of course, is that it kind of disparaged a lot of the a lot of the original propaganda, the initial propaganda that like, you know, all Iranians are actually welcoming us as liberators. Turns out that wasn't the case. I've seen hundreds of videos of like Iranian farmers like dusting off their bolt action rifles to take pot shots at like these Black Hawk helicopters that were engaging in the search and rescue mission. You know, a lot of people, it didn't seem like these people were actually welcoming them as liberators, unless you can make the argument, and you could convince me on this because like I said, I love Donald Trump. I'm stupid. I'm the stupidest American. I'm MAGA. I'm in a cult, and I believe everything that Donald Trump tells me. And therefore, you could potentially maybe convince me that the farmers were trying to shoot at the Black Hawk helicopters to be like, come down here. Like, we want to give you Kubi Day. Like, maybe that was the reason why they were doing that, right? You guys think that's the reason? Maybe they were like, come down, like, come enjoy our Kubi Day. Maybe that's what they were doing when they were shooting at the helicopters, engaging in a search and rescue operation. Like, they just had no other way to communicate, so they were just shooting at it, right? They were welcoming bullets, welcoming the Americans as liberators, right? You're telling me the Iranian people didn't side with the U.S. after they killed 160 little schoolgirls? Who would have thought? Yeah, very odd. I just, you know, yeah, maybe the Iranians have watched a lot of American cowboy television, and they think this is how Americans talk to one another, by shooting at each other. So that's why they were welcoming. They were signaling that they were, greeting people. Like, this is how America. This is how they say marhaba in America. Like, maybe that was what was going on, you think? I don't know. Anyway,
yes, a U.S. fighter jet has been shot down over Iran's airspace. U.S. media are reporting this hour that one crew member has been rescued. Tehran says the U.S. military has been conducting a search and rescue operation. Iranian media say a helicopter, which was part of the effort, has also been hit by a projectile. State TV has aired footage of...
My beautiful 29-year-old baby was just kidnapped from his F15E Strike Eagle for, you guessed it, being white. Yeah, Iranians are searching for your baby. No, but you see, these guys are actually there to make sure that the American fighter pilot gets a warm welcome, as in, like, if he lands on Iranian soil and no one has guns, Americans panic because they're like, where am I? This must be a communist country or something. No one has guns. So the reason why these guys have guns is to be like, hey, we're just like you, American. We have guns as well. Yeah, they have the flags as well to be like, see, this is Iran, very similar to America. We also have guns.
حاجی سلام علیکم خسته نباشی یا سلام علیکم حاجی سلام علیکم حدیث چیه پیدا کردی ان شاء الله پیدا میشه.
Yeah, they're actually bringing comfort guns for the pilot. I figured it out. I'm still working on it. I'm still workshopping exactly how this fits into they're welcoming us as liberators mentality that I've been hearing quite a bit from, every Israeli mouthpiece and every American mouthpiece as well, including my favorite president of all time, Donald Trump. And I guess they're bringing emotional support guns because they're like, oh, you just lost your fighter jet and you probably feel a little scared right now. We wanted to give you this gun as emotional support because this is how Americans operate.
Inshallah.
Yeah, they know Americans love guns. They're bringing gifts. So the Iranians started their own search and rescue operations as well. And in the process of their own search and rescue operations, the Iranian government came out and said, we'll give a big bounty to anyone who finds and captures the pilot alive. There's two of them, right? There's supposed to be two of them. There's the weapons officer, and then there's also the pilot, the navigator. And as far as we understand, one of them, according to Israeli news, at least, one of them has been rescued successfully. The other, we don't know where he is. And this is before we get to, of course, before we get to the other story. There's a second plane that was downed via the New York Times as well. So there's that too. Fake ass news. How dare you? HasanAbi, the pilot did make it to the Iranian airfield, but the F-14 was inflatable. Tell the real story. Yeah. So, the pilot got rescued. The weapons officer's MIA. Okay. Um, so it hasn't really been a really good day for the war effort, I will say. Hasn't been a really good day. There hasn't really been any good days, honestly, and that's probably the reason why we just keep doing terrorism. You know, the worse things get, the more we like blow up, you know, medical facilities, schools, children's hospitals, things like that. You know, it's just the way that America tries to redefine the boundaries of the war. When you can't achieve your military objectives, you just kind of kill a bunch of people, and you pat yourself on the back for doing so. That's might come across as very cruel, might come across as like redefining the rules of war that have been established, that America actually played a formative role in establishing after World War II. And to that I say, what are you, some kind of hippie? Are you gay? Are you woke? We are doing non-libtarded war, which is when you don't achieve any of your military objectives and you just kill a bunch of civilians and you blow up, you know, facilities used by civilians, right? That's how you fucking own the libs, I think. I don't know. But yeah, it kind of feels like we're not winning hearts and minds here, which is putting me in a unique predicament as someone who loves the president and someone who loves war. I love war. I love death and destruction. And this has been a strange couple of days. So, yeah, we will achieve no strategic objectives, and in the process, we'll just do a lot of death and destruction. It's fucking fantastic.
It's wreckage of a downed U.S. aircraft. The video, as you can see there, appears to show metal and debris in the back of a truck. Let's bring in Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent in Washington, D.C. So, Kimberly, U.S. media reporting that at least one crew member has been rescued. What more are we hearing?
Yeah, well, we're awaiting official statement from the U.S. Central Command, and we expect one is forthcoming. In the interim, what I can tell you is a lot of confusion in the last hour or so with regard to what is accurate and what's being reported. Of course, Iranian state media releasing videos of a search and rescue mission being conducted by the U.S. military, showing video of multiple, at least 2 Black Hawk helicopters, as well as a C-130 flying very low over central and southwest Iran in a search and rescue operation. The question becoming, are there 2 pilots or one that has been the subject of the search? And it does appear now that at least one pilot, it is being reported, has been recovered, but again, unconfirmed reports. What this suggests with one pilot, that it would be an F-35, but there has been more reporting to suggest also that there is a search for 2 pilots, which would mean this is then an F-15 that has been down. So a little bit of confusion regarding the aircraft and the number of pilots, and that is why we are awaiting the CENTCOM public press release in order to confirm some of these details. What we do know, however, though, is that the U.S. President Donald Trump has been briefed about this.
Could this be a false flag justifying Easter invasion? Buddy, you're out of your dang mind, okay? No, they're not trying to literally show their ass to the rest of the world. This is a fucking huge flub. We already amassed a number of troops in the region. If you want to fucking invade, you just invade. Trump has said it already. He doesn't need a fucking false flag. It's already over. Trump is not responsive to public pressure at all. It doesn't matter at all. This is probably the dumbest false flag that you could possibly conduct. There's just no, you don't do this. They're not just pretending to take significant L's here, okay? Significant L's that undermine the argument that they presented for the past 30 fucking days, which is, we're doing great. We're doing great. We've destroyed all of their anti-air systems. We have full air superiority. We've destroyed all of their missile launchers as well. Their missile launching capabilities have been diminished. That's a lie. All of that is a lie. And this proves that all of that is a lie. Like, I don't, there's no I don't think this is how you would do a false flag at all.
Incident and is following it very closely. And so we are also awaiting a statement from the White House. But in the interim, what we can tell you definitively is that this video does conclusively show that the claim made by the U.S. president that Iran's air defenses and air capabilities had been destroyed is not true, given the fact that Iran is claiming that it has shot down U.S. military aircraft.
Kimberly Halkett at the White House, thank you for that update. Let's check in with Ali Hashim now in Tehran. Ali, what are the Iranians saying about this downed jet?
Well, officially, the only lines we are hearing is that the military and people are looking for the pilots or the pilot, because the narrative here in Iran is that this was an F-35 jet. Now, the Americans are saying it's an F-15 with 2 pilots. So this is over here the issue. Now, with respect to reactions, we are seeing the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, character and personality, very influential these days, and his name is being repeated a lot. He says in a tweet on X, after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war they started has now been downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find out our pilots, please? So this is the first official reaction. At the end, there's something very crucial here. This is not the first time the Iranians are saying they're attacking or hitting American or Israeli fighter jets. It started on the 19th of March when they said they struck an F-35. Then from the American side, there was a report on an incident that took place with this plane and that the pilot was in stable condition. Later on, we heard about F-15.
Hassan, do you think it's important to mention that Iran has no internet for over a month? So most of the things you see is what the Iranian government wants you to see. Not saying there was internet. You're going to see Iranians cheering for the bombs or anything like that. Yeah, I did mention that. But once again, Samira, welcome back, by the way. Welcome back to doing the same thing that you do every single time. I mentioned that in the beginning of the story, as a matter of fact. Maybe you weren't here. Maybe you didn't hear me say that. But that was quite literally the first thing that I mentioned when I talked about how unique it is that there are so many reports or so many social media posts coming from the ground about these low-flying these low-flying aircraft on Iranian soil, given the fact that Iran has been in an effective internet blackout. You know, bro, I need to correct you on one thing, though. I did. You said Morandi's not connected to the government, but I was waiting for the right moment. I said Morandi is a spokesperson, the de facto spokesperson for the government, but officially, I don't believe he is. I mean, his father, I think, was like a surgeon for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, right? But I don't think he is. I've said he's effectively a spokesperson. Once again, I know. Let's continue.
16, and now we're hearing about the F-35. Just a few days ago, there were pictures of one jet. I don't remember quite the number, but the jet was hit above the area of Sistan, Baluchistan, precisely Chabahar. And there were some videos showing how it was targeted. Now, there was a lot of controversy around this video. Today, it's clear that, yes, Iran has struck.
Why is it every time I tune in, you're defending the violent bullies? First Hamas, then the Houthis, then Cuba, now Iran. If only, hear me out, if only there was a significantly more violent force that was dominating every single one of these non-state actors and also state actors. If only. Just think for a moment. Just think. Who's on the opposing side in these incidents? Is it within your capacity to recognize that perhaps maybe we are the bullies, the violent bullies? Landing on Iran is deadly, costly, yes, but it's like a D-Day to liberate them. You're a fucking idiot. Okay, whatever, dude. To liberate them. Bro is operating on 2003 talking points in 2026, bro. I swear to God. Amazing. Amazing. 23 years of liberation, and he's still like, well, what if we're just like doing a D-Day style liberation campaign? Like, what if I'm a fucking idiot who was comatose for the past 23 years, just woke up from a coma, and the only thing I learned about was when America did World War II? What then? What now, libtard? What do you have to say to that?
An American jet. And the IRGC said a few days ago that they've developed, after the 12 Days War, they've developed a new system of anti-aircraft missiles. What's this system? Is it carried on the shoulder? Is it a system? No one knows.
Okay, Ali, thank you for that update. Ali Hashem in Tehran there for us.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We're coming back on the air with new details on a U.S. fighter jet shot down by Iran. A U.S. official confirms to ABC News one of the crew members has been rescued. Let's get right to Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz. Martha, what do we know so far?
We know that.
So the other one, MIA for the time being. But apparently one of the crew members has been rescued. Now, I don't know how reliable this information is because CENTCOM has been aggressively lying about it. Okay. And the first piece of information that we got on this incident came from Israeli news as well. And then also the American arm of Israeli news, CBS. So I don't know how reliable that information is either, if we're being fair, right? Just giving you fair warning here. It could be the case, certainly, that the search and rescue operations were successful and they got one out. It could be total bullshit, okay? I don't know yet.
It was a two-seater jet, an F15E Strike Eagle. So there is the one crew member they have found and one crew member remains missing. Normally in this aircraft, there is a pilot in the front seat and a weapons systems officer in the back seat. It has been more.
Hasan can't help himself but berate helpful chatters like, damn dog, you don't got to be a dick. Most people don't watch your 8-hour stream, Lamau. We have a life and you should expect people popping in and out. Repeating yourself is probably going to happen and helpful to new chatters. Chatter, you're not being a helpful chatter. I'm going to explain to you why really quickly before we continue with the story. I know that other chatter. That chatter comes in here and always half listens to what I'm saying, only to repeat the things that I have said earlier and imply that I haven't been saying the things that I have said in an effort to imply that I'm actually, across the board, unconditionally offering full support to the Iranian government. I guess in this situation, in this dynamic, I put all my cards on the table. I said what I've said about how in order to preserve the Iranian nation state and in order not to allow it to perish and destabilize and in order to avoid far worse consequences in general, I do think that the best possible move going forward is that the IRGC continues to defend the nation state and remains intact. Because otherwise, the alternative is not going to be like regime change and like liberal democracy or anything. The alternative is going to be endless ethnic and sectarian conflict fomented by Israel and the United States of America, and a potentially balkanized Iran with 93 million people and tens of millions of displaced that will trigger another much larger refugee crisis. So, that's the reason why I have my perspective, and a lot of chatters will come in here, especially Iranians that are in diaspora who hate the government and will say, oh, well, you're being, pro IRGC, even though I've explained exactly why it comes across as that way. I know you know this stuff, but choose to take the phony neolib neocon route of making this about West versus East oil or even colonialism. I don't even know you want to be associated with types like Nick Fuentes, but he's right on that front. They already call you an anti-Semite with regular frequency. You might as well be truthful, knowing they will deploy that classic attack. Truthful? Why would I fucking lean into idiotic Jewish hypnosis style conspiracies or organized Jewry or whatever the fuck you believe in just because people are calling me an anti-Semite? This only works if you genuinely think that I'm secretly an anti-Semite and I'm hiding it so that I have plausible deniability. You need to get that out of your mind. At this point, there is no reason to hide if you're anti-Semitic, if you're worried about anything, because a lot of people actually are. A lot of people have become that way. So if you're hearing something from me, just know that it's because it's something that I sincerely believe. Look at the past week and a half's incidents. People yell at me all the time. I do believe you're naive towards Iranian government officials, but I get it since American Israeli is attacking Iran right now. You're not going to highlight their brutality. You said multiple times, I don't believe you're pro-IRGC or have alternative motives. No, I mean, I've said it. I've said it very clearly. I think, like, in order for Iran to survive, okay, in order for Iran to survive and not turn into this country that is completely destroyed, thousands of years of culture, history, the IRGC has to fucking successfully defend Iran. The Islamic Republic has to remain intact. Anything that happens after that is up to the Iranian people. But Iran must remain sovereign, because in the absence of Iranian sovereignty, there will be no liberal democracy at all. The other side of that, if Israel and America wins, quote unquote wins, Israel's victory conditions are a total fail state and Iran turning into Libya, right? And that's not good for anybody. That's not good for any of the regional actors. That's not good for Iranians, obviously, you know? So the reality of the matter is, in this dynamic, regardless of previous state repression, previous oppression by the state, regardless of how ruthless they've been to their own population, they are the de facto saviors.
More than 12 hours since Iran released images that they said were of the F-15. This have not been independently verified, but they appear to be credible images from what they say was the crash of that F-15. The U.S. official has also confirmed that the jet was indeed shot down. This was hostile enemy fire. Now, all of these pilots and crew members, the weapons systems officer, are trained in what is called SEER, and that is survive, evade, resist, and escape. So wherever that other crew member is, and certainly hopefully that crew member is alive and well, they will know what to do. They will know to try and hide, to try and evade capture. Also, because it's been 12 hours, the Iranians are taunting the U.S. about shooting down a jet, but there has been no confirmation in any way that they actually captured that second crew member. So that is good news so far as well. But the good news
is Israel even doing anything in Iran anymore? Are they just focusing on Lebanon? Well, considering that they blew up another university earlier where they were conducting medical research, and that literally happened while the search and rescue missions were taking place. We don't know if it was America or Israel that did that, but they are still bombing Iran. They are still bombing civilian targets in Iran, so I suspect that the Israeli Air Force still has their hands busy, while also simultaneously conducting another Nakba in southern Lebanon and making straight up Hitlerian demands from different ethnic groups living in southern Lebanon, telling the Druze population and the Christian population in southern Lebanon to not shelter any Shia Muslims, which is psychotic. It is exactly what Nazis did when they occupied places where they were like, are you hiding any Jews? Are there any Jews in the floorboards? Remember, you know, they are doing straight up the same exact Holocaust route. It's unfucking believable. That's in Lebanon, of course, which, I cover every single day, but it doesn't get a lot of attention or a lot of coverage in the rest of mainstream news because obviously we're too busy also destroying Iran and trying to turn Iran into fucking Gaza.
Here right now is that at least one of those crew members has been rescued, according to a U.S. official. Diane.
That is good news indeed. And I want to bring in ABC News military analyst, former Marine Corps fighter pilot, Colonel Steve Ganyard, for more. Colonel Ganyard, how does this search and rescue mission change now that one crew member is rescued?
Makes it much more difficult, Diane. The F-15E, as Martha was alluding to, is a tandem seat, so it's front and back. And so when there's an ejection, the weapons systems officer in the back seat goes out first, and then the pilots for deconfliction so they don't hit each other as they eject. So in this case, they shouldn't have been very far away. So that's what's concerning, is that they were able to pick up one, but either couldn't find or get to the other pilot. We do see that at least what it appears to be the location of where the aircraft went down looks to be very rugged terrain, so that may have played into it. But now that the Iranians know we have one and there may be still another out there, they're going to be looking for them, as will most of the military will be focused on rescuing that second aviator.
And let's go to ABC's Selena Wang at the White House. Selena, just 2 days ago, the president said Iran had no air defense capabilities. So what does this mean for the administration now that Iran has shown it can still shoot down a U.S. fighter jet?
Well, it certainly puts the president in a difficult position, Diane. We are still waiting to hear directly from the president about this situation. What we do know from the White House is...
Well, guys, the president has spoken. He has. He's released a statement. He said this. I'm not even kidding. This is the only thing he's tweeted out since the F-15 fell. Keep the oil, anyone? What do you say? I mean, what can you say? What does this even fucking mean? The guy, the commander-in-chief, is a fucking baboon, dude. Just 2 days ago, we don't need the oil. Let someone else take care of it. And now he's saying, I guess, keep the oil, anyone? Which I don't really fully understand what that means either. I guess he's saying, like, we're going to keep the oil, or is he telling other people that they're going to keep the oil? Is he telling Iran that they should keep the oil? I don't know. And by the way, there's a lot more, there are a lot more aerial assets that have been dinged. Maybe some of them actually even fell as well. I'm going to get to that in a second. We're still talking about the F-15 and the recovery process, but yeah, two of the helicopters that were a part of the search and rescue operation were hit. Apparently the crew is safe, so that's another moment of Operation Epic Fail. Another epic victory for Operation Epic Fail. 2 U.S. rescue helicopters were hit by Iranian fire during F-15 search jet today. All crew safe. Source NBC. Once again, we don't even know how reliable this information is, but also, as far as I understand, another A-10 Warthog was hit as well. But that pilot, even though I think they downed the A-10, that pilot is safe. He was immediately rescued. I think he was able to make it out of Iranian airspace at least. So yeah, that was over the Strait of Hormuz. And I mean, the summary so far, the incidents is 1 F-15E fighter jet was shot down. 1 pilot was rescued. The search for the other, the weapons specialist, is still ongoing. And U.S. Air Force A-10 Warthog crashed in the Persian Gulf. The pilot was rescued. Cause unknown. Black Hawk helicopters were hit while conducting the search and rescue for the F-15E jet, and the crew is safe. So, yeah, that's... I mean, it's not looking too great. I will be honest. It's not, I want to believe. I want to believe in my mind, in my heart, and my soul that my president, my big, beautiful president, and drunk rapist Pete Hegseth are not lying to me. But it's becoming increasingly clear that they are maybe lying to me, right? Also, the United States apparently put forth a 48-hour ceasefire, and Iran rejected that proposal, which is also rather odd. Why would you demand a 48-hour ceasefire if you're winning and you're winning big? That doesn't make a lot of sense either, which Iran said no to regardless. That's weird. That's a weird thing. It kind of doesn't, it kind of doesn't align with the whole, victory parade thing that we were going with. But also I will say this, it turns out the downing of the 2 U.S. jets won't affect, or the downing of the U.S. Jets won't affect negotiations with Iran. Trump tells NBC News, which again, when you're bargaining from a position of significant leverage, right? That's how you showcase how powerful you truly are. You say, it doesn't even matter that we're losing these fucking planes, right? Like, I don't even care. I wanted those planes to be down so you can feel confident in your anti-air defense systems, right? Like maybe that's what he's saying. In a brief phone interview, President Trump refused to discuss the specifics of ongoing search and rescue efforts in Iran after the American jet was down, but he expressed frustration about some of the coverage of what is plainly an intense and sensitive military operation. Asked if today's events will affect any negotiations with Iran, the president said it would not. Nope, not at all. No, it's war. We're in war, Garrett, is what he said. There's also an F-16 that was potentially struck as well. There was an F-16 that squawked 7700 out of Iraq while this was all happening too. Possibly 4 manned aerial assets were struck and targeted by the Iranian air defenses within a matter of hours. Yeah, they were. They also had an emergency code, an emergency landing code for a F-16 fighter jet as well. There was a strato tanker too. Jesus fucking. Okay, well, there are more aerial assets that have been struck than I can even keep up with at this point, which is usually what's happening when you're winning the war. Okay, I'm gonna need more Lego videos to fully grasp the situation. Yeah, let's just say the American Air Force is not having a fucking good day. Okay, to say the least. This significantly undermines the argument that America has maintained air superiority over Iranian airspace. And not only that, but also how the fuck are they going to do a landing mission in Isfahan? How is that ever going to be achieved? Because like that's the thing that Trump has been floating. There's a couple different theories out there of what we can do with all of our hard-dicked Marines that we've sent into the region, right? Their cocks are hard. They're chewing on Blue Chew. They're eating all the best crayons. They gave them lobster-flavored crayons for this specific mission. They're ready to go, right? Dick's hard, ready to go. John fucking Rambo, okay? Now, the problem is a couple of the missions are either take over Karg Island and establish a forward operating base there and gain leverage over Iran to try and convince Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz that way. Issue here is Karg Island is not as fortified as like the mountainside is, but it's still within striking distance of Iranian missiles and drones. And even if you were to successfully land your conventional forces and defeat their conventional forces on the island itself, you're gonna get pummeled when Iran decides to, quote unquote, nuke the island. Not nuke it with an actual nuclear weapon, but with ballistic missiles. And I'm fairly certain that they would do that in an effort to kill as many American soldiers as possible, because it's a tactical retreat at that point that would yield a horrible defeat for American forces there. So that's one of the goals here. The other one is obviously the even nuttier one, which is some fucking zero dark 30 shit that Donald Trump seemingly came up with, where he wants to land in Isfahan, deep inside of Iranian airspace, going over the mountains and land in the Isfahan nuclear facility and excavate, create a runway, and excavate, like drop special tools specifically so they can dig down into the facility and take out all of the what we suspect is the enriched uranium that is inside of this facility, which, by the way, we don't even know if they're there. Take it out somehow, fly it out. Don't really understand how that's going to work either. That seems also that seems like another opportunity for Iran to take a significant tactical victory there as well. So I don't know. I just don't understand what those goals look like or how they would ever achieve it. They would have to also have a International Atomic Energy Agency scientists on the escort mission as well, obviously, to figure out what they're even looking at. Not even entirely certain how they would dispose of the enriched uranium if they're not even extracting it and taking it out of the country. So there's that. And then considering that they're still taking out F15s and A10s, I don't know if they even have the capabilities of doing a mission like this. And then I guess there's the other islands that are near the Strait of Hormuz, but all of which requires landing on Iranian soil, landing on the coastline at the very least, and also clearing out all of the launchers that are in these cave structures, deeply embedded and hidden inside of these complex tunnel systems that exist on both sides of the mountains. And we obviously have not been able to significantly deteriorate their launching capabilities at all. So not sure how you would create any sort of air superiority in that region, like guarantee air superiority in that region. Iranians, on the other hand, are obviously demanding that Americans do this. They are excited at the prospect of being invaded. I don't know if they're posturing. I don't know if they're just simply they're just simply saying that they're excited at this prospect, or if they actually are. But you know, they just keep saying, "Come closer, and who knows? Who knows if that will be the case, bro? I had a patient at work today tell me Ukraine opened the strait. That's crazy because there were Ukrainian drone specialists that flew into the UAE and immediately, I think, got shot by Iranian drones. So I don't think that's working out well for the poor Ukrainians that, again, have nothing to do with this and are just being sent there by Zelensky to be like, I'm playing a role here as well. And then they just get they just get destroyed. Like, imagine successfully evading Russian drone strikes, sometimes literally the Shahed drones that Russia got from Iran, only to like land in the Middle East, land in the Gulf, and then get killed by Shahed drones. But this time in the Gulf, and you didn't even have to be there. You could have just been defending your fucking country from foreign invaders. But Zelensky was like, well, we got to do this for Israel, big dog. You know, we got to make ourselves more useful for American empire. It's insane. So, yeah, the missing weapons systems officer on the crashed F-15E made a contact earlier via encrypted radio device with the United States military, according to N12 News. Also, what the fuck is going on? Why is all this shit coming from Israeli news? Okay, why are we only learning about what's going on the ground from Israeli news? Every single piece of information that's come out has come out from Israeli news, for the record. It's always like N12, Ahmed Segal confirms one pilot was rescued. I'm like, the fuck? Sources familiar with the matter say the pilot is the one who makes the first contact via encrypted radio with the U.S. military. Following this, a special force is sent to locate him and rescue him. The navigator makes contact a little later, and the search for him is still ongoing. A senior Israeli official said that Israel has assisted and is still assisting the search, both with intelligence and by canceling several strikes it had planned to carry out in these areas that were canceled so as not to endanger the crew members and not to hinder their search. Oh, thank you, Israel, for not killing our fucking pilots. Israel was like, we really wanted to blow up every part of Iran, including the part of Iran where the downed jet is, but I guess we'll have to scale back. Thank you, Israel. Can everybody say "Am Israel High"? Can we thank Israel real quick? You know, they're not implementing the Hannibal protocol for our pilots as well. That's cool. Thanks, Israel. How wonderful they are. It turns out that this image might be real. Newsmax confirms that a Black Hawk may have been hit during the search and rescue operations in Iran, as it was last seen trailing smoke while crossing from Iran to Iraq. Footage of a Hezbollah impact during one of the recent barrages. UAE confirms severe damage to the Habshan gas facility. Fars reports that the U.S. also proposed a 48-hour ceasefire on the first, but Iran ignored the request and kept firing. Oh, the IRGC has downed an A-10 in addition to the downing of the F-15 and the hit on the Black Hawk today. And also there's another F-16 that had to do an emergency landing as well. So things are going great. Things are going great. We're winning. We're winning bigly. Every time you think of the gas price at the pump, just remember that it's for the most honorable cause of all. You're just paying an additional tax. It's called the Israel tax. Okay. What a day to be monitoring the situation. Happy Easter, everybody. Happy Good Friday. Sorry. I don't know why I'm coughing. This is from New York Times. A second Air Force combat plane crashed in the Persian Gulf region on Friday. Lone pilot was safely rescued, according to two U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. That was the A-10 Warthog attack plane that went down near the Strait of Hormuz about the same time that the Air Force F-15E was shot down over Iran. In that incident, one crew member was rescued, and search and rescue operators are looking for a second airman. Officials provided scant details about the A-10 crash, including how and where it happened. You think China has started helping? China has never stopped helping, I guess, but helping in the way that like they rush ship a lot of components that are necessary for continuously building more munitions, right? Like that's the way that they've been helping, and I think they've been helping as far as like intel as well. But that part is just pure speculation. We don't know if they're offering targets to the Iranians, or if the targeting is coming from the Russians. I assume they probably are. Wait, Trump came out with another statement? Oh my, wait, no, that's an earlier one. That's from 5 a.m. this morning. Donald Trump, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. That's cool, man. That's cool. Chinese civilians are apparently helping by doing open source intel. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I saw that drop site news article. That was really funny. Yeah. So things are going great. I mean, things are going fantastic. America is winning bigly. I just want to keep repeating that over and over again. It's like, I need to keep saying that to myself so that I keep believing it, right? Like as a part of the war effort, right?
President Trump has been briefed, but no official on the record statement from the president himself. And to your point, this comes as this administration has been repeatedly touting that the U.S. has essentially decimated the entire Iranian regime as well as its military. The president, in his first primetime address to Americans since the war began, said that Iran has no anti-aircraft equipment, no navy, its air force is in ruins. This administration making it clear that the U.S. essentially controls the skies over Iran. But what we are seeing, Diane, is that despite the sustained U.S. assault, heavy bombing, that Iran is still able to maneuver and inflict real pain and damage here. And when it comes to the impact on American service members, so far since this war began, 13 American service members have been killed and at least 340 U.S. service members have been wounded so far. All of this against the backdrop of President Trump 5 weeks into this war still not laying out a clear exit plan or off-ramp to
Wow, we really control their skies? Yeah, famously, when you control the skies of a foreign adversary, they get to blow up your fucking, latest and greatest technology. Yeah. I mean, that's just how it works, right? That's just usually how it works. Famously, when you attrit their capabilities, their striking capabilities, they continue pummeling all the regional actors in the Gulf and also Israel as well. I cannot begin to explain to you how much the American government and CENTCOM is lying about both the casualty numbers. I do not believe the casualty numbers at all. The ones that we now know of is around 250 was like a couple weeks ago. I'm thinking plus 1,000. Casualty, of course, means wounded in action and also killed in action. So there's that part, especially if you tie in like defense contractors that probably died as well, that they don't actually reveal at all. I assume the casualty numbers are above 1,000 at this point. And we have been lying about how much we have diminished Iranian strike capabilities, and new intelligence from the American side that was leaked to the press as of yesterday, as of a couple hours ago, shows that America's also been lying about our offensive capabilities as well and our offensive successes as well. So we're just lying on every aspect of this, trying to win over. We're trying to win the messaging war, but at the end of the day, there's only so much you can yap when the results are still what you see on the ground. If the Strait of Hormuz is still controlled by the Iranian Navy, then it doesn't matter what you say about how you have dominated Iran, right? If you claim that the Iranian missile launching capabilities have been significantly deteriorated, but Iran is still striking Israel, Iran is still striking the Gulf, then obviously that doesn't fucking matter either, right? Bro, what proof you got? The casualties in the thousands? The fuck are you saying? You're wish casting. I'm offering sober analysis. What do I mean by this? Because in the first couple of days, they said only 6, or there were only 6 that were killed, and that's it. And then investigative reporters found out that the number actually was 250, right? I'm just going off of proportionality here. Given that they first said it was 6, and the true number was around 250. Then they said it was 13 dead, and that's it. No casualty numbers whatsoever. I am leaning into the Intercept reporting that just came out on this, that the U.S. casualty numbers are being covered up. Once again, this is the type of thing that you just don't want to hear because in your mind you have decided that the American. You have American exceptionalism it baked into your consciousness. You just genuinely cannot comprehend that America might not be doing as well as you think it's doing. And that's fine. But you are my favorite guy. That's why we don't ban you in the chat, because you say incredible things like, Gangy, you don't understand. That's not true. They wouldn't even be able to hide that, bruh. Okay, once again, I think you are mistaken. Okay, you just don't know what casualty means. I'm not saying that 1,000 troops have died. I'm saying the casualty numbers that they tried to hide initially was approximately 250 plus. Casualty means wounded in action and killed in action. Okay, rendered ineligible for combat. That's number one. And when they said the KIA numbers were at 6, the true numbers were around 250. So proportionality in mind, considering that we know the number of killed in action has increased, it's very hard for me to assume, especially with like American assets retreating from the region, not achieving any of its strategic objectives whatsoever, and Iran continuously pummeling American military bases in and around the Gulf, and also successfully taking out American assets on air bases in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, including what the Iraqi forces, as a part of the resistance, have been able, like the objectives that they've been able to achieve. I suspect the casualty numbers are far higher. The Pentagon has sent outdated statements on the number of, most of the places they hit were evacuated. Yeah, no, totally. The Pentagon has sent outdated statements on the number of U.S. troops killed or wounded during the Iran war, resulting in undercounts. Almost 750 troops have been wounded or killed in the Middle East since October 2023. An analysis by The Intercept is found, but the Pentagon won't acknowledge it. That's since October 2023. Okay? That's since October 2023. That's like the reason why that number is so high is because, once again, I'm going to repeat it. That's since October 2023, right? Since October 7. But given the tendency of CENTCOM to grossly underreport the casualty numbers, it's reasonable to assume that it's no longer at 250, which is now the official number that we know because of investigative reporting. U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, which oversees military operations in the Middle East, appears to be engaged in what a defense official called a casualty cover-up, offering The Intercept lowball and outdated figures and failing to provide clarifications on military deaths or injuries. At least 15 U.S. troops were wounded Friday in an Iranian attack on a Saudi airbase that hosts American troops, according to 2 government officials that spoke with The Intercept. Hundreds of U.S. personnel have been killed or injured in the region since the U.S. launched a war on Iran just over a month ago. President Donald Trump, who wore a blue suit, red tie, and a ball cap to the dignified transfer of the first Americans killed in the war, said casualties were inevitable. When you have conflicts like this, you always have death, he said afterward. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. But they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. Maybe Trump misunderstood the parents. Maybe the parents were like, please finish the job. Like, bring the troops back home, please. Please stop sending our children to die for Israel. That's kind of fucked up. And Trump was like, oh, they're saying they want more. They want more dead troops. Thank you, Raina Jen, for the 5 gifted subs. So yeah, this is part of the reason why I suspect that the true casualty numbers are far higher, because of the American government's tendency to underreport, because they don't want more domestic pressure, right? They don't want more domestic pressure. There's more updates on the recovery, the search and rescue mission. The American pilot of an F15E Strike Eagle that was rescued after his plane was down over southern Iran earlier today was recovered by 2 U.S. military helicopters during the operation. The helicopter carrying the recovered pilot was hit by small arms fire, wounding crew members on board the helicopter. The helicopter landed safely. All service members are receiving initial medical treatment and will be transported for further medical care, 2 U.S. officials told CBS News. You know, the people that were welcoming them as liberators were, I guess, shooting at them, but the wires got crossed. They were, those were welcoming bullets at the helicopter from the Iranians that were like, please come down, save us. We're welcoming you as liberators. We just want to show you how much we love America, right? Anyway, this weekend may be a critical window for Trump, says Sina Tusi. Today is Good Friday. U.S. stock markets are closed, and many major markets across Europe and parts of Asia are also shut for the long holiday weekend, with some remaining closed into Monday. If Trump chooses to escalate tonight or tomorrow, especially through a ground invasion, there will be less immediate market feedback and fewer real-time economic constraints on decision-making. The gamble may be that by the time markets reopen, the situation on the ground has already shifted significantly, reducing the risk of an immediate market crash and leaving markets to react to a new reality rather than shape events. Recent U.S. military activity also points in such an escalatory direction. The targeting of bridges, transit nodes, and along with strikes on broader Iranian military infrastructure such as bases and weapons stockpiles not directly involved in this conflict so far suggest efforts to disrupt logistics and shape a battlefield on the ground. Reports of the deployment of close air support assets further indicate preparation for operations that would be aimed at constraining ground force movement and complicating Iranian counterattacks because, as you may or may not have found out or can comprehend, you don't have to be a missile autist or a plane autist to understand A-10s are only deployed if you are now interested in sending troops into Iranian territory, because A-10s can operate with direct line of sight. You can't use Tomahawk missiles if your troops are far too close to the Iranian troops, right? All the standoff munitions that you could use when there's no troops on the ground, you no longer can use. You need close air support. That's what that's what A-10s provide. All of this is an indication that America is moving in the direction of boots on the ground military warfare. Trump may also think his potential fortunes point in this direction. Backing down would carry costs, while escalation with this window offers a chance to shape both the battlefield and the narrative before the full economic consequences register. Framing developments around a symbolic moment like Easter may also help him present escalation as success and personal strength rather than perpetuating an open-ended and uncertain conflict. But he'll be walking into the escalation trap, ultimately making the war harder to exit, raising the costs for everyone. What is this? According to CBS News, citing 2 U.S. officials, an American A-10C Warthog took fire and was severely damaged during a search and rescue mission for the crew members of an F-15E Strike Eagle that was downed earlier today over Iran. The A-10 pilot was able to make it out of the Iranian airspace and ejected over the Persian Gulf, being successfully recovered by the U.S. Air Force. Okay, that, I mean, it's out. Like, it's over. They took it down. It's official. They downed it. They downed an A-10 Warthog. One of my old homies is an officer in the Air Force JTAC. They conduct air-to-ground targeting from the ground. He went social media silent. I need to explain something to you guys, okay? The problem is America, for like the last 40 years or even longer than that, has not fought against the military that has the capabilities of refusing air superiority, okay? For the last 30 years almost, the global war on terror was conducted by ground forces that could call in aerial support, okay? Instantly. They get shot at, they duck and cover, and they call for air support, okay? This is how America has conducted its warfare. Now, obviously, there is, there were missions on top of that where they would go into densely populated areas and overtake cities and whatnot, right? Like, there's that too. But most of the time, Americans would get pot shots from afar, figure out exactly where the enemy positions were, and then call in for air support. This is a very different situation because because of the competency of the military that we're trying to destroy and dominate, and because of the fact that they still have denial capabilities, okay? Like, they can still clearly take out our aerial assets. That's new, okay? These aren't just a bunch of dudes that are using stingrays that were left over from the USSR invasion of Afghanistan. These are reliable, like these are guys that are mobilizing, or stingers, sorry. These are guys that are mobilizing anti-aircraft weaponry and achieving success as far as taking out fighter jets. I mean, that's new. It's a very different type of war. That's the reason why America's lost so many assets in such a short period of time. I mean, what is it, like throughout the entire? I don't know, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think how many A-10s were lost in Iraq? Were there any? How many A-10s were lost in the global war on terror in general? 1, right? 7? Someone is saying 7. Like, in one bad day, the U.S. Air Force received like the total amount of damage that they would not receive in like months of conflict. Fixed wing losses in Iraq. I wish there was a way to. Oh yeah, here 8th of April 2003. There was one A-10A that was shot down by Iraqi Roland SAM surface-to-air missiles. I mean, there's obviously a financial cost to all of this, especially the Stratotankers and especially the AWACS too, like the aerial surveillance planes that Iraq took out. I mean, not Iraq. Iran took out 2 of them. Okay, those are like, with today's dollars, those are like $500 million worth of equipment that just lit on fire and are gone. Okay, 2 of them, right? Not only that, but also they've stopped making the old ones. There's only 6 total. Well, there's 13 total, but there's only 6 of the old ones. Iran was able to take out 2 of them sitting on a fucking runway, which I don't even understand why. I guess like the Saudi air bases don't have any like the Saudi air bases don't have a way to protect these assets. It's just like, it reeks of desperation is what I mean from the American side. The fact that they are leaving these very expensive assets out in the open to get fucking lasered with Iranian drones and Iranian ballistic munitions is crazy. Like, yeah, the E-3 planes cost $540 million each. Exactly. Yeah, we made fun of Russia doing the exact same fucking thing, and it turns out we're doing the exact same fucking thing ourselves. But yeah, F15, here, this is another summarization of today's bad day for the U.S. Air Force. Today's reported incidents: F-15E, 48th Fighter Wing, shot down in southwestern Iran, pilot rescued. The weapons specialist is still missing. An A-10C Thunderbolt II shot down and crashed in the Persian Gulf, pilot reportedly recovered. An HH-60G Pave Hawk hit during the search and rescue operation, crash landed across the border in Iraq, crew reportedly survived. Other reported incidents are a KC-135R Stratotanker, another one of the Stratotankers, hit an emergency squawk around 10 near Tel Aviv. An F-16CJ Wild Weasel emergency squawk, again, over Saudi Arabia near the Iraqi border. And another KC-135R Stratotanker emergency squawk around 7 local time near Tel Aviv. So all of this happened in the last like 12 hours or so. Just tell me, do you think it's going well? Because this is different than sitting, than hitting stationary assets sitting on the runway. That's stupid for a different reason. That's expensive, right? But that's just a stationary asset. That is getting hit with ballistic missiles. That means that like Iran has targeting capabilities and better surveillance than we previously thought. They're getting hit with drones. They're getting hit with missiles. These are getting hit in action. That means that Iran still has the capabilities of launching anti-air defenses. This means that there is no air superiority that has been established, even in areas of operation. Okay? If your air support, if your aerial assets are getting lost, if your aerial assets are being successfully targeted, that means that you have not established air superiority. This was a problem for Russia as well. Okay? You've greatly overestimated your capabilities and you've greatly underestimated your enemy's capabilities. They have no air defense. They are in the Stone Age. It's like someone saying, I cut off his hands, but I still got punched after that. Yeah. Except turns out you didn't even cut off their hands. You just cut off their pinky, maybe. Okay. And they're still using their hands. They still got hands. Oh, shit. This is what Trump had said only 2 days prior, right? Let's take a look one more time.
During this period of time, no deal is made. We have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force.
Maybe April Fools. He did release this on April 1st. So maybe a lot of people are not factoring that. Maybe he's going to come out and be like, April Fools, I was just kidding when I said we've destroyed their their air defense capabilities thoroughly. We have full air superiority over the Iranian airspace. April Fools, I was just kidding. I wanted to make our pilots play on New Game Plus difficulty. Make it harder for them. Come on! You know, every damn day. Also, northern Tehran is under heavy airstrikes again, which is the Israel method. When you are not achieving your war goals, when you're not achieving any of your military objectives, your strategic objectives, you punish the civilian population. And that's what America and Israel is all about. If you recall, anytime Israel got any retaliation, what would they do? They would go and fucking strike Gaza, right? Extra hard. TPR 91, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Lieutenant Dan 1855, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Do you think all of this is a failure or somewhat due to all the generals he's been firing for not being a loyalist? I mean, I'm sure that doesn't help. Okay, but honestly, it doesn't even matter because he doesn't even listen to the fucking loyalist generals, because even loyalist generals obviously understand, shit's not going too great. It's very clear that he's not listening to his own intelligence. Otherwise, we wouldn't even fucking hear about it in the New York Times. Because here's what's going on, okay? Speculation from what I know about how these things work, okay? Generals are getting together. They're trying to show the best version of events to Donald Trump every day because he's like a baby, right? He's a little baby. He's very thin-skinned. He's very upset. So they don't want to offend him, but they're trying to soft serve that, the situation is not great. They're not accomplishing their military objectives. They're not accomplishing their strategic objectives. It's very clear. We can see it. So they are trying to explain to him that it's not working out. The intelligence assessment, I'm certain, from the intelligence community is also probably much more alarmist than even the generals are. But it doesn't even matter because Trump is not listening to either of these groups. Okay? He's not listening to it at all. Why do I know that? Because then the intelligence community leaks those assessments to the New York Times. You don't do that unless the administration is not listening to you. And I'll take it even one step further. Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, the most important adult in the room in this administration, the person that's keeping everything together. She recently went to the press as well, and she is trying to reach Trump through the press. That means Trump is not even listening to her. She released a quote that basically said Trump is not listening to anyone around him, and the situation is far worse than the way it's presented to him. Okay? Is this the one where the Susie Wiles quote is?
As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America.
Where's the video?
Project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's navy.
Okay, whatever. Here, I'll just mute it. I'll just mute the tab. But yeah, here is Susie Wiles. Some of Trump's key public supporters were criticizing the conflict with a no clear end in sight. It fell on White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and a small group of aides to tell the president that the longer this war dragged on, the more it would threaten his public support and Republicans' prospects in November midterm elections. This information is only revealed to the press if the person that normally would have access to the president, direct access to the president, is incapable of reaching the president's ear. Okay? Susie Wiles has expressed concerns that aides are giving Trump a rose-colored view of how the war was being perceived domestically, telling Trump what he wanted to hear and urged them to be more forthright with the boss about the political and economic crisis. That's from the Time article, right? This is the same thing that General Dan Raisin Kane did in the lead up when the naval assets were building up in the region. If you remember, he went to the president, obviously, as you're supposed to do, and he explained to him that this was not going to work. And when the president didn't listen to him, he went to every single news outlet and said, "This is gonna be fucked. Okay, we're fucked. We're not gonna be able to defend any of our assets. We're gonna run out of munitions, and this is gonna be devastating for American conflicts in the future." Right? That was to apply pressure to the president from the outside. Susie Wiles is doing this as well. Problem is, she's doing this 34 days in. which means that Trump is not listening to fucking Susie Wiles. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles is reportedly urging the White House aides to stop censoring reports of U.S. military losses and Iranian military successes, as well as plunging poll numbers and gas price trends from President Trump to make him realize what a disaster his great power war with Iran has become. And if it's actually Susie Wiles saying this to the press, that means Trump is not even listening to her. And she's supposed to be the adult in the room. She's supposed to be the competent loyalist that keeps this entire thing together. And if you're not listening to your fucking chief of staff, so much so that the chief of staff has to go out into the press and leak this information, it's fucked. It's not a good sign. It's a very bad sign. The House Armed Services Committee, by the way, has been notified that the status of the second service member is not known and may now be missing following the downing of the F-15. That's not great either. Seems as though the second F-15, the weapons officer, the weapons specialist is fucked. And is missing in action officially. And considering how much ground resistance they got from even small arms fire in the helicopter search and rescue mission that they did, it's going to be increasingly more difficult for them to conduct a proper search and rescue mission now, especially when you have ground forces, you have civilians all around, armed civilians that are running around looking for the guy. So if he did not die in the ejection, he is most likely going to be captured alive. That will also greatly harm America's propaganda during the failed war efforts. So that's another thing to consider as well.
How all of this is going to end.
And ABC's Britt Clennett is in Jerusalem. Britt, just a little while ago, as Martha mentioned, Iran's parliament speaker was taunting the U.S. on social media. What does this incident mean for diplomatic efforts between the U.S. and Iran?
Yeah, he took to social media saying that after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war they started has now been downgraded from regime change to can anyone find our pilots, please? Wow, what incredible progress. Absolute geniuses. You know, Iran knows this is not a popular war at home and abroad, that even America's NATO allies are growing increasingly frustrated with the mixed messages, the lack of clarity on war aims and the apparent failure to war game the outcomes, such as preparing for the closure of the Hormuz Strait, one of the most important waterways in the world, through which 1/5 of the global oil supply flows through. And as you say, they're still able to fire on a daily basis at multiple targets. So certainly it does raise a lot of questions and frustrations too.
And Martha, we heard Colonel Gagnon talk about how complicated this search and rescue mission is. How does it now complicate the other aspects and objectives in this war?
We're getting fucking Mog Dog. That's insane. I mean, I don't know. Have you thought about listening to what Asmongold has to say? I'm sure he has a lot of clever opinions on everything that's unfolding. You know, I'm sure he's out there. He's out there talking about how everything is great. As a matter of fact, everything is great. We're doing fantastic. Remember, we killed an 86-year-old guy who has cancer. So that was who had cancer, right? Like that was pretty cool, right? Remember that? Remember when we blew up that school and that was awesome too, when we killed those little girls at school? You know, that's, I guess you just have to like lean into that stuff. Talk about how wonderful it is that we blew up a fucking bridge, you know? Wild how they want to claim Iran is taunting them. Iran is taunting. That's true. Iran is abso-fucking-lutely taunting. That's 100% true. They are. It's not, I mean, dude, Galabaf every day comes out with another, you know, cleverly written statement about how Americans ain't shit, you know? They are absolutely doing a fairly decent job with the limited confines of, I mean, they have limited capabilities and they're doing a very decent job of defending Iranian soil and obviously denying air superiority to the American and Israeli forces. That's number one. And then two, they are actually doing a decent job of communicating exactly how things are going on their end.
Well, I think all efforts will be on finding this other aviator, and that will take away from whatever else they're doing. This will clearly be a huge priority right now to try to find that other either pilot or weapons systems officer. We don't know which one was rescued and which one is.
Zach can't even retreat to talking about video games because PS5s are now $900. Oh, dude. Yeah.
Still out there. I keep thinking about the families waiting as well, because these missions are incredibly dangerous. These combat search and rescue, they involve special operations, helicopters usually. And remember, just as we've all been saying, Iran can still fire back, and that is very obvious from what has happened in the last 12.
Sources are telling me these challenge coins are being distributed to sailors abroad. The USS Gerald Ford as it departs Croatia. See, the other problem here is also the lack of support at the domestic level. When Americans don't support our war efforts, when we don't understand why we're doing this, when it's overall unfavorable by American standards, it's much more difficult to craft a narrative that we're succeeding that actually penetrates collective consciousness. Most people are looking at it going, I don't think this is going well. I don't want this to happen at all. I'm not exactly sure why we're doing it to begin with. It's going to be, I mean, obviously, like the Iranian side's communications are probably going to be a lot more successful at destroying what remains of the morale. This is a joke, by the way. Yeah, the laundry token, wash token, help keep our restrooms clean. That's a joke. This is an American joking about the American capabilities. So yeah.
12 hours.
All right, Martha, Britt, Steve, Selena, thank you again. We are hearing one of the crew members from a U.S. fighter jet shot down over Iran. One crew member has been rescued. The other still not found. We are going to continue monitoring this, and we will return to your regular programming now. Coverage continues on ABC News Live and abcnews.com, and we'll have a full wrap-up on World News Tonight. I'm Diane Macedo. Have a great rest of the day.
All right, let's go ahead.
Ooh, let's hear what Fox News had to say about this.
Bring in Dr. Rebecca Grant, national security and military analyst.
I know they're gonna cook. They're gonna cook. Let's hear it.
Dr. Grant, thank you so much for joining the program. I want to get your thoughts on this. Just put this into context in the big picture. This has been going on now for over a month.
This is no victory for Iran. Military analyst reacts to downed F15. I mean, what do you say to that, you know? Oh, this thing that absolutely was unexpected and sucks major dicks for us is actually not a victory for the enemy at all.
And this is the first U.S. warplane that has been shot down.
We wanted the plane to fall, dude.
I guess it does bring into focus the real
Asmin's most recent response about Iran to you.
Killing their own people, then assigning ownership of it to Israel and America. No, maybe Israel and America helped because they thought that it's bad to kill your own protester.
Guy who literally said regime change wars and like democratizing Iraq is a fucking spectacular failure and didn't work is now heavily leaning into that exact same narrative at a time when the American government isn't, right? Donald Trump is not even doing this. Donald Trump is basically saying, yeah, we're doing it for oil. Who gives a fuck? We're going to bomb everyone in Iran. And Asmongold is like holding on to this idea that like there is some kind of democracy at play here, some kind of liberation at play here. Also, same guy who has demanded that the American government kill protesters. Okay? Same guy who has said America should kill more protesters and put them in concentration camps is now talking about how, like, we're actually blowing up Iranian bridges, blowing up the Pasteur School of Medicine that's been around since 1920, that actually created indigenous COVID vaccine. We're doing that to liberate the Iranian population somehow. No one believes this. This is unbelievably stupid. I don't even think Asmongold believes this. He just has no other option here.
Just because they want to change the government. The people weren't doing anything wrong. He just justified mass murder of civilians because of Israel. As I've said before, Hasan will always fall off on the side of defending, rationalizing, justifying, and downplaying Islamic terrorism.
Islamic terror. What is the Islamic terrorism? They did Islamic terrorism to our F15 fighter jet earlier today. Did you guys see that? They did Islamic terrorism to our U.S. Air Force A-10 Warthog when it crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. That was really fucked up. The way that they did Islamic terrorism to that. Really fucked up, dude. It's Islamic terrorism when you say Israel shouldn't do a genocide. Thank you, Asman Goy. Oh, dude.
He will always do this. Every single time.
Yeah, this is his new talking point about you regarding defending Islamic terrorism. He's done it a few times recently. Yeah, it's going to be it's going to have limited success, I think, as the situation unfolds and as people start having to reckon with like how unsuccessful the American initiatives have been thus far. As more and more, American U.S. Air Force assets are taken out, they will realize that it's not. This kind of counter narrative doesn't actually work. I'm just giving you an accurate analysis of the things that are happening. He has embraced the Hasbara, Israel, tiny country size of New Jersey.
Isn't it crazy that they can't even have one country, some shithole that's the size of New Jersey, Israel? They can't even have that.
Israel, size of New Jersey, Israel. Why can they not have Israel? One country, tiny nation. Israel, size of New Jersey. No politic here. Oh, he's so fucking based, dude. He's Mr. Based. Yeah. I do appreciate like Asmongold's cattle ass fucking fan base going from Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism to so quickly snapping back to defending Israel with like talking points that were destroyed pretty much in the eyes of the collective all the way back in like, I don't know, December of 2023. Like saying Israel's a tiny nation, why can't they have Israel, is a talking point that doesn't even work in like 2024, let alone 2026. My man is mainlining Hasbara at this point. Awesome. It must be so embarrassing to be a Mold Man fan. I think it's more so, it's just, if you're an Asmongold fan at any point in your life, you already have dropped any sort of self-reflection capabilities. You're incapable of understanding the way that the world views you, your worldview, the guy that you really appreciate. But yeah, I mean, he went from saying Nick Fuentes is base for doing Holocaust denial to hitting Hasbara lines, and defending little old Israel here. Why can't they have a little old genocide? I mean, come on.
I mean, bro, think about like, god damn. People are just not having it. Just let them have it, man. God damn.
Let them have a little bit of genocide, dude.
% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's
right.
not, he would.
Even his audience is like not fully on board with it, but I guess they're not suspicious enough of why he's doing this now. But they did not kill 40,000 people in 2 days. Like you're unbelievably dense.
It was 3 days, idiot.
It's just not true. That's not something that happened. There's no evidence that happened. It's also physically impossible for it to have happened. And most people understand that is not a correct number. It's an unbelievably high number that is, I mean, unless they just like blew up entire city blocks, Israel style, they are not capable of murdering 40,000 people in such a short period of time. Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't like pro-Israel talking points work? Have you looked at the polls recently? I mean, this is something that I repeat pretty much every day at this point. It's become my mantra, but this is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States. Today is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States going forward. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. Something to remember for all the Jewish advocacy orcs that keep tying themselves to the genocidal entity. Okay? Or even Asmongold, as a matter of fact. I mean, going from Palestinians are inferior people that deserve to be genocided to then taking an anti-Israel slant when it became unfavorable to defend Israel, to then looping back around to defending Israel's existence and Israel's violent actions is very interesting. But I guess, as I've said over and over again, when your audience is comprised of some of the dumbest people on the fucking planet, They don't necessarily punish you for contradicting your statements from like a day prior, especially when they don't even get mad at Trump when he contradicts himself in the same statement, right? Because Trump, even in his address, in his presidential address, literally started off by saying, oh, we're saving the Iranian people, and ended the presidential address by saying we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age by destroying its electrical grid and destroying its bridges and shit. So those two things are at odds with one another, right? But because the audience is unimaginably dumb, they still believe it, I guess, or they delude themselves into thinking that there is no contradiction here.
It was 3 days. It took them 3 days to do that.
Convinced yourself.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter. Like them killing 10 people
It doesn't even matter.
Still fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never heard a consistent number on this from people that just turn around and say, oh, they killed, 80,000 people. I've heard 80,000, 50,000, 40,000. It's fucking ridiculous. Shut up. Jesus Christ. How do you not recognize that it's like this is propaganda to actually justify American and Israeli intervention?
But there's no propaganda about Palestine. The amount of people that were killed in Palestine is a defined number that nobody can ever question. But whenever Iran intentionally takes off the internet, they shut down the entire internet. They bus in Iraqi militia force.
I'm gonna be honest. If this is the best Israel has as far as Hasbara, it's cooked. They're so done. Like Israel's strongest Hasbara weapon now is a guy who doesn't fucking shower and is a Holocaust denier. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? An inconsistent worm that has no fucking moral compass whatsoever, that will literally say unimaginably heinous anti-Semitic shit one day, and then the next day he'll turn around and be like, and just like straight up repeat verbatim Israeli talking points. I'm sorry, but why is he even relevant? Bought it or not, he has a fairly large audience still. Obviously, it's diminished as Trump's popularity is diminishing, even in the eyes of the dumbest people alive, which are the Euroid MAGA supporters. Double cucked. He loves talking shit about me, but hates the prospect of talking to me. But times are changing. He's doing crazy propaganda right now, debating chatters with Israeli talking points, being a debate pervert. But he's not smart enough or quick enough to actually defend Israel. Even if you were brilliant, it would still be an incredibly difficult endeavor. Okay. Oh, Trump won't say what the U.S. will do if missing pilot in Iran is harmed. We hope that's not going to happen. Well, that's an admission that they couldn't extract them and have no idea what the fuck is going on with the pilot. Okay. Don't you got his number? Call his ass? No, I don't have his fucking number. What are you, crazy? Every argument he makes is literally him just fighting against his own lack of knowledge. For example, he tries to bring up the Gaza numbers. Obviously, no idea. 1, what the number is. 2, that it's been the official number for almost 2 years now because the devastation is so immense. 3, doesn't understand that the CIA, the American State Department, and the Israeli government utilizes the Hamas health ministry numbers. Those numbers have actually been checked, and they are almost always a significant undercount due to the fact that the healthcare infrastructure has been completely devastated or destroyed by Israel. And yet, even the 75,000 number is a severe undercount, yet it's obviously the number that Israel also abides by. Yo, I'm the pilot. I'm all good. Is low-key chill here? Nice, dude. You get the Cuba Day special or what? The president's national security team is gathered at the White House. Is this good? At Grok, is this a good thing? In the eve of one of the pilots being extracted and the other one not. The other pilot is on, Iranian soil. Chat, is this good? Chat, are we winning? At Grok, explain this to me like I'm 7. What are you aviation experts saying about all these planes down? The ones I know are freaking out. I mean, the people that I lean into for knowledge in this on the OSINT side are not exactly fond of American imperialism. So they have offered fairly reliable coverage thus far. I don't know what like the pro-America, pro-Israel OSINT side is saying about this. But I do feel like they've stopped coping, because this is like the level of cope necessary to make this situation look good when America's lost a tremendous number of assets in a matter of like 12 hours. It's very difficult, but let's see what the cope is.
Danger of this mission, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And this is an active combat zone. But Anita, I've got to say, this is no victory for Iran. Operation Epic Fury has established that air dominance and is able to continue to attack targets. You know, when we're looking at the area of the Khuzestan province here, if this is where the plane has gone down, this is both a marshy area and a mountainous area. There are a couple of Iranian airfields, a major Iranian naval base. And it could be that the F-15E is also really well equipped for doing some low altitude type of work. So when we talk about air dominance, that means that Iran doesn't have an integrated linked system that can easily hit at medium and high altitude. I'm talking 20,000 feet and up. But down low, our combat pilots know that you never entirely suppress the threat. Iran has a lot of man-pads. These are infrared, homing, man-portable systems. These are all things they've gotten from the Russians and the Chinese and systems that they've improved themselves over the years. And then simple anti-aircraft artillery is a possibility here. What we do know, I think, is that this F-15E, this is the workhorse jet of the Air Force. It carries a bigger bomb load than any other Air Force fighter. These F-15Es, we have a unit in North Carolina, a unit in Lakenheath in England, and they have been doing incredibly difficult work, flying lots and lots of sorties, really for years. They flew in Syria against ISIS. They've carried a lot of the weight of the precision attack of Operation Epic Fury. So, hopes go out to
Liquefied Pringles. Thank you for the
crew member,
5 gifted
pilot,
subs.
and then a weapons system officer was what the crew of the F-15E is. And as we know, combat search and rescue, we do not start an air campaign without that in place. And I think we're going to hear in the fullness of time about some truly heroic work in this search and recovery mission.
Rebecca, when you talk
It's maximum cope.
about sort of low altitude, what altitude are you talking, and what sort of operations would the F-15E be taking out at this point? Do they fly with other F-15E? Would there have been a few of them there? And what precisely might they have been doing?
So we're in the phase, particularly in this part of Iran, which was the focus of some of the initial attacks.
JC9ST, thank
now
you for the 5
we've seen,
gifted.
the big bombers and others move out more towards the east, working industrial targets. But it's a possibility that this F-15E was working some of the remaining IRGC capability. As I said, there's a naval base in that area. They may have been making attacks there. There are Iranian military airfields. They're going after some of those persistent targets that are the last part of the target set that Admiral Cooper at Central Command is trying to work. And in some cases, you need to get down a little bit lower. And I'm talking, we're talking more than the below, just in general terms.
Oh, shit, we got a hype train.
20,000 foot range. And that's where some of these other systems that aren't able to stop an air campaign, but they can be effective in those lower altitudes. And our pilots know that that can be dangerous work down low.
Dr. Grant, as night falls there in Iran, and we've heard now this is now the #1 priority of this military operation is to rescue this other pilot. What does that look like in terms of manpower?
Are we even sure the second pilot's alive? Was the photo the Iranians posted of the seat of the second pilot? We don't know. We don't know. But I think the assumption is that he was alive because he released an emergency beacon or whatever, like an encrypted message, according to N12 Israeli news. If we have air superiority, then why do they have to fly low to avoid radars? Top Gun, maybe. Chili Bean 07 and Raina Jen, thank you for the 5 gifted. Maybe they just wanted to try out the Top Gun thing. They watched Top Gun and they were just like, yeah, let's fly low. Let's see, because it's cool. Is this not just horribly embarrassing for our country? Yes, but again, considering that we don't have the capacity to feel shame because we are bloodthirsty monsters, I don't know. I mean, most people don't even understand that this is embarrassing. Most people think we're winning. So what do you say to those guys?
Without giving away any national security secrets, but what kind of operation does it take to try to find this other pilot?
Yes, and I know Admiral Cooper will be very focused on that. I'm sure General Kane at the Pentagon is watching this closely, too. One fortunate thing, there were plenty of assets in that region.
You fly low to avoid ground-based radar. The terrain blocks it. No, we know, man. The question was a rhetorical one. If you have established air superiority, it doesn't matter if the fucking radars can ping you. You can fly however you want to, right? It kind of destroys that argument as well. Destroys the argument that there's any sort of air superiority at all.
You look at the map there, and you're very near Kuwait, which could have pre-positioned assets, Iraq as well. The USS Tripoli, which has come into the region, don't know exactly where she is, but she carries a lot of assets too. And types of aircraft that would be involved here, you're going to have an on-scene commander. That may be another fighter pilot, maybe another F-15E pilot.
Wait, did you see the CNN commentary? Oh, from Amy McGrath, former U.S. Marine combat fighter pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Amy McGrath, retired. Amy McGrath, my favorite Democrat from Kentucky, who got destroyed by fucking Mitch McConnell's corpse after we dumped like $100 million in that fucking race. That Amy McGrath went on CNN. Let's take a look at what she had to say. Mitch McConnell's opponent.
Same thing in Iraq and Afghanistan as well. If you're going to be picked up by somebody who is going to turn you over to the Iranian, forces.
Hassan's Fake Glass, thank you for the 5. Carmen Channel, thank you for the 5. Anonymous, thank you for the 10. Give the subs.
That are going to use you and capture you, or is the population happy that you're there and want to help you? That we don't know. And so anybody that gets shot down over that space is having to deal with that uncertainty.
Yeah, they might just be super stoked to see you. They might just be welcoming you with open arms. Like I said, that's an option. Why are you being so nihilistic about this? It's just why are you being so pessimistic? Why just stop. Bisu 5, Hassan's Fake Glass with another 5. Akiwara Ashikawara, thank you for the 5 as well. Hype Train level 5, baby. Yeah, thanks for blowing up my children, American pilot. I loved what you did to the bridge yesterday. I loved when you blew up the oil refinery in the backyard. That was sick. I'm just here to welcome you. I personally really enjoy those sorts of things. Millions of people displaced from their homes. I love that. Big. Iran is rapidly digging out and repairing underground missile bunkers in silos, often restoring them within hours after U.S. and Israeli strikes. Oh my God, who could have fucking foreseen this? Who kept repeatedly telling you that's what's going on? Despite claims of major damage, U.S. intelligence says that Iran still has a significant number of missiles and launchers and can keep attacking. The only reason why U.S. intelligence reports are coming to the New York Times is because, for some reason, Donald Trump is not listening to the U.S. intelligence reports that are telling him this privately. Okay? Launch rates have dropped, but Iran is conserving assets, hiding them underground and using decoys, making it hard to fully assess or eliminate its capability. It's also one of those things that you just, can't really hide, because if they're still successfully striking Israel, if they're still successfully striking American assets on, Saudi bases and whatnot, then obviously what Donald Trump is saying is bullshit. Launch rates have dropped, but hit rates have increased. Yes. Basically, Iran has developed a tactic revolving around ambushing. I would assume most of the time radar is just hiding and don't scan until there's confirmation aircraft flying into the trap. Yes. Their denial capabilities, their anti-aircraft systems are mobile. It has to be. If they had fixed, and I'm sure they have fixed positions as well. They had like fixed anti-aircraft weapons as well, but they've most likely been destroyed. So they have to be mobile. Everything that they have, their TELs are mobile. Their anti-aircraft defenses are mobile. They put them inside of bunkers deep underground, and then they dig themselves out when the entry points are shut off by missiles. They have excavators waiting inside of these tunnels. They dig them out. They bring them out. Same with the TLs. Same with their launchers. And, they're still capable of doing damage. Mike Burns the Throne. Lana Chirster Salon. And JL Choppa, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. X Quigley, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Ralia, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It feels like one of the parties in this conflict is seriously dedicated and prepared, and the other one is basically an 80s cartoon. Yeah, because a lot of this stuff is pretty simple to understand, pretty easy to understand when you realize that we've operated Harlem Globetrotter style for like the last 40 fucking years of conflict. Okay? Literally. I mean, in Iraq, that is precisely what we did. We bribed the generals to stand down before shock and awe. We came in with tremendous force. Okay? That's very different than what's going on. Fighting against an enemy that has hardened its defenses for this exact moment for 40 years, for 50 years, is going to be very different than fighting against an enemy that had no willingness to defend. What is this? Official Lockheed Martin. Why do you lie? Don't talk about stuff you know nothing about. Like, I'm literally in the chat if you have questions. Also, where should I deposit the $10K I owe you? Yeah, Lockheed Martin, the best in the business, okay?
And then your rescue assets could be your big MH-53 helicopters, the Air Force Special Ops CV-22. That is a tilt rotor that flies level like a plane, can also land like a helicopter, faster, ruggedized to go in and do that pickup. But I'm telling you, tankers as well, a lot of airborne command and control, every airman in the region trying to participate and help.
Wow. Dr. Rebecca Grant, thank you so much. You always provide us with a wealth of information. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the holiday weekend.
Spectacular
Thanks,
code
Dr. Grant, and
from
stick
Fox
with us
News.
for more coverage of this.
Spectacular code from Fox News. Enemy fire during rescue of one F-15E crew member, Fox News learns.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Trace Gallagher in for Martha McCallum. Breaking right now on the story, an intense search now underway for the second crew member of an F-15E fighter jet downed over Iran. One pilot rescued. We are told President Trump is getting briefings. Iranian state media showing pictures of what it claims is debris from the jet.
Yes, I did explain to people, now the hype train is almost about to die at 46 seconds, that the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. If you like the show and want to support it, please give subscriptions or subscribe on your own for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, for you, the people, by you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. Throwing bagels at a wall, thank you for the 20 gifted. We are Snarlins Kirk, thank you for the 10 gifted. Mortaculous, thank you for the 10.
And the ejector seat that at least one crew member reportedly used to bail out. Fox News has not verified the
Alpha
photos.
Mooch.
Iranian TV offering a reward now for
CWU.
capturing the American pilot.
Hello,
Let's
Sydney.
bring in the chief national security
EP Lupo.
correspondent, Jennifer Griffin. She's live for us in Washington. With the
Crisco,
latest on this.
neurodiversify.
Trace, we've just learned that there was enemy fire during that rescue of one of the crew members who was successfully rescued after the F-15E was shot down in the southwest province of Iran. This is the first we have learned that there was, in fact, enemy fire that targeted at least one.
ABC News confirms Iran used advanced passive infrared detection to shoot down the American F-15. Passive infrared detection does not emit radar signals. It cannot be detected or jammed by American electronic warfare systems. It is invisible to technology America has spent trillions building its air superiority around.
Colonel Gagnard, what does this mean for U.S. jet strikes and other aerial missions moving forward?
That the skies are not as safe as they perhaps presumed. My guess is that this was daytime. My guess is that the Iranians used what's called infrared. So they used detection that's passive, that used heat differences. The president did say that their radars roll down, and so he probably can claim that legitimately. But the fact that there are still anti-aircraft kinds of capabilities that are based on heat temperature differences that can identify aircraft and still target aircraft is probably what got this F-15 down.
Colonel Gagnard, what does this mean for U.S. jet strikes and other aerial missions moving forward?
That the skies are not as safe as they perhaps presumed.
The missiles, also used by Houthi fighters in Yemen, use infrared seekers and can fly a fixed pattern in the air until they spot a target. The lack of radar means aircraft could have little warning. Yeah. Is this good? Did this ever happen during Iraq and Afghanistan? Even if it did, 2 in 1 day? No, I don't think so. In the entire conflict in Iraq, they took out one A-10. That's it. Like one. This is, we're 34 days in. It's just not even a question. The amount of damage that Iranian ballistic missiles and Iranian drones have done to American assets in the region is unbelievable. It is unlike anything that we have ever experienced. I keep repeating this over and over again. Part of it is because we built all of our fucking bases, which are fixed positions that don't have hardened defenses, in and around the neighborhood with seemingly no assessment on what it would look like if Iran would actually decide to blow up those bases. The idea, I guess, was that Iran would never hit the Gulf. Like, they wouldn't hit their neighbors. They wouldn't hit the American bases in their own backyard, in their own neighborhood. And we kind of got a glimpse of that assessment when Americans were shocked that Iran started its opening salvo by not only striking Israel, but also striking all of the fucking American bases in the region. They were literally like, what are you doing? That's so stupid. Don't you know that's illegal? You can't hit back. Like, that was kind of the attitude, right? If you remember, that was the attitude in the first couple of days. People just being like, how dare you? How dare you hit back against, that's not fair. You're not playing by the rules. They were pretty open about it, too. Hegseth was among those taken aback. Says the person familiar with his thinking, he was expecting the Iranians to fight back in some form. When they started attacking virtually the entire region, it sort of hit him like, whoa, we're really in this now. These are some of the early days, reporting coming out now from that same Time.com article, right? As preparations for the war began, the administration believed it had a winning formula. The U.S. would deliver an opening strike so overwhelming, Tehran's only viable response would be limited retaliation, enough to satisfy domestic audiences without inviting more attacks. Hegseth was among those taken aback, except here's what happened. America came in, shock and awe style, went super powerful. Israel did a decapitation strike and assassinated a lot of the leadership that had demonstrated strategic restraint up until that moment. And Iran immediately implemented its mosaic defense structure, which meant that all of these units in different quadrants in different parts of the country were operating without centralized command in mind. They had a contingency plan for it. So when they established that military deterrence early on, it was shocking for a lot of people, right? Hegseth was taken aback. Trump became wary enough of leaks that some of his own aides were the target of subterfuge. On February 27th, he traveled to Mar-a-Lago. Aides assembled in a makeshift situation room. Trump bristled at the number of people present. He thought the group was too big, one official recalls. It included people Trump didn't recognize or didn't feel he knew well enough. Mekaya, thank you for the tank gifted subs. One of the, I guess, most ironic parts of the story is that if only he had listened to his own generals, if only he had listened to his own intelligence community's assessments early on, he would have known that this is a likely outcome, right? Because they did tell him. We know that they told him because they told us when Trump wouldn't listen, right? They went to the press and they leaked it to the press. But Trump was too busy listening to the Israeli intelligence assessment that he obviously places a lot of emphasis on. He obviously places a higher value on than his own intelligence community's assessment and his own generals.
An
He's
aircraft,
a fucking idiot.
as well as a helicopter that was part of that rescue mission. Though it would be incorrect to say, however, that another plane or helicopter was brought down during that rescue mission. That is not accurate. So what we have learned in the meantime, since we first started reporting this hours ago, is that the F-15E was flying late at night, Thursday night. It was dark out. It was late night Eastern time when it was shot down. It was still dark in Iran at the time. It was early morning hours, but still dark when those pilots did have to eject. One of the crew members was rescued and is undergoing treatment right now. The U.S. military was responsible for that rescue. We've seen visuals of special operations helicopters, Pavehawks that were being refueled over that area. Once it was light out, we understand, were part of the search and rescue for the missing crew member as well as the one that was rescued. Trace?
And very quickly, Jen, just the timeline here. So you're saying that this happened Thursday night U.S. time, meaning that this missing pilot has been missing for the better part of maybe 12, 14 hours. Is that a fair assessment, Jen?
I would say longer than that. If it was late night, our time, we're coming up on, I would say, yeah, maybe 15 hours missing, but again, it was early hours in Iran. Iran is 7.5 hours ahead of us Eastern Standard Time, and so it went down in the dark. But we did see visuals of a daytime search and rescue as they were continuing to look for the missing crew member. Trace.
Jennifer Griffin, we'll get back to you as the news warrants on this. Jennifer, thank you. Let's bring in retired
A10 footage released. Wait, really? Actually? Please send.
Sources tell CNN one of 2 crew members have been rescued after a U.S. fighter jet was shot down over Iran. Images of the wreckage shared by Iranian state media match that of a U.S. F-15, including this ejection seat that appears to be damaged. Let's take a closer look now with Colonel Cedric.
Wait, isn't this from Wait a minute. This happened yesterday as well. And it was a different one. No, that's definitely A10. The one from yesterday also. Oh shit. This was released by the IRGC. So here's the thing. Yesterday, if you recall, we were looking at this, and there was another video that came out similar to this, right? There's now officially 3 of these videos. One was the F-35. And yesterday's might have been a Reaper, but it also looked like an A-10. This is the one from yesterday. Yeah. And we didn't get any information on what this was, but this is from yesterday. This was yesterday's, bro, that's AI. Buddy, doesn't the A-10 also have flares? You're saying they deployed flares. So does the A-10. So did the A-10, but it still got shot. It deployed the flares after it got shot. Oh, this is not an A-10. Never mind. All fighters have flares and chaff, but those countermeasures are not foolproof. What is this? I don't know if you know this before. News reporters like CNN Brazil, France 24 have been reporting this for over 10 hours now because IRGC made an announcement already, but for some reason American news didn't report on IRGC's allegations, so something is fishy as fuck. No. American news have already caught up. We know all the assets that have been taken out. I was just thinking of like a similar video that came out.
Colonel Layton, we didn't see the seat there, but I'm sure you have the image here. When you see something like this, you hear that one of the crew members was rescued. No determination yet on the other one. What scenarios come to mind?
So there are a lot of scenarios that come to mind here, Boris, but as you can see, this, of course, is the ejection seat right here. It appears to have some damage.
Thank you for circling that for us, sir. I didn't know what I was looking at.
Associated with it. This would be consistent with an explosion that would be a natural part of the actual ejection. So basically these have an explosive charge. These ejection seats have an explosive charge underneath them, and that forces, that explosive charge when activated, forces the person that's sitting in the seat up out of the aircraft, and then that's when the parachutes are deployed and things like that happen. So this is not inconsistent with a safe ejection. And it's something that is definitely survivable from that, assuming that the impact and everything was, as we see here, where everything is kind of right side up in this case.
Yeah. When it was initially reported, state media in Iran suggested that this was an F-35 stealth fighter jet. But upon closer inspection of some of the photos of the wreckage, analysts have since determined that this is more likely an F-15. It's more consistent with the makeup of an F-15. Help us understand.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. So, you basically look at the type of metal that is used in this particular case. You look at the markings, and you look at the way in which all of this is, printed in, stenciled in here, and the type of rivets that you see. All of that is consistent with an F-15. It is definitely not an F-35. And that is important because an F-15 is not a stealth aircraft. The F-35 is a stealth aircraft, and it's harder to detect, almost impossible for standard radar to detect the F-35. F-15 can be detected by radar.
Yeah, if it were an F-35, I imagine that it would symbolize a different capacity for Iran's military, whereas this does not. I do want to get your thoughts on the video that was geolocated by CNN showing a plane flying low over the ground while 2 helicopters are nearby. It's believed to be part of the rescue operation. Walk us through what's happening.
Yeah, so what you see here is there's a refueling.
Didn't they shoot down an F-35 like a week ago? Excuse me. Yes, but it actually did a crash landing on its own volition. So technically they didn't. Okay? I mean, there's a reason why they're not sending F-35s any longer. There's got to be a reason for it, right? Yeah, this was the Chinese video that was pretty crazy. Chinese video by Lao Ho Talks World is going viral online, breaking down how Iran could target the F-35 Lightning II using existing equipment by simplifying the problem step by step. Yeah, the F-35 last week actually had a laundry fire incident. That's what happened. Yeah. So, but yeah, this is, Chinese netizens once again doing OSINT in a way that Americans can't even comprehend. Speaker argues that air combat isn't realistic given Iran's aging fleet, including decades-old Grumman F-14 Tomcats, and instead focus on ground-based air defense. He contrasts large systems like the S-300 and the Bavar 373 with smaller mobile systems like the Majid air defense system, arguing that lighter decentralized setups using infrared tracking could be harder to detect and survive longer. This video is a part of a wider phenomenon from China as the Middle East conflict unfolds. Civilians are volunteering without pay their technical skills on social media to help Iran counter U.S. military power. How to shoot down an F-35 with Iran's existing equipment.
现有的装备击落 F-35， 这道题怎么解呢？要把大题拆成小题，
Break
再用
the big question into small questions, then use the method of elimination to solve it.
击落一下
How to shoot down a 5th generation stealth fighter. You can't figure it out, but break it down. For example, how to hit a plane, then you definitely can. And you can even apply it to other cases. Learn how to hit an F-35, then is hitting a B-2 the same logic. Let's begin. Nothing more than 2 methods. One is air to air. Planes fly up and use airborne weapons to hit. Second is surface to air. Use anti-aircraft weapons on the ground to hit it. Which one? Correct. Given the current situation, the first type is not very realistic. It's basically the summarization stance is saying that military aircraft parked in the open have basically been reduced to parts, even if some can be preserved by relying on cave bunkers. Airports are also being watched very closely. Even if they can fly, the technical gap is simply too large because the F-14 gets gapped by America and Israel's existing equipment. After all, Iran's only active air superiority fighter is still the Pahlavi dynasty-era acquired F-14s. The airframe age is at least 48 years old and cannot have original period maintenance. Just can't help. So only go surface to air. Also 2 options. One is using barrel weapons like anti-aircraft guns. 2 is using missiles. How to choose. Currently, there's no evidence showing Iran is equipped with integrated fire control radar and optical electronic systems modernized with self-propellant anti-aircraft guns. F-35 also dares not to go low altitude. So you still have to use the missiles. But what kind of air defense system is needed to use the missiles? One is long range. The other one is short range. Long-range air defense systems such as the S-300 introduced from the Big Goose, Russia, and the independently developed Bavar 373. The sizes are all very large. Missile launch units, fire control radars, control cabins, etc. are separate. Need multiple vehicles to form a complete system. Deployment time is wrong. Target is obvious. Need multiple vehicles to form a complete system. Running around is a grand process. Under the condition of air superiority disadvantage, survival capability is very limited. These are expensive pieces of equipment, as I've described to you. They're not as mobile, they're not fixed positions, but they are easier to target if you have loitering surveillance, like if there's Israeli, Hermes or the Reaper drones loitering around, constantly surveilling the scene. You don't want to lose these big guys, okay? Iran experienced the previous few rounds of conflict and also suffered quite a lot, started developing towards the direction of miniaturization and also distribution. Just a few months before this round of conflict, Majid short-range air defense systems began to enter service in large numbers. It adopts a light off-road vehicle chassis, and the entire system is very simple. They basically fucking put they put these surface-to-air missile systems on the back of these K trucks. Very easy to replace, very easy to replicate, very easy to repair. Okay? Because remember, Iran has tremendous industrial capabilities. Like they have a domestic manufacturing of vehicles. They can utilize that. Instantly to with spare parts to rebuild the same TELs as well as their anti-air defense systems.
2个人就能开着跑。
Two people can drive it and run, complete launch, reload, and other related operations. So the way it works is, and this is exactly how they, this is exactly what they utilize for their. Hold on one second. This is exactly what they utilize for their. Sorry, I have to do something. This is how they utilize their launchers as well, right? They dig themselves out of the caves, the tunnel systems. They come out, they launch, they surveil the area, see if there's any drones or whatever. They come out, they launch, they leave the car, okay? And in the next 10 to 15 minutes, if there's no strikes on the car, they come back, retrieve it, bring it back into the cave system, okay? That's how it works. This is part of the reason why the IRGC's forces have not diminished as well, because a lot of people were making a big deal about how the IRGC missile launchers are being destroyed. They're killing all these fucking people at the moment of the missile launch, and that's not the case at all. They come out, they launch, they leave the car, they leave the car right after they launch quickly, and then they wait out for 10 to 15 minutes. Because remember, Iran is fucking massive, okay? Iran's massive. So you can't have complete surveillance. Even if you had air superiority over Iran, it would still be quite difficult to have complete coverage and complete surveillance over every area and immediately send strike teams to an area where there's a TEL launching a missile in the direction of Israel or the Gulf states. And in the first week or so, I think Israel and America had a lot more success, even with the mobility that Iran has with their striking capabilities. They had a lot more success. And obviously, they don't have infinite ammo. They don't have infinite fuel. They have to, if they're engaging in a war of attrition with a country that is infinitely more mobile, very vast, very large, topography doesn't favor, the topography doesn't favor the invading forces either. Eventually, you're going to start rationing your capabilities. So basically, they've realized all they need to do is just dump dump the car, wait it out, retrieve the car, or, it's a lost asset. Who cares? Loaded with passive infrared guided short-range missile systems, maximum effective range is 8 kilometers, not equipped with radar. Instead, uses an optoelectronic system to track and lock air targets. Previously, there were friends. Wait, what is this? Previously, there were friends who always said that stealth fighter isn't stealthy either. My eyes can see it. Because his stealth is targeted at radar stealth. But optoelectronic systems, as long as they can see, they can hit, and optoelectronic searching will not trigger the enemy plane's RWR warning, very suitable for guerrilla warfare. Actual combat effects are also... What is this? Actual combat effects are also very good. 2 years ago, the Houthi forces used captured air-to-air missiles and civilian-grade optoelectronic equipment bought online. Wonder where they got them. Hard assembled some even wilder improvised air defense systems. Found punching F15s. Kicking Apaches was no problem. In this conflict, America's Reaper drones, Israel's Hermes and Haran drones have been poked down at least 20 units. The vast majority are battle results achieved by the Majid. Under suitable conditions, shooting down the F-35, this kind of slow-moving manned fighter is also not some strange thing. But the problem comes, its range is too short, early warning time is not enough, need to have equipment with further detection distance to find the F-35. One is radar legends, say through mysterious forces obtained. One is radar systems mysteriously obtained, like the YLC-8B and the ZY-27A, mysteriously obtained by Iran. Who knows where they got those radar systems from? Such anti-stealth early warning radars, that is impossible. There is no such thing at all. And self-developed Alborz 1 and Mirage 4, etc., long-range radars and anti-stealth capability is limited. Quantity is still small. Estimate they are no longer there. what to do. Using optoelectronic detection is perhaps the best way. Go find some cheap, mature civilian equipment and distribute it to the front line. For example, optoelectronic sensors possessing infrared mode. In the world security, industrial, maritime, and other civilian fields, it is already quite universal, very easy to find, very easy to get. Of course, if you can find military-grade ones, even better. Then each unit arranges this equipment around the positions, used for aerial detection, overlapping each other, forming a distributed air defense network. Someone says, wait a minute, old who? You mentioned before, relying only on this one cannot see clearly. Not good for identifying targets. No matter, at this time, we just won't identify. We can't see the outline clearly. But being able to see the heat source is enough. Anyway, you can use your own planes. Anyway, your own planes have basically completely stopped flying. As long as you can see an aircraft, then it is a hostile target. True. He didn't say it was mysteriously obtained, but it's using a mysterious technology. Oh. After mastering the enemy situation this way, drive the small pickup truck to a suitable position, wait to enter range, then blow it up. Of course, this line of thought still needs meticulous planning and command. Also must have enough patience and a certain amount of luck. But might as well give it a try. Since they've come, just don't let them go back. The problem with an 8-kilometer range is that it's only 26,400 feet. US fly at 35,000 or higher. So even if you were standing directly under the plane, you couldn't reach it. The reason we are seeing the RGC shooting more aircraft down is that they are lower flying aircraft that are more vulnerable. TLDR, IR missiles are used to shoot down missiles since radar systems are easier counted. This guy didn't really tell them anything new. The systems he's showing are Iranian. No, that's what his analysis was. He's saying, utilizing the existing technology that Iran has and its capabilities that it has, there's still an opportunity to be able to strike at an F-35 using infrared technology rather than radars, which, I mean, the F-35s are supposed to be radar invisible regardless. That was the point. And what he is explaining is something that most analysts suspect is what we are doing already. As of now, wait a minute. As of now, Trump is not flying to Mar-a-Lago or golfing over the weekend. Oh, shit. Brother. No, that's his number one favorite activity, bro. This guy has been golfing through it all this entire time. Is he going to be all right? The White House has called the lid, meaning we don't expect the president to appear on camera for the rest of the day. He had no open press events today and has not yet publicly commented on reports of a U.S. fighter jet being shot down in Iran. A senior administration official tells me the president has been working in the Oval Office or the Oval Dining Room throughout the day, receiving updates. They added that the president's national security team is also around. As of now, Trump is remaining in Washington for the weekend instead of traveling to Florida. Oof. It's a big oof. There are more helicopters that are still searching. 3 helicopters searching in the northern part of Iran's Khuzestan province for the second missing U.S. pilot. They're still searching. They're doing a nighttime search now. Brother, you're practically begging to fucking drop one of these helicopters at that point. I mean, these things fall all the time. It's not even necessarily, I mean, that's crazy. These things fall when you have, when you have a fully flushed out operation. The other issue is that the U.S. is running out of what they call exquisite weapons, which are very expensive standoff weapons they would use for SEAD, suppression of enemy air defense missions. Now that we are running out of those, we are now using less sophisticated weapons like the 1972 released F15. We are likely to see far more shoot downs as the U.S. is forced to use more weapon systems like that. Yeah. What is it? Like a fucking quarter, at least according to reports that they have released. So it might be worse. It might be better. We've used a quarter of our Tomahawks so far in the last 32 days. These are long range munitions that we can lob safely from afar at targets, right? We've used 14 years of production in the last 30 days. Yeah. This is before we even factor in potential export controls. If there was any sort of like war that we wanted to engage China with, there's that reality as well. At that point, it's over. America will literally run out of ammunition. Okay. The United States and the entire Western world, which is, basically just the United States anyway, will run out of ammo. What do you do then? Some thoughts on the combat search and rescue mission CSAR today over Iran. Normally, these would be highly sensitive, but in today's connected world, that ship is well and truly sailed, says Greg Bagwell, president of UK Air and Space Power Association. But as we await official confirmation, I will be guarded in what I say. The CSAR mission is extremely well sourced in the U.S. Air Force and is conducted with units within Air Combat Command and Air Force Special Operations Command. It is well practiced by all air crews and is a key part of any mission brief. The major specialist assets include an HH-60G, W-Pave Hawk, Jolly Green 2 helicopters, HC-130J Combat King refuelers, and the all-important pararescue jumpers who can provide immediate first aid and protection. The parajumpers are actually objectively kind of cool, I'm not going to lie, but that's besides the point. All right. If an incident occurs, all efforts quickly focus on a rescue. The nearest aircraft, possibly from the same formation, takes responsibility as the on-scene commander, and the AEW aircraft, if airborne, acts as coordinator. Specialist assets are normally on ground alert nearby. Time is of the essence, and the downed aircraft need to stay, the air crew need to stay hidden. But get a location to the rescuers as soon as possible, then the helos can move out, as they are the time-critical element due to their slower speed. The OSC helps locate the air crew and provides any overhead protection necessary. They can be replaced by more specialist aircraft. It appears that A-10s may have been used in this case. They provide lots of firepower, and their slow speed and tight turning circle makes them ideal. Once located, the helos will direct the air crew to a pickup area or to fly to their location if they cannot move. Obviously, there are potential risks to the rescuers, and this will be weighed up in prosecuting the mission. Once successful, the package then heads to safety. It appears that It appears that the Iranians initially claimed the F-35 was intercepted, but wreckage immediately identified an F-15E. It's worth noting that this would have helped Iran, who might have been looking for a single air crew, so careful all you OSINT types. Although Iran claims to have shot it down, it's just possible that it had a catastrophic failure and the crew had to eject for different reasons. Also, a dual ejection could mean crews being significant distances apart and unable to join up to be rescued together. We still don't know the fate of the second air crew, with one having been extracted, and I won't speculate further here. Okay? Yeah, we'll do the Mehdi Hasan, Professor Jiang later once we're done monitoring the situation, because I'm actually very excited to see this Mehdi Hasan conversation. Okay? Which, by the way, the search missions are still ongoing, apparently. They still have helicopters flying around northern Iran trying to find these, this remaining air crew. It's surprising how much effort and risk is expected in recovering just one or two air crew, but the political leverage of a captured one is always in the minds of commanders. It's an incredibly brave role that is required quite rarely, but when it is literally a lifesaver. Now, what's funny about this, of course, is that at least we still haven't reached the Israeli method, okay? Because the reality is, what would happen if this was an Israeli pilot is they would just deploy as many standoff weapons as possible into the area to try to kill the guy, okay? A process known as the Hannibal protocol, the Hannibal doctrine. America still doesn't do that. They obviously will go to great lengths to ensure that Iran doesn't get this massive fucking victory over America, instead of killing the pilot by figuring out exactly where the pilot is and just like dumping a fuckload of munitions. They're still trying to rescue them. So far, that might change, is all I'm saying, considering how much we have applied Israeli military doctrine thus far with our targeting. Who knows? I thought you were going to say they would deploy the Goon Squad platoon. No. Kiriko on the Chris Hedges broadcast before HasanAbi broadcast, mogged. I mean, this will be a spectacular conversation. I have tremendous respect for Chris Hedges. He's brilliant. He is, again, one of the most vindicated voices in American politics, alongside Mersheimer, Jeffrey Sachs, and many others. I mean, these guys are my goats, right? As you know. So I am honored to have ever even encountered Chris Hedges and have been able to interview him. Hedges is amazing, except when he goes out of his way to trash the USSR. Listen, you're not going to agree with everything that everyone is saying at all times, okay? It's fine. You have so many goats, you're a shepherd at this point? Yeah. Too much glazing, my guy. You did? Yes, of course. Chris Hedges has sat right next to me here and been on the HasanAbi broadcast. He actually praised me in a way that I never thought I would ever receive from someone like Chris Hedges. It was like him and Scahill have been so unnecessarily nice in ways that I do not deserve, which is also part of the reason why I don't really give a shit when like Third Way or all these other neoliberal advocacy groups or any number of different fucking centrist Democrats are yelling about how much of a stain I am on the Democratic Party. It's like, yeah, okay, well, you know, who gives a fuck? You're wrong all the time. You're professionally wrong. Your worldview is nothing to me. Your statements are nothing to me because I don't respect you. But the people I do respect actually have very kind things to say. Anyway, your boos mean nothing when I've seen what makes you cheer. Exactly. I watched it. It was okay. CIA dude lied about China and Mersheimer's a China hog. He can fuck off. Okay, calm down. Again, you're not going to agree with everything that these guys are saying. Just stick to their specialty. Okay, that's it. I don't understand why you guys expect to agree 100% with anyone. You don't even agree 100% with me. Actually, that's not true. I think a lot of you do 100% agree with me. And then it's unexpected when there's any friction whatsoever and you lose your minds a little bit. Yeah, same with Finkelstein, right? Anyway, let's continue. Multiple strikes tonight against military and infrastructure targets in the western Iranian city Abadan. Located Abadan Island is the delta of the Shat al-Arab, only miles from Iran's border with Iraq. Did you see Kyriakou coming to your defense? Yeah, I did. I did cover this. Chatters want gods and idols. They don't know how to read reports and absorb good material. Yeah. When propaganda meets reality, Iran's got missiles. So much for they're running out of missiles from the Financial Times. UAE records highest number of Iranian attacks since early March. The United Arab Emirates Defense Ministry has recorded its highest daily number of Iranian attacks since March 8th, 47 drones, 18 ballistic missiles, and 4 cruise missiles in the past 24 hours. This is why I kept repeating over and over again that you can't out yap actual missiles striking targets, okay? It's kind of like with inflation, right? Donald Trump can come out and be like, we're going to make it illegal to even think trans thoughts or whatever the fuck he says, right? He's like, we're going to make it so that if you watch Mrs. Doubtfire, you're going to prison, okay? But at the end of the day, if your wallet is hurting, people are still going to notice that, okay? It might work a little bit initially, okay? It might work for a second. Some of the fucking dumbasses might be like, hell yeah, we're fucking dunking on trans people. Let's go. But like, what's going to happen next week when he tries to roll out a new package, right? Eventually, you're going to start realizing that gas is fucking $6 a gallon, okay? It's over at that point. No amount of culture war misdirections are going to make you forget how expensive it is to travel to and from work. Abadan is a very strategic importance. It's located in the province of Khuzestan, where Arab Iranians live, and it was once the province that Iraq first invaded during the war. It's the state where 80% of Iranian oil production occurs. Yeah. I mean, I think all of this is gearing up for a land invasion. That's what I think, right? I suspect that all of this is gearing up for a land invasion. Like they're trying, like even the fact that they're hitting not missile depots now, but like armories means that they want to diminish Iran's conventional capabilities, right? Its conventional forces and their capabilities of mounting a significant defense. Even the bridges are probably for that purpose as well. So I think like the targets that they're striking obviously are still civilian targets too, because, you know, they're fucking assholes. Let's be real. And they want to make it as costly as possible, as painful as possible. But increasingly, they're hitting targets that make it seem like they're gearing up for a land invasion, and they're trying to set it up. Ironically, of course, the aspect of the ground invasion that is most significant from the Iranian side will still be the drone launchers, and they can't hit those at all. Like they can't. As far as we understand, according to the intelligence assessment, the new intelligence assessment, they have not been able to successfully diminish their drone production facilities or even their existing drones, right? And if you can't do that, you're fucked. all of your ground forces are going to be lasered with Shahed drones over and over again. So even if they try to take out their armories, their munitions depots and things like that, Iran still is going to have tremendous capabilities of defense. I thought they would invade next week, but invading on Easter would be anti-Christ max, so I think Trump might do it. Trump is so lucky that the markets are closed right now for Good Friday. Yeah. No Israeli troops, only American? Yeah, of course. What do you think? I mean, Israel does not have the capabilities of sending ground forces to Iran. Are you fucking kidding me? They would just get in the way of the American troops anyway. They can only, like, when we say the Israeli occupying force can only kill children, like unarmed children, that's not a joke. That's just reality. They literally do not have the capabilities. They don't have the training. They don't have the know-how. They don't understand the terrain. At least the American forces are like trained on this terrain specifically, and have more real combat training, as opposed to what the reservists do in Israel, which is just stand in a fucking fixed guard post and berate and belittle and sometimes literally rape Palestinian civilians. Okay? That's all they know. The fuck is that technical expertise going to do for them when they're stuck in a fucking mountainside getting lasered by Iranian drones and missiles? And they openly admit this too, by the way. They openly admit it. When was the last time Israel fought a war against an actual army? Never. Israel's never fought a war against an actual army. All of the instances where they fought against like conventional forces and not just like paramilitary groups have come in the aftermath of Israel destroying the standing militaries like air capabilities, for example. They always do a first strike, a tactical preemptive strike, and then they try to justify it by claiming that a strike was imminent, and that's why we had to do it. That's what they did with the Egyptian Air Force, for example. Yeah. So I guess that's the last time, if you want to think of like a real standing military. It's not exactly great for their modern capabilities. Are you high? They absolutely fought real armies before. Anyway, yeah, it's just children. That's what they're most efficient at, murdering children. And even then, for the record, even when they're murdering children, okay, they still do it in the dumbest ways possible. Like, they still do it in the most evil, if there's not a non-evil way of murdering children, but like, they still do it in the most cowardly way possible, where their child murder spree starts with aerial bombing campaigns that reduce most places in the rubble, okay? And then they roll their fucking armored tanks with no infantry cover, which is something you're not supposed to do, right? That's precisely the reason why even Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and their paramilitary forces are capable of coming up to the ass cheeks of a goddamn Merkava tank and just dump an IED off the open lid of the fucking tank and turn the tank into a tinfoil death trap, okay? And their Merkava tanks already have trophy systems as well, which, again, even Hamas, the Al-Qassam brigades, have been able to successfully penetrate in spite of the trophy system by doing 2 RPG rocket fires simultaneously. So while the trophy system on the Merkava tank is focused on one of the rocket-propelled grenades coming its way, the other one ends up hitting it successfully. So all of their defenses still amount to nothing if you have enough grit, right? That's the only thing they have. That's the only thing they can do, and they cannot do that to Iran anyway. So they know that they don't have the capabilities, so they have to fucking lean into America, demand America go and fight their battles for them.
Aircraft here, that's a C-130, an HC-130, and that's designed to refuel.
And if you look at what America's doing, even America's getting his shit pushed in. What the fuck's Israel going to do? This is before there's ground troop presence, by the way. Just wait. If we go up the escalation ladder, and if Trump is actually dumb enough, which it seems like he is, because it seems like they're actually setting the stage here, remember, the same problems still exist. No supply line whatsoever to the front line. No capabilities of establishing forward operating bases and then holding said forward operating bases. These are massive problems. Where are you going to send the troops from? Turkey? I guess that's like You know, you're going to force a country with 90 million people, another country with 90 million people, a NATO country, into utilizing its soil to fucking launch attacks against Iran, a country that it has a fucking border with. Even then, that's like one of the only places that you can actually enter. The Kuwaiti bases are destroyed. The UAE bases are destroyed. The Saudi bases are getting attacked. So you don't have a reliable base of operations. You don't have a runway. You don't have the capabilities of steadily sending ammunition and food to the troops on the front line. How the fuck are you going to invade a country with 93 million people, especially when considering that obviously a much less capable force with the Iraqi military tried to do this, and they at the very least had a direct land access, and they still failed to they still failed after 8 fucking years of trying to invade Iran, and it didn't work. You can't even use Iraq in this situation to potentially set up a base of operations because you had to retreat your troops from Iraq. You had to literally escape. You had to beg. America had to beg the Iraqi government and the Iraqi resistance forces for a day-long ceasefire so they could fucking retreat their military assets. They could literally escape Iraq. Think about that. So you don't have any fucking bases. Where are you going to fight from? Even with this bombing campaign that we're conducting, we have to literally string Strado tankers one after the next in an effort to start the aerial campaigns all the way in fucking European airspace. That's unbelievable. The Air Force assets that we have in Saudi Arabia are getting fucking lasered while they're stationary. How are you going to conduct this? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Helicopters like this. These are probably the HH-60 helicopters that are being used by the Air Force's search and rescue capability. There's a search and
setting the stage for a tactical nuke certainly feels like it. Okay, let's say they deploy a tactical nuke. What does that do? You've officially destroyed mutual assured destruction, like the previous norms, right? You breached the nuke boundary. What happens when Iran still keeps fucking lasering American military bases? I think a lot of people need to understand, like, the nuke is not like a special weapon, okay? It's not going to be able to, like, achieve, it can kill a fuck ton of civilians, right? But the nuke is not like a special solution here. Okay, you drop a fucking nuke. What next? I think a lot of you have to also understand that even if America or Israel dropped a nuke, there is still a very high likelihood that Iran, through its Mosaic system, continues bombing Israel and the Gulf and will most likely destroy all oil and gas production in the Gulf if that were to take place.
Rescue unit that's out of the 1st Special Operations Wing that could possibly be involved in this. And these aircraft are designed to extend the range of...
Plus, when you do that, Russia will nuke Ukraine. Like, I think people have said I'm wrong for this, but if America were to deploy a nuke on Iran, I think Russia nukes Ukraine, like, instantly. Nuke is deployed from Russia on European soil the next fucking day.
The helicopters so they can go further into the area that we have here. So when you look at the area that you see here, this is in southwestern Iran called Khuzestan province. This is the area where this is most likely to have occurred.
There is no way Russia is nuking Ukraine because it is a brothers' war. Brother, I don't think this is what brothers do, the brothers, okay? And they will just nuke the westernmost point of Ukraine to force them to stand down. Because unlike America in Iran, there are actual ground troops in Ukraine already. They have invaded Ukraine militarily and quite successfully, if I might add, at least the eastern part of Ukraine, for many years at this point. I don't think that a nuke is being deployed like openly, let's say. Because there are some suspicions that there are mini nukes that have been deployed already, that Israel has used them in the past, like with the Hassan Nasrallah assassination. That's like one of the claims that I hear floating around a lot. That's like one of the theories that nuclear warfare has already been happening. And there was radiation after the Hassan Nasrallah assassination, but it's not, some people say it's depleted uranium, and some people say that the radiation detected was a mini nuke. Anyway.
And it is an area where they would have had the capability to refuel even in Iranian airspace, so that could then extend their range into other parts of Iran.
I'm not saying it's real. I'm just telling you that there is a theory floating around.
Necessary.
Put this into context for us, because even if it is an F-15 and not an F-35, there is still some symbolism to draw from this, especially because just a few nights ago, you had the President of the United States touting the U.S. military's ability to destroy Iran's offensive capability. We've heard the Defense Secretary talking about dominion over the skies of Iran. This contradicts that to a degree.
To a degree, it does, yeah. And so you see, when you look at all of these strikes right here, there's a considerable amount of effort that was put into this. So there's no doubt that basically thousands of strike sorties were flown against Western Iran, Southern Iran, and of course the area around Tehran. And when you look at the concentration right here of strikes in this area, and then you look at the types of strikes that were done here in the western part of the country and in the west central part of the country, you can see that there are a lot of areas that have been hit. And of course, the Iranians are doing the same thing over here in Israel as well. But having said all of that, the key thing is this: no matter how often you strike at targets like this, there are still capabilities that are existent within the Iranian arsenal. CNN reporting has at least half of the missile forces that were believed to have existed before the war still in existence right now. And one of the reasons for that is the way that they can disperse these forces. They have them on mobile launchers. They have them, on trucks basically that go all over the place that are harder to detect. And plus they bury them underground. So they have these hardened tunnels that are designed specifically to survive these kinds of attacks. Iran has been preparing for this kind of a war for a very long time. And we're seeing the results of that preparation. It doesn't mean that they're winning, but what it does mean is that they have a capability to not only fight back, but they have a capability to down some of our aircraft if we're not careful and if the proper defenses aren't dispersed by the aircraft itself. F-15 does have the capability to disperse some defensive chaff, for example, which is like aluminum foil coming out of the aircraft. But be that as it may, they can do a lot of damage to aircraft like that, especially if it's a heat-seeking missile as opposed to a radar missile.
Colonel Cedric Layden, appreciate the expertise.
What does he know? What share of global oil, LNG, wheat, rice, fertilizer shipments transits the Bab el-Mandeb Strait? Which countries and companies account for the highest transit volumes through the strait? This is the other choke point for those of you who don't know. We've covered it extensively as well. It's the one that Yemen has access to, and Yemen has actually successfully implemented a blockade over. If you recall, two major choke points. One is controlled by Iran. The other one could just as easily relinquish control to the Ansar Allah movement, a part of the axis of resistance. So, something to consider, something to think about. Yes, I have rotisserie chicken baking right now. Why are you heating up Kaya like a pastry? She's my rotisserie chicken. What do you mean? Ansar Allah coming for that Bab baby. It's crazy how Galabaf was out of the picture for us, and somehow he seems like a mastermind. Makes you wonder how many capable Iranis are working in the shadows. I mean, they are a very competent government. Let's be real. This is another one of those issues that I have actually often brought up with Hassan Nasrallah, for example. If you recall, what did I used to always say? One of the famous quotes that people always use against me to be like, "Oh, you're glazing Hassan Nasrallah. You're glazing a terrorist." Why? Because I said, don't look at the optics. You Americans see a guy wearing a turban, wearing traditional garb with a big beard, and you just assume that he's a barbarian. That's not the case. These are very well-read, very competent, very intelligent people, and also very successful in terms of their tactics as well, And it's very stupid to undermine them. And yet, every step of the way, America has done so, both with Iran and Israel has done so with Hezbollah as well. It's just pure white supremacist hubris, is pure white supremacist arrogance. It is what it is.
Jeez, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Boris.
I want to bring in now retired U.S. Lieutenant General Mark Schwartz for more on this breaking news as we continue to ask about the fate of that second crew member. Thank you for being with us, and I do want to lean on your experience given your command of Special Forces. What is happening right now in terms of trying to keep that crew member alive? That crew member remains unaccounted for. And can you just kind of give us some insight onto how difficult this is? And I do want to bring up again for viewers that image that CNN has that was released by Iranian media of the damaged ejection seat. CNN analysis does indicate that it is likely from that CF-15.
Paula, good to be with you. So right now what's happening back at Central Command headquarters, probably a forward search and rescue headquarters, where you saw that HC-130 and those Pavlov helicopters launched from.
You often use undermine when it would be more clear to say underestimate. No, I think undermine is fine, and underestimate too, but it's just not. It's a lack of intelligence born out of our imperial hubris, born out of our white supremacist attitudes.
They're continuing the.
It's the same principle behind just like pure racism when, you know, a white supremacist will turn around and be like, oh, all Somalis are low IQ. Ironically enough, making a blanket statement like that about an entire race or an entire ethnicity of people is unironically the most low IQ thing you can do.
The planning process, there's a high potential that they have communication with the other isolated crew member, whether that's the weapons service officer or the systems officer, or the pilot. You know, darkness is the friend of the isolated person, and frankly, the friend of the U.S. forces trying to recover this individual right now. So planning is ongoing right now. If they do have communications with them, they're setting up, you know, an opportunity to retrieve him and recover him back into U.S. custody, if you will. And if they don't have communications with them, they're using every intelligence resource.
One interesting thing is that literally every Iranian over the age of 60 in the government has had frontline experience in war. They prepare for this exact contingency of American intervention for the past 47 years. Exactly. Every single person that is in the command structure was like a child soldier. Even Syed Mohammed Morandi, who is a professor, right? He's a college professor. He's like basically a de facto spokesperson that goes in Western media quite a bit to defend the Iranian government. Like, he's an American-born U.S. citizen, okay, from Virginia. And he literally flew back to Iran to defend Iran when he was like 14 or 15. Like, it's crazy. Child soldiers, disgusting. Brother, they were under attack. Like, they were being invaded, okay? It's a little bit different, you know? I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it was good. I'm just telling you what happened, okay? Most of these guys that are, you know, well into their 60s at this point, were straight up 14, 15, 16 years old and fought in the Iran-Iraq war and have direct frontline experience. And then the younger IRGC forces, the younger forces that are still in the military, you know, they also have battle experience. They have tremendous counterinsurgency experience because they fought in the region against ISIS. So it's a decently equipped and very well experienced military force
that they have available, to include, you know, satellite imagery, overhead, probably unmanned collection capability to assist in locating him. And then lastly, what I would say is they've certainly started the very quick debrief of the pilot or weapons systems officer that they have successfully recovered to, you know, understand, hey, did you see two shoots? You know, when you were.
Every few years, the United States has the opportunity to learn that an army of disinterested, burger-addicted slobs cannot defeat an opponent that actually cares about what they're fighting for. And every time, the U.S. chooses to ignore that lesson. Yeah. This is an Iranian nomad wielding his only ancestral hunting rifle who has successfully shot down 5 Lucas drones in an act of vengeance, declaring through tears, "This is retribution for the blood of the daughters of Minab, revenge for the martyrs of the noble Shahjareh Tayyibah against America." I mean, it's like, look at that, bro. He's using a fucking hunting rifle. Is a blend of religious and patriotic fervor what Hexed is ironically LARPing as? In some ways, yes. Intikam means revenge in Turkish as well. So yeah, I mean, this isn't like this isn't Glaze or whatever, but yeah, when they say like, "Come, we're waiting for you," this is kind of what they're talking about. It's also why I thought it was funny when people were like, "They're going to welcome us as liberators again."
Rejected, and
like, if there's one country where you will definitely not be welcomed as fucking liberators, it's definitely Iran, a country that exists as a sovereign state specifically because they had a successful revolution against American intervention and an American-backed puppet, a Western-backed puppet.
You have an idea in proximity, you know, from a cardinal direction of where that other parachute landed relative to where you were at. So all that information is being brought together to, again, facilitate a successful recovery.
Well, that certainly gives us some great insight. And against my apparently zero knowledge of what happens, you actually say that nighttime, the fact that it's nightfall now in Iran, might be a good thing. I do want to ask you, and it is a difficult thing for service members who have, you know, they're wondering about their family members right now. There's survival training here, right? They are trained for being in enemy territory. What does that involve?
It is exceptional training. So every crew member, regardless of military service and special operations forces, go through what's called SEER Level C, which is the highest level of training. And that's survival and evasion, the most important part of, you know, where we're at right now with this isolated crew member. And then there's also resistance and escape. So in the event you become captured by enemy forces, they teach you how, you know, to deal with that captivity, and also ways in which you could potentially escape captivity. But as part of all that training, a lot of technical training in terms of how to properly communicate, and then the actions that you should be taking in the event, you know, you, in this case, you know, you had to eject and now you're in enemy territory. Typically what they train you for is obviously find a place with good cover and concealment initially. So move away from.
It's just also kind of funny because, like, someone in the chat also brought it up, but like, think about the panic that is set in for extracting one pilot. What do you think happens when there is a full-blown ground invasion? Okay, the IRGC has already revealed that they are interested in taking prisoners of war. Now, will they be able to do that? I don't know. I don't know what their capabilities are. I don't know what their I don't know how successful they will be. But what do you think that does to the American confidence? What do you think that does to American force projection capabilities? Right? It's not great.
You know, your parachute and you know, the potential incident site where you came down, and try to put as much distance between that and, you know, where you're going to be able to successfully hold up until such time that you can establish communication and ideally they can facilitate the recovery.
I do want to go back to CNN's reporting here, though. Many of us wonder if they have air superiority. This was a fighter jet. Our intelligence, our exclusive reporting tells us...
Your dog looks depressed. Buddy, I don't know how to explain this to you, but that's just how she looks all the time because she has fat lumps that squeeze her face down. That's just her face. I hate that there's a war and you won't watch the Good Liars video on the Medbed Hotel. I didn't even know that there was a video on the Medbed Hotel, my favorite.
That again, Iran retains significant capability. When you put all of that together, can you let us in on what you think may have happened here in terms of how this jet was shot down?
Well, from the wreckage, and I'm no, wreckage expert, but it's hard to tell what brought the aircraft down. Obviously when it hit, it broke up in many pieces. It could have been anything from a surface-to-air missile fired by Iran, or it could have potentially been, some type of mechanical malfunction that caused the aircraft to go down. But remember, air superiority does not mean that there is no threat. That just means that we have the ability to predominantly fly over at mitigated risk over enemy territory. But superiority does not mean that there is no threat out there. And as has been reported, Iran still retains both air defense capability, certainly ballistic missile and drone capability. We see that playing out every day since this conflict started.
Okay, General, we'll leave it there for now. We'll continue to touch base with you as we continue to follow this breaking story. Really appreciate your insights.
But it's important to remember that during President Trump's primetime now,
Tasnim is reporting another shoot down just now. Another fighter jet has been found in the country, which is probably an F-16 or an F-35. There's no way. What? No, we can't. I can't tell what it is from this. What the fuck? Those are old images. Yeah, it could be. They might be reusing. That's not a reliable outlet.
National address on Wednesday, trying to sell his Iran strategy to a skeptical American public. He not only listed the ways he said Iran's war effort had been degraded, he called them beaten as well.
Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way.
I have an excellent group of reporters at the table with me, including Jasmine Wright, who covers the White House for Notice. The president has a penchant, shall we say, of, to put it mildly, exaggerating from time to time. But now this is life and death. This is the war. This is military. Is the president completely overstating the case about how bad it is for Iran right now?
Well, I think that these things happen.
What are
all
your
the
sources
time,
telling
and
you?
Hopefully, they'll find the second service member. But
saying Iran's Navy is gone is like saying U.S. soccer team is gone, bro. It was never a thing. No, because it's still also not true. Like it's not even true because they're still getting tankers through with what remains of the Iranian Navy. The Iranian Navy is not like a normal Navy. Like they lasered a bunch of jet skis and shit. They have a couple assets that are, what you would assume is like, that looks like their own version of a destroyer. They have some catamarans, right? But most of their gear that they use, like the go-fast boats that they have, that they use to deploy old school mines, or the ones that have not dissimilar to the fucking K trucks that they have with their missile systems attached to it, are they're inside of tunnel systems. So the real Iranian Navy that exists is still very much in operation. The IRGC's Navy is still very much in operation. Those are the guys that are pushing the ships through and collecting a toll in the process. So it's just not true.
when I talked to folks after the president's primetime speech on Wednesday, they told me, and these are people who are allied with the president, they didn't say he did a good job. They didn't say that they had a clear understanding. They said the most important part of his speech is that he didn't say boots on the ground. He didn't mention Carg Island. He didn't mention, yes, he mentioned an escalation when it came to airstrikes, but he didn't mention crossing a red line in which a lot of people have for him. And so there is concern that perhaps the president wasn't explicitly told how bad some of this could be. There is a concern that the U.S. could stay in Iran for longer.
I mean, this is my question as well, right? How much of this is like people lying to Donald Trump, and how much of this is just Donald Trump lying on his own? Like, does Donald Trump understand how bad the situation is and is just choosing to lie to the public? Or does Donald Trump genuinely not understand how bad the situation is because his handlers are telling him a totally separate version of the events that are unfolding? Ultimately, it doesn't matter, obviously, because, you know, what matters is what he's saying, and what he's saying is unbelievably inconsistent, and yet people are still eating it up because they're fucking cattle. The U.S. A-10 that crashed today was providing close air support. Yeah, we already covered it. Yeah.
And that 6-week threshold that the president told from folks I've talked to outside and perhaps inside the administration. But fundamentally, they say that this feels as though it is contained for now, but let's see how that, of course, evolves.
And we're seeing how much the American public is skeptical, downright opposed this war. And if we see more instances like this, I can only imagine how public opinion will be shaped afterwards. This is what things currently stand, according to our new CNN poll that came out just a couple of days ago. How Trump is handling situation in Iran.
Iranian journalists are saying that Americans tried to land for evac for the pilot, but they received too much fire and weren't able to land. I can see that.
Approve. Just 33% approve of his handling, 67% disapprove. And then, as Jasmine mentioned, the possibility of sending U.S. ground troops into Iran. If this leads to that, we don't know if it will lead to that. Just 11% favor that. That is a staggering. I mean, it's pretty clear where the American public stands on this.
Well, certainly nobody wants to see ground troops. You don't get to 68% unless you're.
That doesn't mean anything. We already know. We already know that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything if virtually everyone that's not in the fucking MAGA cult is opposing bombing Iran, as has been the case, right? There's a major disapproval. Overwhelming majorities of the American public disapprove of bombing Iran. Okay, doesn't matter. The base is strong. Okay. The MAGA base is almost 100% in support of Trump bombing Iran. Ironically enough, they weren't in support of bombing Iran before Trump bombed Iran. Once he did, those numbers shot up. So even with a ground troop, boots on the ground military invasion, the expectation is the same. MAGA will, before it happens, say, oh, this is a bridge too far. We don't want it. And then once it happens, they'll say, oh, my God, we love it. It's the best thing that's ever happened. The other side of the story is that the disapproval of these actions don't mean anything. It's very obvious, I hope, for everyone who's capable of seeing exactly what's going on, that American support for American foreign policy is negligible. It's just not a part of the equation at all. Until we start intercepting weapons transfers, until we start doing work stoppages, until we actually are capable of delivering a stronger message, none of this is going to be consequential. It's not a part of it's not a factor in the equation at all. They just, the American government does not care about our opinions. We have to make them care, but for the time being, protests are not even happening, right? And even if they were, who knows how successful they would be.
Getting that across all parties. Democrats.
Yeah, there is one aspect that would be meaningful, by the way, and that is the legislative body. If the Democrats were to actually start using legislative pressure against the Trump administration, start trying to get these Republicans on the fucking record in defense of these actions, then there could be some movement, right? That would also expand on the public pressure as well. But the Democrats are not interested in doing that at all. That's it. And I think a big part of the reason why they're not interested in doing anything at all is because this is a win-win for them. It's a win, first and foremost, because they're also super pro-Israel, super Israel first. And this is, something that Israel has desired for many, many decades. And Trump is finally doing it. He's crazy enough to lean into Israel's advice. So they like that. And they doubly like it because it's Trump that will inevitably be held responsible for it. They get to feign moral superiority while simultaneously watching Trump do something that they also are on board with. That's it.
Republicans. Just to add to that, to your point, Republicans, to look at 23%, just 23% of Republicans favor sending in U.S. ground troops.
So obviously, ground troops will cross a sort of political line for Trump that'll be very difficult for him to come back from. But, the war can be unpopular. The country can, as our poll shows, cannot have a clear path. Do not believe that President Trump has a clear path on how to get out of this. And yet, there can still be a lot of military success at damaging Iran's capabilities. Now, our reporting here at CNN obviously shows that doesn't mean damaging it 100%. They're obviously,
even though he's suggesting that.
But clearly that's not the case. Look at today's events. I mean, it is not the case, nor is it the case in any war that I can think of where 100% completely annihilating any possible threat or capability from the enemy. That's not reality, and we're seeing that play out today, that's not reality. That doesn't diminish in any way the unbelievable military success that Trump and Hegseth like to tout, and rightfully so. It just doesn't simplify, though, the complicated nature that the U.S. is not the only one with a vote here on how this plays out.
Yeah, and look, why not, I mean, Trump is Trump. We know how he talks. But why not do what David is suggesting here? Give a more nuanced picture to the American public about how complicated this is. Yes, the American military operation so far has been successful in this way, in this way, in this way. But we have enormous challenges on X, on Y, and Z. And there are lots of challenges ahead. Level with the American public and tell American voters what to expect. Why can't he do that?
I mean, you answered the question. Trump is Trump. He's not a nuanced guy.
But would that help him with,
with
so many Americans oppose it? Probably because a lot of people just don't believe what he's saying, perhaps.
No, they're wildly skeptical, to say the least. And I go back to David's point. There can be enormous military successes, and still an incident like this. There have been thousands of sorties by American and Israeli pilots.
Yeah, it's been enormously successful in degrading the enemy's capabilities of educating schoolgirls, enormously successful in degrading the enemy's capabilities of using civilian infrastructure like bridges, degrading the enemy's capabilities of having access to clean running water because now it's toxic because we rained oil on it. The only military objective here is to degrade Iran's missile launching capabilities, and we know that hasn't happened, okay? Or at least hasn't happened to a fucking significant degree. So who gives a shit? Yeah, we're the best at fucking blowing up schools, man. Thank you. I mean, incredible stuff. I love this analysis from CNN, by the way.
Second U.S. Air Force plane has crashed in the Middle East. Unnamed U.S. officials telling the New York Times...
Yeah, we've degraded our enemy's capabilities of making medicine.
An A-10 Warthog aircraft, or tank killer, reportedly went down in the Persian Gulf around the same time as the F-15 crashed over Iran. Mark Stone is in Washington with these emerging details.
This is a report from a U.S. official talking to the New York Times.
Think about it. We're blowing up jet skis. They're blowing up an A-10 Warthog. Okay, think.
It is curious that we have had nothing official from the White House, from the Pentagon, or indeed from CENTCOM on any of the incidents that have occurred over the course of the past 12 hours or so, which is, I have to say, very, very striking.
Didn't Iranians literally keep their... Wait, what? Don't Iranians literally keep their daughters out of school? Correct me if I'm wrong, but women have no rights in Iran, right? Chatter, you are unbelievably wrong. And it's kind of funny that how wrong you are. Iran actually has a higher literacy rate than the United States of America. Iran has a higher degree attainment for women. That's not true. It might be just for STEM, but yes, for women, that's not what I asked. Don't Iranians literally keep their daughters out of school? No, brother, they don't. Not only do they not keep them out of school, actually, they go to school, they go to college. They have a higher percentage of women in STEM than we do in the STEM field. It's the exact opposite. So I'm answering the question. You are making the assumption that Iran operates like the Taliban or something. I guess I got propaganda'd. Yeah, of course. The best take on this is from that one Iranian guy. It's people mistake Iran for operating in a similar way to the Taliban, where they don't want women to be educated. That's not the case. The Iranian government wants women to be educated, okay? They just want them to wear a hijab. They want the hijabis to be making the missile systems. They have these arbitrary restrictions, and they're ridiculous, and it actually causes quite a lot of friction in regular Iranian society, and there's tremendous pushback towards it. And not only is there tremendous pushback, but it actually creates a national security problem for the IRGC, for the Iranian government in general. But the idea that they're not, like, they're doing woke Sharia, okay? That's the best way to put it. They unironically are doing woke Sharia. Obviously, those restrictions are, as far as I understand, non-existent, at least from the videos that we see all the time. But, you know, yeah, they're doing woke 3.0.
The most recent incident that you're referring to here, reported by the New York Times, involves an A-10 tank buster. This is a very old plane with a single crew member, a pilot only, that was brought into this conflict by the US military as an attempt to deal with the problem on the Strait of Hormuz. The tank buster the A-10 is a much slower aircraft than for example, an F15 that also crashed today. It is an aircraft that is very good, by definition of its name, at taking out tanks. That's what it used to be able to do. And they're using it in the Strait of Hormuz to try and take out Iranian fast boats that are operating there, laying mines potentially, and generally causing great difficulty for the commercial ships trying to pass through the strait. So there are many A-10 tank busters being used around the Strait of Hormuz at the moment, and one of them has apparently been hit and has crashed. The pilot has been rescued or is safe. That much not clear. But it is the latest development in what has clearly been a very difficult day for the US military. The earlier incident involving the F-15 fighter jet was in a different part of Iran, further north up the Persian Gulf, near the borders with both Iraq and Kuwait. That plane was hit. We know that because US officials, speaking anonymously for now, have confirmed that much. And the images you're looking at here are part of the rescue operation that was mounted very quickly, a very dangerous rescue operation involving helicopters, Black Hawk helicopters, and transport aircraft as well, in an attempt to try and rescue the two pilots from the F-15. Now, one of those pilots, or one of the crew...
Are you saying women are okay in Iran? No. Did I say that? Like, there is a lot of social repression that still very much exists, and there's clearly a lot of pushback. But that chatter thinks that women are not educated in Iran, and it's something that I have to correct, especially because we're in the United States of America, and there is a higher percentage of women in STEM in Iran than there is in the United States of America. Like, it's a totally ridiculous statement to make. It's exceptionally ridiculous to make that statement as an American citizen.
Members, I should say, has been rescued. He is now with the US military receiving medical care. The whereabouts of the other crew member are at the moment unknown. And there are other reports.
This is just pink splaining at this point. This is not the conversation to have at this point. It doesn't give America the right to bomb for this reason. I mean, yeah, that's obviously the most ridiculous part of this conversation is the idea that, like, women are being oppressed, so we have to kill them. Okay, that's fucking insane. That has never been a convincing message for me or anyone that, like, thinks a little bit deeper about this argument, right? Oh, they're bad to the gays. Okay, so we should kill them with our bombs instead. Got it. That seems like the successful method here. It obviously was stupid when Israel was claiming this as well with Hamas. They're like, oh, Hamas are throwing gays off the roofs. Not even true. But even if it was, how the fuck are you liberating the gay Palestinians by killing them? That doesn't make any sense.
Not confirming at the moment, involving other aircraft or helicopters as well. So there's a lot going on. And this comes, of course, after President Trump has said repeatedly that the war is won or almost won, that America has complete air superiority in the skies above Iran. Clearly, that is not the case. And the potential propaganda win for the Iranians, if they were to capture any US service members, would be absolutely huge. So a very ominous day for the US military, and it is striking that we have heard nothing at all from the US president.
Mark Stone reporting there from Washington.
An American fighter jet has been shot down over Iran, according to US officials, sparking a major search and rescue operation inside the country. What's believed to be an F-15 Strike Eagle went down in the southwest of Iran. One crew member was rescued by US forces, according to CBS News, but the fate of the other person on board remains unknown. Iranian state television has been showing pictures of what it says is debris from the jet and has broadcast an offer of a reward for anyone who captures a downed US crew member alive. President Trump has been briefed on the situation. Tonight there are reports that a second jet, an A-10 Warthog, crashed after coming under fire while assisting in the first rescue. That pilot ejected to safety. Our first report tonight is from Tom Bateman in Washington.
US search helicopters prowl the skies over southern Iran, now in a deadly race to find America's missing airmen. Iranian state TV showing pictures of what it says is the wreckage of the downed US fighter plane. The Iranians claim it was shot down by an air defense system as it flew over a rugged province in southwestern Iran.
I could totally see events playing out where if the Iranians actually extract the air crew and bring him to like a private facility to keep him as a prisoner of war, I could totally see an accidental fire, an accidental bombing campaign gone awry that ends up killing the American pilot in the hands of the Israeli Air Force. I could totally see events unfolding in that way, by the way. Just letting you know, Israel still has, surveillance capabilities inside of Iran. They figure out exactly where the pilot is kept, and they still apply the Hannibal doctrine to the American pilot.
Pictures on social media purport to show one of the two ejector seats. These images are as yet unverified, but appear to be consistent with parts of an F-15 fighter jet. US officials say they launched a combat rescue mission under fire, finding one of the F-15 crew, its pilot. But the recovery helicopter was hit by gunfire, injuring crew members. These pictures appear to show men in a field opening fire on American Pavehawk helicopters used in search operations. We verified this footage was filmed today. Another plane involved was also hit, an A-10 Warthog like this. Its pilot ejected over the Gulf and was rescued. Meanwhile, Iranian government messages have been broadcast calling on residents to join a hunt for the pilots, offering a bounty for their capture. This is the F-15E Strike Eagle, one of America's most advanced fighter planes. It's used for bombing raids and to shoot down drones. Behind the pilot is a weapons systems officer. Shown here at RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk, Iran's military claims the downed plane was from the Lakenheath squadron, but the BBC has not confirmed this. This former F-15 pilot says the missing crew member will have been equipped for survival. Once they're on the ground there, what's going to be going through their minds?
First thing is, how do I get myself away from where it is that I am? And then how do I make contact with friendly forces to get myself?
Yeah, the Iranian National State Television channel did a broadcast where they said that there was a bounty for whichever civilian finds the pilot or the weapons officer and delivers the pilot alive to the police or the military.
Back into friendly hands.
The White House says President Trump has been briefed. He said nothing publicly about the rescue operation, posting only on social media.
There was also an Iranian football star who said he would give his medals that he's won over his career to whoever actually finds the pilot.
About Iran, keep the oil, anyone? US Central Command yesterday released pictures of what it called its undeniable progress, saying Iran's air defense systems had been largely destroyed.
Also, I guess Iranian media Tasnim News has posted the new photos. Those were real. Urgent exclusive. Iran likely shot down another American Zionist fighter jet tonight. Evidence received by Tasnim News Agency indicates that Iran may have shot down another American Zionist enemy fighter jet. Images of the remaining parts of the aircraft obtained by a Tasnim reporter show this. Tasnim's military correspondent says, given that only one engine exhaust is visible in the image, it could be speculated that this is possibly a fighter jet that was an F-16 or F-35, although the stronger guess is that it's an F-16. A few hours ago, several fighter jets flew over some cities in the country, including Tehran, when they were surprised by heavy defensive fire from the armed forces. Some of these fighters attempted to escape the defenses by dropping flares, but evidence suggests that one of these fighters was probably shot down. This has not yet been officially confirmed. I mean, I guess they haven't officially confirmed it yet. I don't know. Again, I don't know. This is still not confirmation enough. So we don't know. Information about a U.S. landing attempt near Yasuj city in Kokhiliye and Boyar Ahmad province, western Iran, aimed at searching for the pilots. The forces are still searching in a difficult mission made harder by the geography and the presence of Iranian forces. So I guess they're still trying to do a search and rescue operation. But it seems not to be going too well. Do you think this could be cover for a uranium search mission? No. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that is a real thing. First of all, the area that you're talking about is far away, and there would be so much activity. There would be far more assets moving in a way that is like impossible to hide if they were to conduct that uranium extraction mission. Because remember, they need excavators. They need to drop excavators on Iranian soil to be able to dig into the facility. It's just not like doing that in the cover of night is going to be impossible. I assume there's probably a lot more attention directed at that facility, regardless, by the Iranian military anyway. So I just don't see that happening.
Its claims to have free reign over Iran's skies will ring hollow, with the first known loss of a manned US aircraft there since the start of the war, and a perilous...
I mean, chatters, think about it this way. It's now been like, 12 hours? Almost 12 hours to try and conduct a successful search and rescue operation on Iranian soil for 2 pilots. Okay, more than 12 hours. It's been like 16 hours. They've been able to successfully retrieve one of the 2 pilots. Think about how difficult that is. Now, imagine a mission that is 100 times more difficult.
Search behind Iranian lines. The fate of the missing crew member could determine the direction of this conflict, already unpopular with Americans, overseen by a leader looking for ways to end it.
And Tom joins us from Washington. So what is the latest tonight where you are, Tom?
Well, Jane, we are told that President Trump's national security team has been gathered in the West Wing of the White House all day, providing him updates on that search and rescue operation, as you've been hearing, taking place under fire, with one of the crew of that F-15 still unaccounted for. Now, Mr. Trump has said nothing specifically about the operation itself, but he's done 2 very brief newspaper interviews here in Washington in the last hour or so. First saying he wouldn't comment on the operation, but then asked if it would affect negotiations. He said no to that question. He was also asked about what he would do, what his response would be if that airman was harmed. And he said simply that he hoped that wasn't going to happen. At the same time, we hear that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has sealed off a huge area there in that rugged terrain around southwestern Iran, where they've been using troops and locals to search for the missing person. But so far, no sign of them. And so you now have a race by 2 deadly adversaries for a missing American military service member. And so far, no word about their condition.
Tom, thank you.
I think the statement that Trump made that is far more revealing is the one that he made to NBC. Shooting down the American fighter jet over Iran will not affect the negotiations with Tehran at all. This is war. We are at war. Interesting admission that this is war from Donald Trump and not just simply a special military operation, Putin style. But also, that gives the game away. You are not bargaining from a position, from an advantageous position at all. Because if you were bargaining from an advantageous position, 1, you wouldn't demand a 48-hour ceasefire, which Iran said no to. And 2, you'd be a lot more angry, right? You'd be like, this is ridiculous. We're going to fucking destroy you. We're going to destroy you extra hard.
Tom Bateman in Washington. Well, meanwhile, Iran has continued to strike Israel and its Gulf neighbours. In Kuwait, an Iranian drone strike caused a fire at the Mina al-Amadi oil refinery, the third time that has been hit. A power and water desalination plant was also damaged. Israel's military said it had carried out more than 70 strikes in western and central Iran. In the capital, Tehran, a university science research facility was struck. Well, our correspondent Lorna Gordon is...
Maybe Iran already found them and they're just drawing out search and rescue missions. If that was the case, they would already be getting kills. If they were trying to lead, the search and rescue missions into an ambush, you would already know about it. You would hear about it because they would have already successfully pulled off the ambush missions.
Following events from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, Lorna, yet more strikes across the Gulf.
Yes, Jane, the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran is approaching its 6th week, and the states here in the Gulf, Iran's neighbours, are on the front line of what Iran calls retaliatory attacks. They're occurring almost daily, and the damage is mounting. As you say, that refinery in Kuwait attacked for a third time, a desalination plant damaged as well. In Abu Dhabi, what's described as significant damage has occurred to the natural gas processing facility there. One person died as well when falling debris started fires at the plant. It's also emerged today that one of the biggest aluminium complexes in the world, which is in Abu Dhabi, could take up to 12 months to restart after it was damaged last month in an attack. Abu Dhabi authorities, the military here, say that over the last 24 hours they've engaged with around 20 missiles and 50 drones. That is the highest figure in many weeks. These attacks keep coming, and they keep coming daily.
It's day 35 of the Iran war. We're on the ground in Jerusalem. Let's take you through what's been happening across the region today. US officials have confirmed that Iran has shot down a US fighter jet and that one of its 2 crew members has been rescued. The search is ongoing for the other. It's Good Friday and Jerusalem's old city is empty after Christian leaders were asked to cancel the traditional procession for safety reasons. The Israeli military's banned gatherings of more than 50 people in case of mass casualties in the event of missile strikes. Elsewhere in Israel, in the coastal city of Haifa, vehicles were engulfed in flames after an Iranian strike containing cluster munitions. A 79-year-old man is in hospital with light injuries after being hit by debris. An Iranian missile also struck Petah Tikva east of Tel Aviv, and miraculously no one was hurt. In Iran, the cities of Isfahan and Tehran have been targeted, but with no injuries reported. A video shared by the Iranian Red Crescent shows an aid warehouse in Bushehr province severely damaged after it was hit by an airstrike. They say it contained medical supplies, a bus and a rescue vehicle. Shortly after the Karaj bridge was damaged, the US president put out a message to Iran on Truth Social, stating that the US hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran, he said.
Great.
Bridges next, then electric power plants. New regime leadership knows what has to be done.
Instilling quite a bit of confidence in everybody with statements like that. Iran fired 2 waves of missiles towards the south, first towards Beersheba and Dimona, then towards Arad and the Dead Sea. At least 1 confirmed impact. Channel 12 initial reported damage to the building in the Negev. MDA teams have gone out to search the scene. Remember, Negev is where the Israeli air base is, and there's not a lot of information on obviously confirmed strikes. You can barely confirm impacts if you can at all. And we certainly do not know what they're actually striking or how successful those strikes have been because Israel has military sensors. Hadashot Bezman announces a new security incident with no details. Hezbollah announced a raid on an occupation army position that took place 2 hours ago. They confirmed casualties. Earlier, Iran military spokesman outlined waves 92 and 91 of Operation True Promise 4. Iran's armed forces spokesman detailed the operations targeting U.S. and Israeli assets across the region, carried out late Thursday and early Friday. Said joint strikes with Yemen hit western Tel Aviv and Eilat with long-range missiles. Claimed ballistic missile struck a hidden U.S. pilot site in the UAE, causing significant casualties. Said Amazon and Oracle-linked infrastructure was targeted. claimed Khorramshahr missiles with multiple warheads hit 50-plus sites in Tel Aviv. Ramat David Air Base near Haifa also struck. Claimed U.S. amphibious vessels and long-range THAAD radar in Bahrain were destroyed. Said Iranian forces struck U.S. positions in Jordan, Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, and Bahrain's largest aluminum factory. Claimed a fighter jet was down near Keshem Island, sinking into the depths of the Persian Gulf. Claimed a U.S. fighter jet was down near over central Iran, which was confirmed. I already covered this, but yeah, Kalibov, Speaker of the Parliament, said what share of global oil, LNG, wheat, rice, and fertilizer shipments transits the Bab el-Mandeb Strait? Which countries and companies account for the highest transit volumes to the strait? This is him signaling, Speaker of the Parliament, the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament, signaling that the Yemenis, the Ansar Allah movement, might be getting more active and potentially lean into a closure of the Red Sea as well. So there's also that. Shal Ben Ephraim, academic LA, former Zionist turned anti-Zionist, writes, just had a long talk with the former Israeli Air Force commander on why Iran is managing to shoot down these U.S. planes. He told me that since the 12-day war, Iran has rethought its entire system after seeing how easily it was bombed. The new system is far better and more resilient, and Israeli pilots have noticed how difficult it is to operate there now. Each of Iran's 31 zones now has the authority to operate independently if central command is cut off, allowing local commanders to launch missiles and engage aircraft without waiting for orders from Tehran. That was a major problem for them in the past. Recognizing that fixed sites are easily destroyed, Iran moved many of its restored air defenses into missile cities, deeply buried underground tunnels, and rugged coastal terrain that serve as cover for mobile launchers. These targets are now hardened. Since traditional radar gives away systems location, Iran has leaned into passive infrared, heat-seeking sensors, and new software algorithms that can track jets without emitting detectable signals. Iran has increased reliance on mobile, medium-range surface-air SAM systems, surface-air missile systems. Its mobility allows shoot-and-scoot tactics that make it difficult to target with pre-planned airstrikes. Iran has moved away from Russian missiles to its own Bavar 373, which appears to be superior to the S-300 and possibly to the S-400 too. Recent upgrades include increased autonomy for launchers, allowing them to operate even if centralized command centers are destroyed. They use the new Majid system, which relies on passive infrared detection rather than radar. Because it doesn't emit radar signals, it is significantly harder for aircraft to detect before a missile is launched. Most importantly, he confirmed to me that Iran is using HQ-9B, the best long-range surface-to-air missile systems China has to offer. It is both active radar homing and a passive infrared seeker. This makes it harder for aircraft to spoof the missile with standard electronic countermeasures and improves its ability to track stealth. It seems to be exceeding expectations. He told me the days when flying over Iran was a walk in the park are over. In sum, the new tactics and a switch from Russian technology to Iranian and Chinese technology have turned Iranian airspace into a contested space. Air superiority there is gone. The Israeli Air Force and U.S. Air Force will have to adapt accordingly or lose more aircraft. Russian tech is so shit. Lamau, don't even get me fucking started, okay? I mean, Russian tech is, I wouldn't say Russian tech is shit necessarily, but it's just, you need way more mobility, which obviously the S-300s and the S-400s do not offer, okay? It's just it's a different purpose. They had the S-300s. Israel, in the beginning of the 12-day war, was able to dismantle them, if you recall. Because S-300s, S-400s, they provide massive coverage, but they're also more fixed as opposed to these mobile systems that they're implementing. They're stationary. They're not fixed, but they're hard to maneuver around. So they're open targets for what Israel did in the 12-day war, in the beginning of the 12-day war, where they had a drone manufacturing facility inside of Iranian soil. And very quickly, as soon as the S-300s were rolled out, in order to provide maximum coverage and maximum air defenses, they were able to destroy them with drones. They did that before the opening salvo, and then shortly thereafter, when their anti-air systems were diminished by surprise, okay, Israeli Air Force was able to come in and blow up the rest of them. Initial documentation of the impact site. It appears to be a secure facility in the industrial zone. You're on Fox News again? What the fuck? It is pretty funny that while this is happening, Fox News is covering me as though I'm the most significant thing to talk about. Like, it's pretty funny. But Winners and losers of the week. What is this? Fox News just mentioned you, lol. I missed it. Can you give me the...
you know, you can cheer for whoever you want in the Final Four. You got to...
They put Dr. Jihad. Someone send me the rewindable Fox News video that's like a restreaming, rebroadcasting on YouTube so we can actually see what they said. Dr. Jihad? Dr. Jihad. Dems and Republicans are uniparty and shit like this that makes it obvious? Yeah. I'll take it, though. It's pretty funny. I think it kind of exposes a lot of Democrats. Not all of the Democrats, obviously. There's plenty of Democrats who are out there being like, shut the fuck up, right? But it does show you what the motivations are for many centrist Democrats and right-wing Democrats in general, that they are totally in line with, many of them are former Republicans anyway, totally in line with current Republicans and totally in line with defending the interests of current Republicans. They would rather squeeze out their left flank. One message to your ops today. Centrists are mad today. Yeah, that's true. It's true. They called you anti-Semitic and it didn't work. Now you're evil and a fake Democrat. Yeah. This is fucking prime time in the Midwest and Fox News decides to shit on you on the old TV dinner eating morons on the Corn Belt. Yeah. Thank you, Themasius.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
Concerns about escalation.
There are allies saying they need to get in the game here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that oil is a global market, and I think that everyone is suffering this mission without being notified or even let our
increased and coming
moves straight to the United States is going to $9 billion. We will.
Susan,
they're talking about opening the Strait of Hormuz and then literally fucking turning around.
Remarkable job situation now. Tensions in.
Clocking in.
We'll get to finish watching basketball marchers are all the Democrats who think that they need to buddy up with Hassan Piker, who's a misogynist, anti-Semitic person. The Democrats do not need a 10th.
You're on Fox News, lady. A misogynistic anti-Semitic person. You're on Fox News. You're on Fox News. What are you saying? What is this woke shit?
That big for him to be in it.
All right, Mark. Winner then loser.
Oh, that's it. That was the only mention. Okay, that's funny. Where are they getting the misogyny thing from? Brother, it's the same as the anti-Semitism shit. It's literally just clips out of fucking context. What do you mean? It's the same thing. I'm not fucking anti-Semitic either. Like, it's just flinging shit at a wall, see what sticks. That's all it is. It's especially funny to do this though on Fox News. It adds insult to injury. It's like more ironic, in my opinion. What is this? Internet celebrity spotted at San Francisco corner store. Wait, what the fuck? Prominent Twitch streamer and left-wing political commentator Hassan Piker was spotted at the beloved Key Food Market liquor store in San Francisco. Photos on social media show. What the hell? That's pretty funny. No, this is Omar Mansouri and his dog Major. He also now has a cat called Gaza, and I had the honor of meeting them. This is like not like a normal corner store. San Francisco is very communal, right? And they have a very tight-knit community in many places. And this is one of those like cultural landmarks that has a lot of significance. But yeah, that's why you were at the corner store anti-Semitically. Okay. Yeah, this was Tim Miller had like a take. I think that was pretty good, surprisingly. There was a longer one, I think, that another outlet actually posted, because there's like where is it? There's like let me see if I can find it. I remember. Let me see. So the major discourse on the never Trump Republican side of the conversation is actually heating up still. As you guys know, for the last 2 weeks at this point, a lot of the right-wing forces and pro-Israel forces have been running around and smearing me, disparaging me, attacking me endlessly, relentlessly, calling me an anti-Semite and numerous other things. And it's because it's had very limited success. As a matter of fact, it hasn't had any success at all. All it has done is made people on that side of the equation more insane and more hysterical, while also simultaneously, I think it's boosted my profile a lot. It's also helped some of the campaigns that I'm associated with get more media coverage in general. something that they wanted to get. Tim Miller had long analysis on this, right? But these 5 minutes and 40 seconds are pretty good.
Other members ostensibly of the anti-Trump coalition have tried to turn him into a litmus test and say that people can't be seen with him. Candidates can't be seen with him. And like, I find that to be insane for a number of reasons. Number one, I think the timing on that is awful. Okay. All of our energy right now, if you're for liberal democracy, if you're against Trump, if you think what's going on in this country is bad right now, all of our energy should be laser focused on undermining this regime and bringing in more people who are potentially opponents of the regime and adding them to our numbers, right? There's strength in numbers, whether that be at the No Kings protests, whether that be at the midterms this coming year, whether that be in 2028. Like, we need as many people as possible to brush back this threat that I believe seriously is an existential threat to the country. That's me, okay? And so right now in this moment, when Donald Trump
do agree on that, by the way. I definitely,
the entire world headlong into an energy crisis where he's like engaging in a lawless war that he gave a nonsense speech about last night, that it was basically incomprehensible. We don't even know what the objective is. Like, when they're killing people in the streets of Minneapolis, like, this is not the moment to fucking nitpick some streamer who also opposes this. It's just not. All right. And on top of that, it's particularly not the moment to nitpick a streamer that reaches an audience of people that the Democrats are struggling with, and that right now is a particularly ripe moment to add them. People that are opposed to this war, people that are upset about Israel's prosecution of the war in Gaza, people that are upset about Israel's influence on our involvement in this war in Iran, people that are upset at the mostly Republican, let's be honest, but somewhat bipartisan, like, military industrial complex that has gotten us into war after war. Like, there are a lot of people out there that are against that. I'm about to play you some videos of some of them who were for Trump, who are, and some of those are right-wing people, but some of those are far-left people who got hoodwinked. We can be honest. They got hoodwinked by Jill Stein and by a bunch of far-left streamers and a bunch of people that convinced them that Kamala was going to get us into a war when really Trump was. We all saw that clearly. We can pat ourselves on the back. But right now...
I also said that, for the record. Like, there was no point where I ever leaned into Trump is going to be the peace candidate, for the record. Just, he doesn't know that probably. There are a lot of people who will be like, oh, Hasan is like a big Jill Stein advocate in general. I mean, I am not as aggressive in opposing third party unconditionally. I'm not one of those guys at all. I'm a firm and committed believer that you have to earn people's votes, right? Those votes are not a given. The Democrats need to earn those votes. Jill Stein is a separate story. I mean, I have actually... obviously criticized Jill Stein quite a bit, but regardless, that's not even like that's not even my calculation at all. I'm not like anti-third party in general. Having said that, I did openly explain to people and did tell the Democrats who would listen that they have to not present themselves as pro-war.
In this moment, when we're in this war, when people are feeling economic pain, this needs to be the moment to say, come on in to everybody, particularly people that are ranging from skeptical to hostile of this war and of actions in the Middle East. This needs a moment for that. And Hasan talks to some of those people. So to pick this moment, a month into the war.
I mean, this is basically an admission, not of defeat necessarily, but an admission of like how much the discourse has changed. Like, Tim Miller, for all of our disagreements, understands that the overwhelming majority of the American population is anti-Israel. Okay? He understands that there is no way to win those people back with a pro-Israel message. Okay? And he recognizes that I'm being used as like a beacon to tell everybody 2024 style that this kind of rhetoric is unacceptable. Okay? Matt Iglesias has also recognized this reality as well. Plenty of liberals who don't want Trump or a Trump-style candidate to win again have recognized that reality, and they're not behaving in this fucking hysterical manner. However, there are a lot of people, I wouldn't say they're sizable. This is not a sizable force at all, but there's a lot of them on Twitter and a lot of them with at least like some kind of influence within the ranks of the Democratic Party in the consultant side, in the lobbying arm, that think that as long as they yell a lot, they yell at candidates, they can try to get candidates, they can scare candidates into disassociating with someone like myself and also the base of support that I represent. It's not intelligent for two reasons. Number one, I'm not singularly responsible for the attitude shift on Israel, right? It's very flattering that they think I have this capability. I'm just one person. So even if you were to successfully decouple Democrats by force through bullying from associating with me, that resentment is still going to exist in the base, right? And secondly, they don't understand how much more popular anti-Israel sentiment is than the pro-Israel sentiment that they're demonstrating, right? They don't recognize it. And they, I think, legitimately believe that all this anti-Israel sentiment is coming from a place of anti-Semitism. Is totally hysterical. For the longest time, I used to assume that it came from this cynicism, right? That a lot of these people say stuff like that. A lot of these people say, "Oh, you're being anti-Semitic because you're questioning Israel or criticizing Israel," because they know that they can't really argue on the basis of what Israel's doing and Israel's conduct. However, I do legitimately believe that there are some people who are just they're hysterical. I think there are a lot of people who have deluded themselves into thinking genuinely that people who hate Israel don't hate Israel for good reasons or valid reasons, but they hate Israel because they're anti-Semitic. Okay? Obviously, Tim Miller understands that that's not the case. He might not even agree entirely with my commentary on this issue, but it's an undeniable force. Dude, Sarah Longwell from the Bulwark fucking hates you, dude. I don't care. These are, again, never Trump Republicans. It doesn't matter. They're a negligible base. Like they don't constitute a significant part of the Democratic Party's base. So Democrats themselves who hyper focus on never Trump Republicans as though this is like a reliable vehicle for winning elections are simply deluding themselves. It's just like, no disrespect, but never Trump Republicans were never like a massive constituency anyway in the last couple of elections or in the last two elections. And they're certainly nowhere near the sizable force that is anti-Zionists. And not just in the base of the Democratic Party and its base of voter support, but just in the broader electorate, right? Within the broader electorate, there are far larger numbers of people who are anti-Israel than people who are skeptical of Trump. Okay, and are willing to vote for the Democrats.
To pick this fight, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And if you are a centrist, and I have some sympathies to that, obviously, if you're a moderate and you want to pick a fight with the left wing of the Democratic Party, let me tell you, there's a lot of potential options there. I mean, John Lovett and I were talking about this week about the mismanagement of California. They're trying to build a monorail there. They're not even breaking ground till 2041. We could go down the list. There are a bunch of things where the American people don't like the Democrats right now. And if you want to fight with the left of the party from the center, again, I wouldn't think would be the moment to do that. But if you wanted to try to, move the party.
Yeah, he's literally saying like, dude, if you're going to shit on the left, like there's better things to do it over. This is not one of those things.
Center on something, on an issue, there are a bunch of them out there that the public would be on your side of. To pick Israel and Hassan Piker right now as the issue to fight about, to advance the interests of the center of the party, all you're doing is undermining the credibility of the center of the party, right? All you're doing, like 90% of the Democrat voters are against this war. And the popularity of this war and of Israel and of Middle Eastern conflicts is going down by the minute within the Democratic coalition. And so for you to be like, now we as the centrist establishment serious types want to exile a far leftist from here because he has some impure thoughts about Israel. It's like all you're doing is making him more powerful. All you're doing is making people think you're a bigger idiot to pick right now to have this fight. And it is truly, it's like madness. Like the entire country is moving the other direction. We can just be honest. It's moving Hassan's direction on the question of Israel. And you're like, we're going to pick a fight with him on that right now? When Bibi and Trump are careening the world economy, they got us in this war they don't know how to get out of. They're doing war crimes, bombing schools, girls' schools. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't get it. We did this already 5 years ago where a bunch of liberals were like, you can't go on Joe Rogan. He had some bad opinions. And it's just like, we can't do this shit again. Okay? You can't do this shit again. This is stupid. If you personally don't like Hassan Pecker, that's fine. Me and Hassan disagree on a bunch of stuff. We're going to argue about a bunch of stuff.
A bunch of Sex Pastini fans are on suicide watch after this video, I suspect. You know, pour one out for the Sex Pastini community and its orbiters that Tim Miller of the Bulwark is now also an op for them, because these guys they place the highest priority on undermining whatever the fuck I'm doing, weirdly enough. Like, they have no real politics at all. Politics is just like a secondary patina that they slap on, a coat of paint that they slap on to their true resentment, right? It's very interesting to watch them operate. Sarah Longwell has boomer mentality. Tim is turning dark woke. Bro, check logs. I'm telling you, he read my comments. It's these are even more marginal, obviously. Okay. These are even the Sex Pastini orbiters I'm talking about is like a collective total of like maximum 6,000 people, right? But the difference, the issue, of course, is that they are incredibly online, and they can have an outsized influence in like a messaging campaign. You know, they can highlight certain things, or there's like an endless well of clips out of context. Like, they're an endless resource for people who want to engage in this battle, right? Luffy loves lo-fi. I support Israel and I'm against terrorism. Both can be true. Yeah. Wait, what? I support Israel and I'm against terrorism. Like, as in you're saying like Israel's doing terrorism? I don't understand how you can support Israel and be against terrorism. Israel is a terrorist state. I don't agree with that framing. I support Israel's right to exist and defend itself. I'm against terrorism. Targeting civilians is wrong always. Oh, it's incoherent then, your position. There is no entity in the region that has targeted civilians with a higher frequency than the state of Israel. And also now the United States of America. It just doesn't even exist. And yes, that even includes the IRGC. But yeah, as I was trying to say, this is an admission of the reality that Israel is indefensible, and that basically, I think this is Tim Miller basically telling people that watch him to just shut the fuck up about Israel. If you want to even like behave as a centrist, it's just a bad look. Like, it's him trying to tell people to be a little bit smarter, right? Like, he's saying like, look, we have disagreements. At the end of the day, as long as you want to like unseat Donald Trump, which I clearly do, you can't be fucking, you're not going to win favors with anybody by openly defending the state of Israel when its unpopularity is only going to skyrocket further, right? Like, most people are going to hear what you're saying, and it doesn't even matter. Even if you have a valid critique, they're going to hear what you're saying, and they're going to go, yeah, fuck that. Fuck Israel and fuck you, right? That's the argument he's presenting here.
Over the next coming years, the rest of our life, as long as we're streaming, we'll be arguing about various things, and that's fine. People can agree with me sometimes, him sometimes. Maybe some people agree with me all the time, him all the time. That's fine. But like, what is the utility of trying to shun him and his audience right now? If you're in the pro-democracy coalition, it's moronic.
Tim is being super pragmatic and he's getting roasted for it. I mean, I'll be honest. I actually don't mind the wave of attacks, even though like a lot of people have reached out, even politicians have reached out to be like, yo, is everything good? You're getting fucking yelled at quite a bit on the timeline. And I'm like, yeah, right. It's perfectly fine, as a matter of fact, because I'm used to it. I'm used to getting yelled at in this exact same way. And I've been receiving these attacks for the last 3 years, right? I've been receiving these attacks for even longer than that, but like certainly this specific line of attack on the issue of Israel for the last 3 years. And when I was tanking it in the immediate aftermath of October 7, it was a very different dynamic, right? It was a far worse situation. I knew the truth. I could stand on my principles. I could stand on my convictions. But it was a lot lonelier where I was at. Nowadays, given the environment has radically shifted in favor of the truth, in favor of justice, in favor of Palestinian emancipation, all this kind of yelling actually ends up galvanizing people on my side and bringing new people to check me out. Yeah, I saw Army veteran threaten to kill Zoe. We'll look at that. But anyway, even though Tim Miller made this like very intelligent argument, the founder of Bulwark was still very upset.
Gail's going to be jealous. Sarah watched the whole thing, my whole long sermon. And so I just want to set this out. I just kind of want to break it down. There are a bunch of sub-elements to this, right? Like, which is, do I agree with Hassan Piker's politics? Like, I do not. And I went through some of those disagreements. Should people go on Hassan Piker's show? I think, yes, we can talk about that. Should Democrats campaign with him? Like, there are differing views on that. Should there be a litmus test somewhere in the party? Like, where should the Democrats draw the line in their big tent? Like, should the tent encompass the entire country? Or, should there be polls that if people fall outside those, they shouldn't fit inside the tent? So, like, those are kind of, I think sometimes the conversation, like, all that stuff gets jumbled up into one thing. And, my views are different on different sort of sub-bullets. So I just kind of wanted to start there. You watched my whole thing. On which one of those elements do you feel like your disagreement is with me?
So I think I want to start with kind of Hassan Piker, the guy, the stuff he says, and like, who is he? Because to evaluate him is then to evaluate the rest of your questions, right?
Okay,
should he be?
Is this the lady that I did a panel with at the Getty Museum that I had to tune into from my desktop? And I was like towering over her behind them on the projector, where I brought up the fact that her outlet is run by neocon war criminals, albeit those who have had a change of heart. I'm just trying to establish like if this is a person who knows me and has carried resentment for that reason, or if it's just like a random person that out of nowhere joined in on the fuck Hassan fray.
In the tent or out of the tent is a question of like, okay, who is this guy? What does he believe? What does he talk about on what is a relatively popular streaming site? And I'll just give you a flavor of some of the things that pop up from Hassan's critics that I have seen and that I think are quite terrible. So America deserved 9/11, dude. On China, he says, we hyper-focus on the social repression or the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they get results. And he has a lot of very pro-China.
I love when they just like want to disparage my point of view, and they end up unironically presenting my highlight reel. Like the China commentary is like a perfect depiction of you're preaching to the converted. Okay. Like that's another situation where the environment is radically shifting towards my position. And it's not even like a super positive perspective on China either. It's one that actually acknowledges China's shortcomings and simply says there's a lot we can learn from every country, including China, right? Like this argument would have made a lot more sense in like 2012, right?
Takes. There's one that he says was a little bit taken out of context, but he says, doesn't matter if the fucking rapes happened on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good.
Why can you never admit when you're wrong? It's up to you to tell me what's wrong about the statement. The only thing you can do is just like demand that I apologize without even telling me what's wrong about the statement, right? Like, what's wrong about what I said about China? I'm acknowledging its shortcomings in terms of governance, domestic repression, well, and then simultaneously saying like we can learn a lot about we can learn about decent governance from China, responsive governance from China. What's wrong about that? Are you saying that it's impossible? We should not actually learn anything from our largest largest market competitor. There's just nothing to learn there at all. There's no lessons to learn from China that is currently destroying us in terms of manufacturing output. It's destroyed every other country with its record-breaking extreme poverty alleviation. 800 million people. Like, as far as this quote, she readily admits it is taken out of context and still continues to use it. Right? It's very stupid.
They have magical bullets. I don't know what that means. He says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. On Hezbollah, he said, overall, what's my favorite flag? Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it up. On Dan Crenshaw losing an eye in Afghanistan. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? I also dislike Dan Crenshaw, but I would not say this. Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? On Israel being full of inbreds. You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population. On Russia's annexation of Crimea. Annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. What do you call Crimea? I call it part of Russian territory, bitch. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. On black people. Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about. Black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics work. And then I don't know if this is I don't know how to, I'm not going to rank these, but this one's a real. It's
literally someone from a right-wing perspective claiming black people are actually anti-immigration. And me turning around and saying, this is like ridiculous, you know, standpoint epistemology for like right-wing sentiment is totally ridiculous, and it's also untrue. It's so funny that like every single thing that she's brought up is like, I mean, I have a fucking library of clippers that have clipped shit out of context for decades. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Doozy. Date rape is better if it happens to rich women. If you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire wasp fails.
That's not true. She's lying. But again, no, I didn't even say that. Again, when did you say that? Never. There's a university, when reacting to a university that was celebrating removing Title IX restrictions, I said, listen, if they want to cordon themselves off from the rest of normal society and celebrate the fact that there is no, they're basically cordoning themselves off from the rest of normal society by actively choosing to go to a school that celebrates the fact that they will not actually prosecute date rape. Better that they're there than anybody else, anywhere else. Does that sound like me saying date rape is better if it happens to rich women or white women or whatever the fuck she said? It's totally made up.
Sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire, failed daughters is in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. Okay, Piker told off a listener who condemned the massacre on October 7th, a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog suck my dick. Okay, so that's the guy. That's the guy. I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition. There's not a single paragraph that recommends cozying up to people like Hasan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about a pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hasan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition. He's an illiberal guy. He's a China-Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things. And I think, and I was listening to you last night, and I was like, my biggest problem with it, because I agree with you in some places, my biggest problem with it is I felt like you were soft selling who this guy is. Like, at one point, I think you called it like impure thoughts or something.
Well, this is one of my defenses of Piker, which is also a defense of myself, is that if you're streaming 8 hours a day, like, I feel like the critics that sometimes like look at an 8-word snippet of something somebody says, I'm like, you fucking talk for 8 hours a day. I just talked for 1 hour a day last night, and I rewatched that video and saw impure thoughts, and that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say that, you just talk for a long time, and
yeah, but
and
you don't you don't accidentally say America deserved 9/11.
No. He has some very bad takes in there too. He has some really bad ones for sure.
Can I push back on this idea though? They're not takes. Like, this guy has a worldview that I think is anathema to liberal democracy. It's not that we just disagree with his politics.
I think it's really funny that a person who only, like, as of 4 or 5 years ago decided to vote for Democrats, and even then it's like conditional, is now offering unsolicited advice to the Democratic Party about who to lean into that represents large chunks of their base by basically rehashing the Washington Free Beacon's article, which is weird, from Chuck Ross, just a beautiful compilation of taking everything out of context. And if you can understand this for Israel, as many people have the capacity to understand, where if you're anti-Zionist, if you're anti-Israel, they'll say you're anti-Semitic. They'll find something to make that argument stick. The same goes for all of the other perspectives that they're mentioning, right? Even down to, and I'm glad I explained the lie that she told about me being like in support of date rape as long as it's like for rich women or some shit. It's fucking ridiculous. Or even saying I'm anti-black, okay? Like, the Washington Free Beacon and Fox News hosts running around being like he's anti-black, and then having that be channeled by a random lady who spent most of her life being a registered Republican is pretty funny, right? These are the opposite viewpoints that I represent. It's ridiculous. Say I'm anti-black because you clip me as I'm responding to a total lie that black people are very conservative and very racist towards immigrants, and trying to apply standpoint epistemology to that perspective to like to create this false narrative is not anti-blackness at all. So if you can understand how these guys operate in the exact same way for Israel, you can apply it to everything else, because they are doing it for everything else. What matters most is your capacity to engage critically with what I'm saying. Listen to my words. It's free. You don't even have to subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast, to the Piker Broadcasting Service. I don't run ads at all. I'm live and endlessly accessible for 8 hours a day minimum. You can make up your own mind. You're an adult. Like, between her and I, who do you think actually is more likely to be anti-racist, anti-white supremacy? Because when she was working with Republicans, I was advocating for Black Lives Matter. I was advocating for criminal justice reform. I was converting white supremacists away from having anti-black thoughts quite successfully, as a matter of fact. Same with misogyny. Same with everything else that they brought up. It's totally ridiculous.
I think his worldview is gross, and the way he talks about people is disgusting. And so, like, I think he is all of the things that I think you were being too hard on sort of the third way types who are condemning him, because he is.
At the end of the day, the real problem that is being presented here is Israel. Okay? That's it. They don't like that there are loud, outspoken anti-Zionist voices that Democratic politicians are hearing from. And they want to desperately gatekeep who their politicians speak to and listen to. They're actively trying to turn someone like myself into a toxic person within the party. And what they fail to comprehend is I want Republicans to lose. Okay? So my advice to Democrats is not coming from a sinister place where I'm like, yeah, if I give advice to Democrats, then they'll end up losing to the Republicans. My advice to the Democrats is channeled through a shit ton of the base, right? The only thing that is correct about this assessment is that I am vulgar. Okay, I'm a vulgar person. But that's just who I am. I'm a vulgar person, and I think that's still infinitely better than being a civil war criminal, right? Being a civil person that defends war crimes or defends war criminals is, in my opinion, far worse than being a vulgar person that is on the side of justice and on the side of truth. For many Democrats, they can't get over that hurdle. They fall prey, they fall victim to civility arguments all the fucking time. I don't think you're supposed to be civil, especially with racists. You're not supposed to be civil with fascists. Who gives a fuck? And they're not civil either. So that's it.
Condemnable. And I think it is important. You and I spent a long time when I was on your podcast trying to take our longtime reflexive pro-Israel stances and kind of wrestle with that now in this new world. And I'm up for wrestling with that. And I do. One of the things that is scary about wrestling with that is that there's a bunch of people on the I'm against this war, I'm against Israel's involvement in this war, who do it for anti-Semitic reasons. And I think disaggregating from those people as you criticize this war is absolutely essential from a moral standpoint.
This is, I think, this I think is the crux of the deal, because as I said last night, I argued with Hasan about China on and off stage. I argued with Hasan about his focus on Israel on stage. And I think that he is a liberal, and I think that if Hasan was running for Congress or president,
you think he is illiberal?
Illiberal, I do, and I think that if he was running for one of those things, I would oppose him. And I think that probably, I think it's very unlikely that me and Hasan will have the same preferred candidates in the Democratic 2028 campaign. If we do, that candidate will end up being very adept at navigating our fractures. So who the hell knows what the future holds? But I don't like it. I don't like his worldview, and I think that it is worth objecting to. And I think it's worth people like us objecting to and hashing it out and fighting with him about it and arguing about a lot of the things that he thinks that are bad. I also just think that, two things. One, people that consume him hear that list and are like, that doesn't mesh with the guy I know, right? And I think that if you came up with my 10 worst takes, they would not sound as bad as his list, or anywhere near as bad, I don't think. But especially if you go back to 2004, I have some pretty bad takes going all the way back, okay? So I just mean, if you put my list together, I think a lot of Bulwark people would be like, guy, you're being unfair, right? And because I think that there are a lot of areas where he is genuine, that he cares about stuff, human rights. And again, I don't watch Hasan day to day, but I hearing this from other people, I think they would say, wait a minute, you're trying to turn him into like Tucker or somebody whose whole show is about anti-Semitism right now. But he talks a lot about making sure people can get a living wage and human rights around the world and how we should care about rights for people.
So does Tucker.
Okay, fine. So anyway, I'm just telling you what people would say about him. I think that I do think that it is a category difference. A lot of people who are criticizing me about the stream last night were trying to lump it in with I thought you left Trump. And I was like, no, Trump had a lot of noxious views, and then he ran for president, tripling down on them and being like, hey, here are all my worst views. And I think that we should institute them as policy. Some of the things you laid out, I think Hasan would agree with. Some of those things, if you read the profiles of him, he's backed off on, particularly.
He says he does not apologize for any of them. He was just taken out of context. He's like, I don't take any of them back. I don't walk any of them back, but maybe they were taken out of context.
Okay, well, maybe I'd have to listen to that. I guess I just would say that holistically, it is a category difference for me that from what you hear from MAGA. All of that aside, though, because we can take the measure of the man, and you can decide that he's a wholly unacceptable man, and I can say that he's a man that has some bad views, and we can hash that out. The strategic question, the analytical question, right?
Yeah.
Is how Democrats should handle somebody like that. Yeah. And this is where I'm the harshest on the view that he should be kicked out. And I'm particularly harsh, and I said this last night, and this relates to your point about Israel, about picking this fight with him right now, at this moment today, April 3rd of 2026. Because right now we are embroiled in a catastrophic war that the Secretary of State said we did because Israel got us into it. So you can call that a conspiracy theory or whatever, but the Secretary of State said it, and the president has basically said it, though he does word salad a bunch of times. And I just think that any fair analyst could look at it and say, well, obviously this war is more in Israel's acute interest than ours. That's just a statement of fact, right? So we're in this war with our partner Israel right now on the heels of their behavior in Gaza, however you want to describe that, whether it's genocide or ethnic cleansing or war crimes or just more killing than was necessary, anywhere on that continuum. This comes after that. Now we've partnered with them for a war in Iran that is going to create massive damage globally to people's lives. People are going to be materially harmed by this war. They already are. And there are a lot of people out there in this country right now who are really mad about that, and they're about to get really madder in the coming months. And I think a lot of them look at the they blame Trump, but they also look at the Democratic Party and be like, you guys have been on this too. Joe Biden was in there when Israel was doing the Gaza thing. The Democrats have been, part of this bipartisan establishment that got us into these stupid wars forever. And they look around for people, and who do they see out there saying, no, we should not do these wars. They're stupid. They're wrong. They see people like Hasan. And so in this moment where people are very bad, a lot of voters, that when you say how to eat an elephant one at a time, a lot of voters Democrats are going to need, whether they be young voters or men who don't want to go to war or people whose costs are going to go up. Like right now, at this moment, a lot of them are assessing the landscape, and they're saying like, "Fuck, Trump betrayed me." Like I thought I was on board with the no wars candidate. Okay, and they're gettable right now. I get as ripe as they have ever been to be gotten by the Democratic Party. And in this moment, the Democratic Party and their leaders should be focused, in my view, on being as clear and loud and passionate as possible. No stupid wars. I will not get you involved in this. This is a mistake. To the extent that Israel is involved, the fact that our relationship is closely tied to them is a mistake. And if we ever get back in power, we will not betray you. We hear you. We see this. And instead, you hear a lot of Democratic leaders being like, well, we should kick this guy out. That's what he's known for. Like if he's known for anything, it's being anti this stuff. And it's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hasan.
They're making their life harder.
Well, hold on. People like Hasan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war, right? And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that is, they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And
First of all, I think I'm the only person at my size that actually does do that, which is, provide a safe space for Jews and actively push back against anti-Semitism. Lady, you got to go outside. Okay. Most people do not give a fuck. Okay. I'll be very honest. Most people think, holy shit, what Israel has done is unconscionable. And if you're lucky, they don't have that enmity transferred to Jews in general. But given the fact that for, the past 75 fucking years and certainly accelerated in the last 3 years, every single defender of Israel has actively defended it as the Jewish state. There are a lot of people who learned the exact opposite attitude that you are demonstrating. And this even includes fucking Democrats too. Okay? But perhaps the dumbest argument here is the idea that there are a lot of like anti-Zionist or anti-genocide voices out there, and they just can't subscribe to being anti-genocide because there's people like me. That's like saying I can't be anti-Zionist or anti-genocide because Nick Fuentes exists. I don't give a fuck that Nick Fuentes exists. I've been an anti-Zionist before he knew what the fuck Israel was. Who gives a shit? But yeah, it's doubly ridiculous that these guys unironically do this thing to someone like myself where they try to, instead of going after people who are just like avowed anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers and whatnot, they go after the one guy at this level, at this size, that does spend a decent amount of time actively combating against anti-Semitism while being an avowed anti-Zionist. That's what's so unfucking believable about it. It blows my mind.
Tell you why Hasan is so dangerous is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something, and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an out group to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning the fucking war and condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment. They thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was this some blob in DC, and no matter which party is in charge, we always get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this. And now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo or whoever to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what has happened. Like it's happened. And so if they did that and then in 5 months, they're like, you know what? Okay. Look at this though. Like you guys, we cannot, be shoulder to shoulder with somebody as this viewer or that viewer. We have to then you have the credibility.
Why is there a 5-month gap? Why can't it be in the same breath?
Because no one believes that you're anti-Israel. Everyone knows that you're not. Because on the basis of like what your gripe is, while you're simultaneously coming after perhaps one of the highest profile anti-Zionists in American media, of course, people are not going to trust you on being the gatekeeper of how to criticize Israel. They're going to trust me. You have no credibility. I've been doing this for fucking 12 years. While you were working with neocons, I was yelling about neocons, and you still don't have that credibility because I don't even know what her like full perspective is, right? I don't know what her full perspective on Israel is. But if you're going to claim that Israel is like the Jewish state, if you're going to keep saying that, if you're going to tie Judaism to Israel, then you obviously are unaware of how unimaginably unpopular Israel is for good reasons, for the record. That's number one. And number two, you are completely oblivious to what that conflation does, what that conflation teaches people. Okay, that conflation teaches people the trope of dual loyalty. Okay, it teaches people that all Jews give a shit about is Israel and defending Israel. That's all they care about, which is not even the fucking truth. And it becomes increasingly harder for someone like myself to make that argument. All right, but I don't think she understands.
I think it should, because I do agree with you that nature abhors a vacuum, right? Like part of what is happening is that there is a desperate anger over this war from a lot of people that feel betrayed by Donald Trump, that don't want any more foreign wars in the Middle East. And like it's not about Israel. Like for some,
that's not even true. I'm sorry. Republicans are entirely on board. Like, what are we talking about? If your goal is to still create this like false notion that there's never Trump Republicans out there, you're so lost, right? At a certain point, you have to realize like the lane that you occupy is not a real vehicle for change. Okay, there is no never Trump Republican. Like it doesn't, as it stands, it doesn't exist. MAGA is Republicanism. Donald Trump is the Republican Party, and the base loves it. And the base doesn't just love it. The base is actually a cult at this point. Like they don't even like Trump because of what he does. They like Trump because Trump's doing it and they love Trump. You understand?
For some people, it is about Israel. For some people, it is about anti-Semitism. Those are different. And then there's just a lot. I think the vast majority of people are just mad we're doing this again. And so like Democrats should be condemning it. They should be outspoken. They should be the one to try to gain a following by talking about this. But I think in doing so, they should separate themselves from people like Hasan. I don't think you have to wrap your arms around him. I don't think,
he has credibility and they don't on this though. And
so they should go get credibility themselves. They don't need to borrow it from him.
I'm not telling you. I'm not saying they should borrow for it. I never said again, here's the disagreement. I never said I think Democrats should campaign with him. I disagree with that.
I don't think they should go on his show.
I think you don't think they should go on his show?
Hasan's? No.
Oh my God, that we could not disagree more. Oh my God, the people that watch Hasan's show are not terrible. The regular people, a lot of people watch.
There's no reason for Tim Miller to concede that I'm a terrible person here. I get that like he's trying to make the best argument possible here, but like it is quite difficult that the established premise is just completely faulty from her end. I don't expect people to just like comb through every single clip out of context, but you know, it is pretty crazy that like what they quote unquote have on me is already incredibly stupid. And it's so obviously cynical that like most people see that and they go, come on, man, here we go again. Another guy who hates Israel being called an anti-Semite. and like a million different other smears, right? We've seen this happen over and over again. So it's like people have developed a tremendous tolerance, a tremendous resistance to this kind of like shit smearing operation. But the reality is, like, Tim Miller's also right on the tactical grounds as well.
Watch this video, watch the Sean show. I hear
Let
from
me
them.
ask you
I
this.
saw them on the street. The idea,
I know.
this is like the same shit we just did with Joe Rogan. It's like Democrats shouldn't go on Joe Rogan has terrible fucking views. They have to speak to those people.
Yeah, Joe Rogan has far worse views than me. It's not even comparable. MAGA broadcasters grow suspicious of the Jews. Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, and big league hosts who elevated Trump now playing footsie with anti-Semites.
Those are the people that they have to speak to. Why wouldn't they do that? Like right now, especially right now when they're the most gettable.
Let's say so Nick Fuentes is out there saying we should vote for Democrats because Trump is doing this for Israel. You think Democrats should go on Nick Fuentes' show? I don't.
Well, Nick Fuentes is full of shit is the thing. I mean, I don't think they should go on a show, but not really so much because he's an anti-Semite. I don't think they should go on a show because he's like he's a troll. He's just a troll. Hasan really believes what he believes. You can say his beliefs are bad or wrong or shameful or should be condemned, and you could go on a show and fight him about it. But like, Hasan is not out there doing like, jokes about ovens and, the Jew. There might not have been that many people killed in the Holocaust, doing trolling. Like, what does Nick Fuentes even believe? Does anybody even know? Does he even know? I don't think he even knows what he believes anymore. Like, he's just full of shit. Like, it's like a variety show. Hasan like has passionate left-wing views, and they should be grappled with, I think.
Who says that 9/11 was America's fault and that, like, I don't think this is a serious person. This is part of my problem. Now, and I'm going to both state a problem, and then I think one of the ways in which strategically this is bad. Nick Fuentes and Hasan Piker are both being elevated in the discourse because there's a Streisand effect happening. This I do write about in the book, the Streisand effect that makes these people more powerful, that gives these people a bigger platform. Where whether it is the earnestness of Hasan or the nihilism of Fuentes, right? People are like.
People like I always say you can disagree with Israeli policies, and then never tolerate any disagreements with any Israeli policies, calling every critique anti-Semitic. It's actually insane how bad faith they are. Yeah, it's my favorite because it's like whenever someone says, hey, listen, I'm perfectly fine with, criticizing the state of Israel, and I always want to I want to stop you right there. Okay. You don't get to define how I criticize a foreign nation state that's conducting a genocide. Okay. I get to say whatever the fuck I want. You can cry about it, but that's not how this works. That's not how anything works. Right. Like, who died and made you the president of how to criticize Israel? And it's such a silly standard that we don't apply to any other circumstance. It's like, well, you're criticizing a genocidal apartheid state, but like, can you please factor my feelings and my endless need to defend said genocidal apartheid state into the equation? It's like, no, actually, no, I will not do that. What are we doing? What are we even fucking doing here? How ridiculous. Anyway, let's continue.
Kind of there for that experience, and it raises their curiosity. This happened with Andrew Tate. Like, there is just a series of people where
by the way, notice how every person that they compare me to are my like perennial ops, like people that I've spent a fucking lifetime opposing and still continue to oppose. It's very strange that for some reason those people's ideology is actually far closer to this person, or at least for like most of her life. And I have spent my entire life fighting against these people. And now she could just sit there and be like, well, I'm a Democrat now. And as a Democrat, Hasan is actually far closer to Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes than someone like myself. Again, totally ridiculous, right? Totally ridiculous statement.
Outrage against them is making them more powerful. That being said, understanding that dynamic doesn't mean that, like, there's just sort of a right is still right and wrong is still wrong. Like, I do think Hasan, but like, I felt this way about Mamdani.
No, it's on my show. Does that just make you uncomfortable? Like,
oh my God, she's shitting on Mamdani. She's shitting on Zoran. I feel this way about Mamdani.
That way, the phrase globalized intifada.
Language is something that I haven't ventured into.
It's like, I just feel like the phrase globalized intifada is not something people should use because even if you don't intend it to be that way, it is heard by Jewish people as like, kill us everywhere.
See, this is what I mean. It's like, I'm sorry, okay, but the truth is the truth. Like, it doesn't change anything. Like, you have to argue on not how this phrase makes people feel, okay? Especially on this issue. It's so weaponized against those who are making the just argument, and now the increasingly popular argument, right? Like, I don't have to spare your feelings when I'm talking about something. If I'm saying something wrong, you can call it out, right? But you can't simply sit here and tell me, well, this makes me scared, okay? I don't listen to white supremacists and how they have genuine fears that if like a black person becomes the president, that they're going to live through segregation, right? That they might genuinely feel that way, okay? They might legitimately feel that way, but that doesn't matter. That's their problem, right? Because it's a fucking ridiculous criticism. And the same goes for people who are pro-Israel, okay? Same goes for Zionism, because Zionism is a racist ideology, okay? It's not identical to white supremacy, but it has a lot of qualities. And obviously there's, with every right-wing ideology, with every reactionary ideology, there's varying degrees of this, right? Not everyone is going to be a fucking Klans member. Like, there are relatives that you have that are otherwise very kind people that might demonstrate certain anti-black behaviors, right? Zionism is no different. Like, there's varying degrees of white supremacy. There's varying degrees of Zionism. But ultimately, the underpinning of this ideology is very racist. The idea that, let's be real, Palestinians and Arabs, Muslims in general, are lesser. And this is not a far-fetched assessment either, because this is Zionism in action is Israel, right? Zionism in action is Israel, a nation state that is built around ethno-religious supremacy. That ideology is always going to be exterminationist, and it has been exterminationist throughout Israel's history. Its inception was the Nakba, right? An ethnic cleansing operation, a planned ethnic cleansing operation of 750,000 indigenous Palestinians that were robbed of their homes, that were pushed away violently from their homelands, never to be able to return again. That was just the inception, right? So it's continued, it's expanded, it's gotten worse. Technology's advanced, and Israel's utilized that technology in its exterminationist goals, towards its exterminationist agenda, its surveillance policies, and it has operated in an apartheid state for the past 75 years, and the underpinning ideology of this is Zionism, right? So when someone comes in and says, listen, I'm a Zionist, I'm a liberal Zionist, and you're like hurting my feelings when you say Zionism is racism, I can explain to you exactly why I feel this way, exactly why I think this way, with facts, okay? Because the purest expression of Zionism is the nation state of Israel, right? There are vague definitions out there. People throw it around. They say, oh, well, why can't Jews have a homeland? Like, whatever, right? Oh, you want Israel to not exist. You want every Jew to die. I don't, okay? I don't want any Jew to die. It's fucking ridiculous. But I am not going to sit there and try to spare your feelings, just as I'm not going to sit there and listen to someone who is defending Christian nationalism, for example. So the very same resistance that I have to the dangerous, toxic, repulsive ideology of Nick Fuentes is the exact same principled stance I have towards people who are Zionists, who are defenders of Israel. And it's the exact same. Christian nationalism is OP, get bent. Yeah, dude, one day, I promise, you're gonna restore the Christian fatherland. I promise. Stupid. So yeah, it's totally ridiculous to be like, oh, you can criticize Israel, but you have to spare my feelings when you're in the process of criticizing Israel. And it's like, my feelings revolve around how much I want to defend Israel. Okay, well, yeah, I don't think you get to set those boundaries, right? That's a you problem. And the same goes for people that were like fearful of Zoran. Let's be real. Zoran Mamdani is endlessly considerate, okay? And maybe even far too conciliatory to some of these racist opinions, right? That's the difference between me and Zoran, is I can be as vulgar as I want. He can't. He's the mayor, right? Even if we align on the principles, he has to communicate a certain way. I have a lot more freedoms in the way that I communicate, right? But when you turn around and say this exact same thing about Zoran, you're giving the game away, right? So many people in the last couple of months in the lead up to the mayoral election were talking crazy about Zoran. They were like, oh, well, I'm fearful. As a Jew, I'm fearful of Zoran Mamdani winning the election. He's going to harm me as a Jewish American, as a Jewish New Yorker, when he had never demonstrated even an iota of anti-Semitism. Neither have I, but at least there is like statements that I have out there that, like, if you're hysterical enough, you can actually associate with, the Palestinian resistance, like a defense of Palestinian resistance in general, a defense of Lebanese resistance in general against the state of Israel. Like, I can see why you would falsely conflate that with anti-Semitism. It's still hysterical, but at least there's a little bit more room for that. But Zoran didn't even do that. He never did. He was too fearful to do so, right? So at that point, it's very obvious. It's like yelling at Miss Rachel and calling Miss Rachel an anti-Semite. At that point, you're giving the game away. Like, it's your racism. And I don't think we have to literally abide by your Islamophobic standards. If you're running around like a headless chicken claiming that, every Muslim anti-Zionist is actually out to get you and they're all terrorists and they're all going to do anti-Semitic hate crimes to you, that's a you problem, right? That's not a me problem. How am I supposed to live in this environment where you just automatically assume that I'm a danger to you? That's your problem. And it's no different than a white supremacist or a Christian nationalist claiming that, like, a black American elected is going to be an ever-present danger to their way of existence, right? It's totally ridiculous and it's flat out racist. However, many people also have that shared Islamophobic perspective, so they don't even fucking see it, okay? They don't see it. They don't understand it because they also are, like, a little bit worried. They also think every Muslim is secretly maybe going to be an ever-present threat to America. They might do 9/11 any moment, right? Like, there is that unfortunate normalized attitude. It's a very racist attitude. It's bigoted. It's ridiculous. It's hysterical. But unfortunately, it's the norm, right? And I know it's the norm because people, and I've talked about this before with permissible bigotry, right? Like what the majority find to be permissible as far as like a demonstration of bigotry and what goes beyond it. For Islamophobia, you can basically call every Muslim a terrorist and you're not going to receive a lot of institutional pushback. There's not really anything you can say about Islam or Muslims that will cause large subsects of American society to turn around and go, oh, that's a bridge too far. There are certain things that you can't say about every other group, every other ethnic group that people would absolutely refuse to overlook. Okay? For Islamophobia, there isn't. There's no ceiling. Everything is permitted, right? That's how you know it's totally fucking normalized. So it's very frustrating to have to constantly act as though I need to be on the back foot, on the defensive about my worldview, when in fact the real reason why she's yelling at me and not the I've had it ladies, for example, who share the same exact sentiment and sometimes even engage in similar vulgarities to myself. The reason why they're not spending a good deal of time talking about the I've had it ladies is because they're not Muslim. It's that simple, right? You would look totally ridiculous if you were to do that about another popular leftist content creator, a podcast. If you were to demand that no one go on the I've Had It podcast, people would look at you and go, you're out of your fucking mind. Or Emma Vigeland, for example, Majority Report. Sam Cedar is Jewish. Emma Vigeland is a white woman. You can't make that same argument about them. You can make it, however, about Zoran Mamdani. You can make that argument about Abdul El-Sayed. You can make that argument about myself. And that is because there is a lot of unexamined Islamophobia. I don't talk about it too much because, like I said, you just got to fucking eat it, But there are instances where I have to bring this up because it's totally allowed to be as like, you're totally allowed to be as racially charged against someone like myself when you're talking about these issues, and then also falsely claim that I am demonstrating that same like ethnic or religious bigotry myself. It's not the case. There's two people in this conversation. If I were talking to her, between her and I, and there's only one person that is actually demonstrating bigotry. It's not me. It's her. But that bigotry is seen as invisible bigotry because large subsects of American society also have that same exact resentment.
And so that should be condemned. And then I asked him if he would condemn anyone on the show.
But like, I think trying not to elevate these people in the discourse, or us being clear that they are malign actors. Like, we can wrestle with what they say. And actually, I want to say something.
I'm glad that she's also, yelling about Zoran as well, because Zoran is a much more popular and much better known figure than myself now at this point. And he's a beloved figure in the Democratic Party. And he is actually exactly the type of person that we should be running, right? Everywhere. So for her to yell at me with clips out of context is one thing, but for her to turn around and then also say, like, Zoran is just like Hasan, a malign figure, that gives the game away, right? You just lost endless amounts of credibility. I'm willing to bet even in the Bulwark audience, there are plenty of fucking people who might have had some fears about Zoran. And then when those fears were never realized, they actually started liking him quite a bit.
Because I'm not sure if we've talked about this before. I was also on a panel with him, and I didn't know who he was going into it. This is like actually the embarrassing part of this is that I don't like really know. I don't like follow who the Twitch streamers are. And I hadn't really heard of him. Or if I had, I hadn't bothered to figure out who he was. And when he started talking, like, the first things out of his mouth were like ridiculous, and they were attacks on Bill. And it was this like kind of, it was just like garbage lefty nonsense.
The garbage lefty nonsense, as I said, your outlet is run by neocon war criminals, even if they've had a change of heart. Yeah, Bill Kristol, who is a woke warrior now. That is true. I'm glad that the now woke warrior in the Democratic Party coalition is saying garbage lefty nonsense.
What was the fallout? Well, not the fallout. What was the kind of reaction to?
What the fuck? Oh, why is she so angry? I mean, I think you know why.
And I also had a fight with him on the stage and condemned what he was saying. Also was like,
I get how polarizing Hasan Piker is, but Sarah calling Mamdani a malign actor shows how completely out of touch she is. Tim is right on this one. People in government have said 9/11 was our fault because none of the three-letter agencies were talking to each other. Doing the Gaza thing is a strange way to pronounce slaughtering innocent civilians in retaliation. Funny how Tim wears pearls, but his co-host clutches them. I've never seen a better visual representation of pearl clutching before. Someone called the dictionary people. So y'all are critiquing someone you don't watch. As an independent, I say vote out anyone that has Israel first and the Americans second. Tell me you haven't listened to a second of his streaming without telling me you haven't listened to a second of his streaming. We sure don't see Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer doing it. I hope they made this video to get a pulse on how the audience / Democrat base feel, and I hope they listen. Sarah lost credibility in their argument when she started by saying, I read some of what his critics say. Why do his critics filtering his statements get no second look? Tim is right about the talk 8 hours a day thing. When you generate that much content, it's incredibly easy to chop up whatever narrative you want. I found him a while ago, actually because of his critics, wanted to see for myself firsthand. Turns out much of his third-way Schumer smear is chopped and cut from its context. He's pretty sarcastic and often mocks his critics by dramatizing what they say about him, which is bad faith critics clip, and then you just get it third hand and it reads horrible. He even has videos showing exactly how they do this to him. It's shocking how many of us just don't go to the source on controversial takes, myself included, and instead react and formulate a hard opinion based on borrowed criticism. But I get it. A lot is coming at us all the time. Flood the zone, remember? But going after Piker is exactly how, once again, corporate Democrats like Schumer and Jeffries risk snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. We can't survive this cycle again. Sarah really means you have to be careful not scaring off the donors. I subscribe to the Bulwark, yet my politics mostly align with Piker's. Democrats who keep throwing people out of the tent will keep losing, and those people will get radicalized by the far right. This must stop. The ironic thing about Sarah's position on Hasan and the Democrats needing credibility on the issues is that it's literally the same exact critique Hasan has about the Democrats. He said that Democrats need to be clear on Israel's war crimes. Otherwise, terrible people like Tucker Carlson will look like the reasonable voice when he is a full-blown anti-Semite and white nationalist. I think she's grossly mistaken about what Hasan's politics actually are. I think she just doesn't care. That's it. I think because she's a little bit of a boomer, she thinks this is negligible. Like this is like beneath her station to even have to argue. People should just listen to her because she's a well-established, credible actor in this field. So of course she's not going to do like decent research, because from her perspective, I'm just some random dumb fuck. She doesn't realize that I have a bigger audience than she does, right? She doesn't realize that like my positions are actually far more representative of the broader base of the Democratic Party. She doesn't care about any of that. So from her perspective, it's just like, why am I talking about some shithead who's like choice quotes that I read from someone who is not even in the coalition, right? Most of the time, it's just like a fucking reactionary framing anyway. Holy cow. The Bulwark platform's William Crystal, cheerleader for the killing, maiming, and displacement of hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, but Sarah is so revolted by the thought of having a conversation with Hassan Piker. Oh, where is my fainting couch? I don't think Sarah could have given her book a worse testimonial than her comments in this video. Read a book about influencing people from someone who doesn't understand the current moment at all. Her publishers must be enthused. Never has the Bulwark looked more like the Romney coalition. Throwing heat at Hassan is going to backfire. Sarah has no idea who Hassan is. She's utterly ridiculous. Now Zoran is a maligned actor? Holy shit, she is so uninformed. Does anyone understand the concept of blowback, or is that something that requires you to be younger than 40? Damn, there's not a single comment that's like, hell yeah, Sarah, you cooked on this. That's crazy. This is their platform. Sarah's strategy is just move right, keep moving right. Please, God, I just want a Republican Party that doesn't have Trump in it. Move right, move right, move right. So I'm not sure how useful the political advice coming from her would be. Oh my God. This is a member of 4 months saying, based on what I've seen, which is not everything, Sarah always says she's open to reevaluating America's relationship with Israel, but then she never actually does it. I think she's doing the centrist thing of closing her eyes and ears and hoping Israel goes back to what she thought it was. Nick Fuentes has never been for anti-corruption, working class, universal human rights. Hassan is smart, consistent, and 9/11 was a reaction to a shitty prior foreign policy. Fuentes and Piker cannot be compared. New Dem leadership now.
It's like, this guy's worthless.
Sarah was wrong about Kamala's campaign approach, wrong about Zoran, and now she's wrong about Hassan.
I don't find him to be remotely interesting as a thinker, and I get that he's got a big audience, but just because these guys have big audiences doesn't mean they're all created equal.
Again, I think this is why I know you the 5 months thing and right is always right. And I think that people in the commentary space that want to criticize him should, and I understand that right is always right. In my argument for engaging with him last night, I said it was like, even this week he attacked Scott Wiener, state senator out of California, for visiting Israel after October 7th. And I was like, that's a crazy thing to attack somebody over. That's an insane thing.
I don't think so. And I did privately defend that. I was like, I would do the same if someone went to apartheid South Africa, you know? I'd do the same if someone went to Nazi Germany. I would do the same if someone went to apartheid South Africa. I think it's totally warranted.
Attack somebody over, and that's wrong. And I find it repugnant, actually. But we could disagree about that. Here's my problem, though, is why it matters all in the context of Israel. You're saying that,
especially because like Scott Wiener didn't just go to Israel; he went to Israel and hung out with the president. Okay, amidst a genocide, like it's not even like this is so far. Like that will be brought up in this upcoming race, right? I hope if someone is smart, they will bring that up in this upcoming race. It probably won't be Connie Chan. It'll most likely be Shoykot, right? But like, he didn't just go to Israel. He hung out with the fucking president. And he wrote this. It's edited now. I don't know what else he said. But last week, I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizations during this devastating time of war and violence. We met with a variety of leaders, including President Herzog, members of the Knesset from different parties, Palestinian journalists from East Jerusalem, families of Jewish and Arab Israelis held hostage by Hamas, Bedouin leaders in the Negev, who also have family in Gaza, women who work with and support survivors of sexual violence. We also bore witness by visiting Kfar Aza, one of the kibbutzim Hamas attacked. Hamas massacred and raped, kidnapped numerous residents there. We also visited the Nova Music Festival site. I was also able to pray and reflect on the Western Wall, one of the holiest sites in Judaism. Both Israelis and Palestinians are losing this war, all this stuff. Yeah, Cam Kasky went to Israel. Well, he went to Palestine, but he went through Israel to go to Palestine. You don't see me complaining about that. You know what I mean? There's a reason why Scott Wiener has to like reposition himself as an Israel skeptic now, an Israel critic now. Okay. It's ridiculous. Yeah. This post will always haunt you. In your rambling, virtue signaling prose, you focus entirely on Hamas's horrific actions while never mentioning Israel's decades-long assault on the Palestinians. Right? Like, that's entirely different. Like, doing a propaganda mission to Israel amidst its genocide, amidst its continued apartheid is crazy. DSA is fucking stupid for supporting her. DSA doesn't openly support Connie Chen. These are some of the reasons. DSA San Francisco does not openly support Connie Chen. There are many DSA San Francisco members who actually prefer Connie Chen to Shoykot. I hope I can, change their minds. But yeah, the question was defensive versus offensive weapons to Israel. Let's take a look. This is what Scott Wiener said. Shoykot says Israel doesn't distinguish between money for offensive and defensive weapons, so neither should we.
I support INVADING, and I think there is there's a clear distinction.
We should not be funding Israel's military at all, offensive or defensive weapons. We have a moral obligation to stop this genocide. The only way we do this is by breaking the Israel lobby's hold on our government.
There should be no military aid to Israel.
There should be no offensive military weapons funding to Israeli government.
I support INVADING.
Yeah. So I do want to mention something important here too. Okay. Something that's important here is Shoykot said this before AOC's statement too, and I think that matters. Okay. Shoykot made this statement before AOC publicly turned it into the new litmus test. I think this shows integrity. Pay close attention to the fake progressives who will now change their attitude once AOC made it permissible. In January, Wiener couldn't even commit to acknowledge that it was a genocide. Exactly. Do you think it's a bad sign for 2028 that AOC is not leading on this issue? Yes, I do. Connie Chan does not support U.S. with Israel, dude. Oh, really? So why is she having a hard time saying no defensive weapons? It's interesting. I mean, saying that in this community, maybe you can say that to the MSNBC audience. They'll believe it. This community, not so much. The reasons pro-Israel Democratic groups rather talk about Hassan Piker and not Trump, steeply unpopular war, obvious. 1, Israel's a party to the war. 2, pro-Israel groups believe the only reason people have a negative view of Israel's anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. They see it all as bigotry. Pro-Israel groups genuinely believe people only have a negative view of Israel because they're bigoted or under the spell of people who they consider bigots. They don't think any of it has to do with Israel's actions. Since it's all irrational bigotry, they embrace cancel culture. Yeah.
These guys are being elevated by the Streisand effect. And I think that is part of it. It is true. And I think that, again, and I think that's why this is counterproductive to have this fight right now for pro-Israel Democrats or centrist Democrats or whatever, any of those groups, because I think right now he's being elevated quite a bit. But I don't think that's what's elevating him. I mean, I think that what is happening in the world is elevating him in the moment. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. This is very uncomfortable for defenders of Israel to deal with. But what happened was we were in a world after October.
He's right. He's right. He's nailing it. He's basically trying to explain to this person that history has officially vindicated my position, a position that I have been consistent on for a decade plus. And that obviously gives me a lot of credibility with the newcomers in general. And I already have existing relationships with the people that are in this movement in general. So when you actually come after someone like myself on these issues to try to set new boundaries on how we can and can't talk about this issue, most people are going to look at you and go, shut the fuck up. What is this phony bullshit? It almost feels like if someone were to be a lifelong Republican and work within the Republican machine to then come into the Democratic Party and tell Nancy Pelosi what she can and can't do, right? It almost feels like that. Nancy Pelosi and others in the Democratic Party would be like, excuse me, that's Nancy Pelosi. She's the boss bitch, okay? You don't get to tell her what to do,
October 7th, where there were a lot of people that were too soon for my taste out there attacking Israel for what they're doing in Gaza and how they're prosecuting the war, and they're doing so in ways that talked explicitly
clearly
about that.
Anti-Semitic.
Okay, well there are times that they're clearly anti-Semitic, but there are also times where they were talking about things that other people weren't talking about in the news, like the amount of death and destruction that was happening to the Palestinians in Gaza, and they were talking about.
Yeah, Tim is actually much smarter on this. As Mike from PA was saying, he was telling ladies, stop being dumb and hide your sensuous power level because doing this shit right now makes you look unhinged. Yeah, no, he's aware. He's listen, your position on Israel aside, you should never say that out loud. it's literally what Matt Iglesias was also trying to tell the Democrats that listened to him, where he was like, guys, we want neoliberalism. We're going to fucking fail to achieve those goals if you keep talking about Israel this way. Just give up on Israel. It's over. It's done, right? Read the fucking room.
That passionately, and maybe they're passionately and earnestly anti-Semitic, okay, but they were talking about this topic passionately, talking about how Israel is a malign influence on the world, and that they have too much, and that they have too much influence in American politics. That we're giving them too much aid. That AIPAC is too involved in these campaigns. And if you came and listened to my show a year ago, like anytime this topic come up, I was on the opposite side. I was saying, you're overstate. It's kind of anti-Semitic how you're blaming AIPAC for everything. You're overstating AIPAC's influence, and all of their critiques of Israel has just done everything that they said. Like AIPAC now is the key player in Democratic primaries and internecine primaries. They are the group that is putting the most money in. That's not a Jewish conspiracy theory. That's just what's happening. I talked to them.
Yeah. For the record, that was always the case. Like AIPAC had tremendous influence. It's just, it's far more in your face now because a lot of people started having a negative opinion about Israel. So now all of a sudden, when AIPAC enters the fold, you're like way more aware of it. When you're like, wait a minute, that's crazy. What the fuck?
Democratic strategists, they're like, the race is going to be determined based on AIPAC's involvement. Like that's just is what it is right now. And Israel did then continue to go way overboard in their prosecution of the war in Gaza, and then not to mention what's happening in the West Bank with the settlements, not to mention the fact that they're invading Lebanon right now. And then we did get into a war with Israel. Like that the Secretary of State said we got into because Israel was going to attack first if we didn't do it. So like sure, there might have been some anti-Semitic.
Did he say a Jewish conspiracy theory? Yeah, he's saying like AIPAC having profound influence over Democratic primaries is not some like anti-Semitic Jewish conspiracy. It's just the truth. It's an accurate reflection of events. So you look silly when you try to say, "Oh no, this is some classic anti-Semitism." Most people who are knowledgeable enough, who understand exactly what's going on, will look at you and go, "You're insincere. You're a bad faith actor."
Anti-Semitic stuff mixed in there, and that's not good. I'm not okaying that. It's bad. They should not do anti-Semitic stuff. But like their general critique of the lefty anti-Israel commentators, like has borne out in the real world. And so I don't understand. I don't know what pro-Israel people expect. There's been a huge sea change. If you just look at the polls of voters, they're looking around. They're like, I am unhappy with the extent of our relationship militarily with this country. I'm unhappy with this war. All of the establishment figures want to kind of tamp that down. And there are these other voices out there that have been speaking about it. Well, obviously they're going to gain influence, and shouldn't Democratic politicians talk to the viewers of those shows? They're not all anti-Semites. They're just unhappy with how things are going in the world.
I think you can do it. So
she's so mad. Why is she so mad? I don't understand. Like he's making these points in a way, like I don't know what Tim's like true opinion is here, right? Like it's obvious that he is sympathetic. We've hung out before. We've done a panel before. Like I think he likes me. He does a show with Cam, obviously, and that's probably another reason why he knows what I'm about for that reason. But like he's literally trying to soft serve this to her in a way where like using terminology and goals that she will understand, right? And she's so mad. Like, this is the nicest way that someone could have this conversation, like friend to friend, peer to peer, coworker to coworker. This is the nicest version of this conversation. And most people will not have a conversation so nice with this person, if that makes sense. Most people would have just been like, what the fuck are you on about, right?
So what I don't like, and I don't want to say that I think you're falling into a trap, but I do think that there are ways. One of my biggest critique of Democrats in the book, and the thing I am urging them to do, is to get out there on offense, to say what they believe. They should passionately argue against this war, if that is what they believe. If it's not, that's different. But like, they should passionately argue about it so that people listen to them. And so they have credibility on this. That doesn't require Hasan Piker.
But like, who's doing
this
that?
idea that this, Well,
this is
okay,
part
but
of the problem. Is Hakeem Jeffries doing that? Is Chuck Schumer doing that? Are the 2028ers?
This is where you and I
Gavin
agree.
Newsom came out there and was like, "Oh, Israel's an apartheid state." Then he
They should
apologized for it.
ignore, but this is why
Who
they
is
should
the
ignore
avatar for
Hassan
this?
Piker. They should ignore Hassan Piker at all.
Ignore
They
I'm
should
fine with.
ignore him.
I'm
should
fine with
ignore him
ignoring.
and condemn him. I think I do not think it's hard. If you listen, when we were anti-Trump, right? The reason that we were anti-Trump is partly because
He's mad because the previously undisputed dominance of liberalism not cracking. You're part of the vanguard leading that. Yeah, I mean, I think for her it's a little bit different too, like because there's different kinds of liberalism out there, right? And like her version of liberalism is also like a very right wing version of it too, because like most liberals, most self-identifying liberals don't have this opinion. This is a unique opinion. Most self-identifying liberals, as Tim is trying to point out to her, have completely dropped Israel. Like they have a very, very antagonistic opinion of Israel. You know what I mean? So her anger, her resentment in this moment is actually stemming from the fact that like it's not just that liberalism is failing. It certainly is, but also she's worried that she might not have space in the party. Okay, I think that's what it is. She's worried that a party that has me in the tent is going to not cater to her. It's going to cater to us. And she's worried that she is going to be left alone, right? She doesn't want to be a part of the Republican Party any longer because the Republicans are gross. They're disgusting. They say horrible things. They're stupid. We've seen this with like the Richard Hanania and all these other like former white supremacists who are still who are still white supremacists, but like are no longer Republican, right? They're no longer MAGA because they can't stand how unintelligent and how cultish, how crass the MAGA movement is, right? And that's part of the reason why they moved to the liberal side of things. That's the reason why they moved to the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is perfectly happy to cater to these people, right? And they have catered to these people in spite of the fact that there aren't that many of them, right? This is not a real constituency. And the Democrats have lost because they've catered to the never Trump Republicans. But that's the reason why I think she's like flailing around, because she realizes that she's going to be the one that has to concede to my worldview. She has to come to my side of things, right? But she's only used to a lifetime of Democrats catering to her expectations, or, you know, her being totally in line with the Republicans until Donald Trump became, you know, this rude force that she finds disgusting, you know?
because he like loved to be in lockstep with all the grossest people who had gross opinions. It's like the very fine people on both sides. It's the way he checks in with Tucker. And the right would argue this. Why is J.D. Vance cozying up to them? Why do we condemn them? We condemn J.D. Vance for cozying up to bad people for electoral reasons. And that, I think, is...
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not a bad person. As a matter of fact, if you were to poll, I think, many Democrats and openly explain both of our worldviews and our background, 99% of them would probably say they identify with my worldview over yours. That's the problem. You think I'm a bad person, but most Democrats would rather have someone like myself represent their interests, and I do represent their interests, right? Versus someone like yourself.
Is the problem. That
I'm
felt
not
to me
saying
like your
people should
argument
cozy
yesterday.
up. This is where the folks that are attacking me, I think are wrong. I'm not arguing that they cozy up. It's fine to go on a show and to disagree with them. What prompted all this was the idea that John Ossoff has to condemn Hassan Piker.
You know what's funny? I agree with your
because
point.
Hassan Piker complimented him. That's fucking insane. Fuck you, is what John Ossoff should say. John Ossoff should say, you know, I don't know what Hassan Piker's whole ooh.
He should say, I don't know who that is.
I don't know who
He
that
should say,
is.
like,
Here's what my opinion
I
is.
wish I
I'm
didn't know
against
who he
this
is.
war in Iran.
Yeah.
I'm against this war and I'm against this.
Oh my God. She's like, this is crazy. What the hell? Why is she so mad? What the hell have I done to her? We appeared on a panel one time and I made one statement about William Crystal being a neocon and being responsible for the situation that we found ourselves in. And she has never let that go, huh? Goddamn. This is a common thread with people who we jokingly refer to as engaging in Hassan derangement syndrome, right? unfortunately, when someone decides they don't like me, they can't just have like a normal level of disgust, or not even disgust necessarily, but like a normal level of critique. They go far beyond. And I think for most people, maybe they also see that passion and think, okay, maybe this guy's bad. I trust this person. I trust this person's worldview. So I'm going to trust their take and I'm going to hate him just the same. But, but I think like this is not normal, right? Like this resentment is so unbelievable that I think most normal people from the outside would look at this and be like, I don't think this is I don't really know this Hasan guy, but kind of feels like maybe you're a little too mad.
Trump administration that's killing people in the streets, and that's what I care about. You want me to talk about some streamer? Eat shit. That's what I think John Ossoff should say.
And I was on your side. I was on your side on that point. It was the rest of it. It was last night. It was last night listening to it being that I do not think, though, for electoral reasons, they need to embrace Hasan. That is different.
Did I say embrace? I never said embrace. I said talk to his audience. Talk to the people that listen to him and Joe Rogan and Theo and Sneeko, all of these anti-war people.
No, the question is, would you have Joe Rogan on a campaign stop? Would you advocate for any politician that has the opportunity to have Joe Rogan on a campaign stop? Would you say no to that? I think we both know the answer to that question, don't we? They would fucking absolutely get on board with that. Not only is she totally on board with talking to Joe Rogan and is a lot more open-minded about literally talking to a guy who endorsed Donald Trump and played a formative role in Donald Trump winning, right? It just shows where her standards are. Okay? She likes Joe Rogan. She is more comfortable with Joe Rogan than someone like myself. Maybe it's part Islamophobia. Maybe it's part because I am antagonistic to her worldview as opposed to Joe Rogan, who is like at the end of the day still a capitalist, right? Like, and is right wing on many issues. That's what it is.
People that there's some anti-Semites there. I hear that.
But guess what? Do that
guess what? Anti-Semites voted for Barack Obama. Anti-Semites voted for George Bush. Gay haters.
But you don't have to court
homophobes.
You don't have to court them.
Well, no, but you have to have a message. Yeah, the voters. You have to have a message for the people that listen to the shows
because of the anti-Semitism. Like
you have to have a message for people that listen to the shows. It's like, oh, let's make sure that the people in McLean, Virginia, with that go to the parties in DC aren't mad. It's like, who cares what those people think? Talk to the real Americans that are flocking to these shows that are upset about what is happening in the world. Have a message for them. Talk to them. Go on those platforms to talk to them. And if the host says anti-Semitic stuff, say no. I don't fucking believe that. I don't believe the Jews were behind Charlie Kirk's murder. I don't believe the Jews control the weather. I don't believe that the Jews there's a lot of whatever. I don't believe that we deserve 9/11. You can say all that on those platforms, but also say to people that, you know what I'm mad about? I'm not mad about some streamer and something he said 3 years ago. Like, what I'm mad about is this war that we're in right now. And I think that there are a lot of people out there that feel like the Democratic leaders are totally out of touch with their anger right now. And I think that this is just this kind of fight just exacerbates that.
I agree with that particular point about it exacerbating it. And so I think that we should separate the idea of like Democrats should be going hard against this war. They do need to be more aggressive. They do need to speak to a wider audience. I do not think they need to do that with Hasan Piker, and I think that they should be very clear to separate from the anti-Semites as they do it, because otherwise what you are doing is ginning up anti-Semitism. And I understand. And last night
here's the part of the problem. We're going to do this. I'm just going to say it. Don't support anti-Semitism. I think there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there. I think that a lot of the people who are pro-Israel and pro this war weaponize this though. And it's like, well, it's too anti-Semitic. If I would have said a month ago,
but I think Hasan is
Israel is weaponizing social media to try to brainwash people, you would have said that was anti-Semitic. A lot of big Israel defenders would have said that was anti-Semitic. Well, then Bibi went out and said that he wants to do that with TikTok. He sees TikTok as a weapon. Okay, if you would have said that Israel's going to drag America into a war that we have nothing to do with, based on their influence over our political leader.
I think it's really funny that she just keeps saying like, no, but I think he's anti-Semitic. I think he's anti-Semitic. It's pretty crazy. I'm not. I stand on this. At my level, at my size, I might be one of the only remaining commentators again, at my size, right? I might be one of the only remaining commentators that actively talks about the dangers of anti-Semitism. I can't think of a single other anti-Israel commentator that does that. Like, seriously, a professional political commentator that is anti-Israel and still spends a great deal of time. Oh, no, no, no. I mean, I'm saying like at my size, right? I mean, I guess maybe Mehdi Hasan, right? Like, because think about it. Think about it. Like at my size, I would say like it's Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, maybe not even Nick Fuentes, but let's say for the sake of argument, it's like Nick Fuentes. Like there are even people who aren't anti-Semitic, who are just simply anti-Israel that don't spend this amount of time fucking, as Kyle likes to say, throat clear about how not anti-Semitic they are, right?
There's 2 months ago, people would have said that's an anti-Semitic thing to say. And now we're doing that. And so I'm with you. I'm not for anti-Semitism. What happened in Michigan is a tragedy. People should be clear-eyed. But also this notion that like that there's a lot of folks out there that are trying to police the rhetoric around this because they don't want Israel to be criticized in the full view of their actions. And there's a lot of criticism of Israel that is made.
Tim's making a good point. So now she has to like withdraw and then go back to the previous points about like why she thinks I'm anti-Semitic. So here's where the smear campaign moves into quotes again.
It right now. And I just think that this, again, it goes back to who you empowering. I think that if you try to like do like if on one side Israel is starting a war in Iran and getting us into this quagmire and hurting people's lives, and then on the other side you have people that are saying things about Israel, and like you're out there and you're like, I don't like the way that you're talking, and that's the thing that you're very passionate about, and then you're not that passionate. You're like, well, I don't know. You know, we have to. Bibi's a partner. We've got to work with him. We'll see how. You know what I mean? Like, there's a disconnect with people. And I think, again, you're empowering the actual anti-Semites. I think you're empowering the actual anti-Semites by not being just clear-eyed about the real threat here.
How is this different? This is one of the sort of the main thing. And this is tough, but I'm going to put it out.
Funny how it seems so easy to defend you with logical points where she seems like the illogical one. Yeah.
Out there. How is it different? Our objection to Trump when he showed up, like, and this is where when people were like, it's locker room talk, I was like, you locker room talk. No, it's not. Like the way they tried to downplay things.
Did she vote for Donald Trump in 2020? Because someone was saying she switched parties in like 2025 or something. I don't know if that's the case. That would be unbelievable.
It's like
also comparing me to Donald Trump is unbelievable, man. It's so crazy. Like I oppose everything he stands for. What are we doing? Is going against her personal bias against you? No, she never voted for Trump. Oh, so she's like a 2020 never Trumper. Ain't no way she switched parties. We're watching a Republican. Yeah. Libs giving up. Yeah. That's the other side of it. Will Staken says, fascinating reaction from Bulwark Online paid YouTube subscribers to this debate over Hassan Piker. Most comments are defending Piker. There was also the co-founder of the org behind the No Kings protest from Indivisible. Leah Greenberg says, personally, I'm team Big Tent, but if we're going to start kicking people out of the party on brand/moral grounds, I would like to nominate 1, the foreign policy team behind the Gaza genocide, and 2, every Dem former elected staffer who takes a cushy job with an overtly evil company. Okay? So the No Kings protest is on our side. And not only that, but because this has been unbelievably unproductive for all these people, there are some who are at least smart enough to retreat. Yo, we can't tip you anymore. Yes, you can by subscribing for $6 or for free. Yeah. Trey Easton finally retreating says all Big Tent and Hassan Piker discourse needs to conclude by 5 p.m. on the East Coast. We've all been very annoying. No one's convinced anyone of anything. And the weather's too nice to keep this up. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Right? That's it. Can you prepare a video with the context of everything she's lied about and demand him play for correction? You get a good opportunity to introduce your actual views. Oh, chatter. I've done that so many times throughout my career. And the very fact that you don't even know that those videos exist out there perhaps is the greatest demonstration that doing that doesn't work. Does that make sense? She says she vote for Ted Cruz over Mamdani.
We're putting this on TikTok. Ranked choice voting. Zoran, Cuomo, Tucker, and Ted Cruz.
Cuomo, Cruz, Zoran, Tucker.
That's crazy. Sarah Longwell from the top rope. This is another one of Destiny's dick riders, by the way. Interestingly enough, so many of the Destiny dick riders are you know, they're aligning themselves with someone who voted for a Democrat for the first time last year or 2 years ago. I wonder who the spoilers are, is what I mean, right? Who are the spoilers here? Who are the spoilers here? People who spend a great deal of time defending Israel. People who spent the last 3 years defending Israel unconditionally, thinking that that was going to lead them to prosperity and an elevated platform, and only now have to sometimes cower in shame for their previous positions, you know, who found themselves in long and complicated legal battles due to horrible things that they've done to people, specifically women, and their fan base, or the guy who was uncompromising in his positions for the last decade plus, who now happens to be the voice that represents the moral majority, the moral center of the party. Not the politicians, of course, but the party's base of support. It's very strange. At a certain point, these guys, the Sex Pestiny fans, at a certain point, you would expect them to just like get tired of being on the wrong side of every fucking argument, right? Very strange. It's got to be a fetish at this point, like consistently being on the wrong side and being on what they previously assumed was the popular position on every issue. Like, have some fucking conviction, right? How sad. Anyway, yeah. It's insane that she would rather vote for Andrew Groper Cuomo rather than Zoran, and still has the gall to say that she thinks your locker room talk is disqualifying. At a certain point, you'd expect, no, Hassan, we've been saying this for 6 years now, it'd be too humiliating for them. I don't think that's the case. I think in the last 7 years now, it's not even 6, it's been 7 years at this point, a lot of people have left that community. New people have cycled in, but a lot of people have been filtered out. Some of them have carried on their resentment for me, but no longer watch Sex Pestiny. And I would go so far as to say there's plenty of people who have actually found themselves here. They just don't say it because it's embarrassing. Because the numbers don't add up. It just doesn't make any sense. I will say, however, the ones that have, you know, stayed behind have become some of the most loyal Fedayeen, right? The ones that have stayed behind, albeit a tiny, minuscule number of people now, still have like outsized influence, and definitely work tirelessly to present themselves as like this massive wave, and are very agnostic about who they align with, because they will align and link up with MAGA, they'll link up with Nazis, because remember, Sex Pestiny's second in command, Dan Stalkman, went and talked to Tom Cotton, right, to try to get me deplatformed. That backfired spectacularly on Sex Pestiny. But he did do that, right? Because like these guys, they have only one goal, right? Which is to fucking eliminate me. Yep, my friend is like that. He was a huge Destiny fan. Now he's just embarrassed. I have friends who were casual Destiny viewers and have dropped him completely to watch you now. Yeah, I mean he has a community of like serial doxers and harassers, and they can get very active, but the numbers have actually diminished over the years. So because of that reason, I think the impact is softened, but they still have the capacity to go and align with much larger communities and like behave in this parasitic way where they're like, if there's anyone out there that's a larger community than ours that's saying fuck Hassan, we're agnostic, we're only on the fuck Hassan position, we'll lean into it. So they'll go and align with the Bulwark one day, and they'll go and align with neo-Nazis the other day, right? 2 ex-Republicans debating whether Dems should embrace Hassan. There's a large contingent of ex-Republicans on cable news who are seen as representing the Democrats. Why are Dems okay with these people representing them, but hesitant to include the left? I think we know why. Yeah, they'll align with Asmongold when Asmongold shits on me. They don't care. They have one move. It's very sad. It's very strange. I'll admit that for the longest time I stayed away from content because I associated you with Destiny. I hated the way he spoke and how fucking aggressive and pissed off he always was. And I thought you were similar in that capacity. And I finally watched your content. I was like, oh, this guy's actually pretty chill, unlike Destiny whatsoever. Yeah, there's that element too, which is also very annoying, unfortunately. Why are all your ops dorks? I mean, they're not just dorks. Some of them are, you know, rapist dorks. What is this? This will certainly do a number on their approval. Surely this will improve their approval. Republicans genuinely think you're cattle designed to suffer for their glory. Yeah. Isn't this guy that flipped parties, by the way? Am I crazy? I covered this yesterday, but is this the guy that fucking used to be a right-wing Democrat and then became a right-wing Republican? Fantastic stuff. There's a lesson to be learned there, but something to consider. Yes, he was supported by all the centrists, then flipped MAGA after they got elected. Nice. All right.
To you going on, how did it affect
was,
your
Effie Phillips Staley talking about the impact that this community had on our campaign. Let's take a
campaign
look.
or not affect your campaign? Because if it's true that nobody actually watches his program, then, well, first of all, you wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be talking about it.
Right.
So, but second of all, then it would be no effect. What was the effect?
The effect was there were two sides of it. The first was the immediate and frankly, I think, surprising response by the chairs of the Democratic committees of New York, 17th district. It was within an hour that this response that they put out was generated. And I will say that the very first thing they quoted as evidence against Hasan Piker was Fox News. And that just blew my mind, because to complain about, all the things that people are saying about Hasan Piker in this moment from a news organization that, has advanced some of the most hateful rhetoric about immigrants, about Hispanics, about Muslims, about Jews, without any way of, without looking at that critically in relation to what they were saying to me, which is to say that they were flamed. They were flamed, like ratioed is the word that me as Gen X has just learned. And I don't know that they actually expected that. I don't know that they expected so many people to see their statement as evidence of bias within the Democratic Party, as evidence of the kind of attacks that we're seeing right now from third wave. And that further disenfranchises people. So the effect has been thousands of new followers, so many comments, a major uptick in contributions, and people saying to me what they often say to me, because I've been very transparent about my position on Israel and Palestine, like, keep going, like, don't stop, like, you are saying the things that people want to hear. And what I hope in the end, because I'm a Democrat, I'm a progressive Democrat, is that the party learns the lesson, right? That our job is to listen to the public, hear what they're saying, represent the positions through a moral lens. And when I say a moral lens, that means we have to fight anti-Semitism, which is on the rise. We have to fight Islamophobia, which is on the rise. My goodness, that when you think about the kind of violence that's happening in our country with ICE, the kinds of discrimination, the bias, all these things, like, these are the things that we have to fight. And frankly, when people reach out to me and they say, keep going, this is what they're saying. And the party needs to hear it. They seem to be very far from it at this point right now.
He's only $200 away from reaching the 10K goal. Let's go.
Which is very baffling.
Yeah, and it seems like the big thing from the 2024 election was that, or the modicum was, we need a bigger tent for the Democratic Party. We need to bring in young people or what have you. And I just wanted to pull up this article from the Bulwark where they interviewed Jonathan Cohen, who's the founder of Third Way. And he says, if people are really arguing that the price of winning is becoming like a bigoted misogynist like Hasan Piker, then I'll take not winning. So it seems the Third Way position.
That was the worst thing that they could have said, by the way. That was awesome. That was such a saying the quiet part out loud moment, It was so it was so transparent, like that they were just like, we'd rather fucking blow the shit up than be anti-Israel, And it's ironic because you will blow the shit up if you don't fucking lean into people like myself. You did already. You did it once in 2024. Hasan is rising to power because people realize their lives are not improving, not because he's being attacked by a bunch of centrist clowns. All they did was expose themselves as genocidal, supporting free to the voters. Republicans and establishment Democrats are the same. 10K reached. Let's go. Nice. You might be the most misunderstood boy on the internet. I'm not misunderstood. I'm like, a misunderstanding implies that it's like sincere, right? I'm being professionally smeared. I'm being professionally misunderstood. by people who either don't care about what my actual opinions are, or by people who do know what my actual positions are but seek to misrepresent. I'm being professionally slandered for a very good reason. BDBD Chatter sending love to your Stanford speech. Already reached 70K views. Hell yeah. Sonia, you have huge potential on Chinese social media. Even live streaming is still possible with proper adjustments. You just need tailored management for your official accounts. I could do a much better job than those generic agencies. You get real motion in China. Just give me a shot. Weld this outfit on. It fits too well. If not the revolution, it will still be good for the American people to unite and push for changes in the Constitution. These are the people who truly want America to be stronger and better. So handsome, such aura and knowledge. This time, there's no global communist movement, no external aid. We can only rely on ourselves. If more people come to agree with his ideas in the future, could he also enter politics and run for president, representing the Democratic Party? Oh, it's because I was wearing the Mao fit. That's why I'm getting glazed on BDBD. Because I was wearing the Zhongshan suit. Looking more and more like Che Guevara without breaking free from vote politics, the root of the problem can never be solved. With this fold ratio plus body proportion, it's hard not to say it's handsome. But he has a fiery heart. The road ahead is rough, but the fate is unknown. Wishing you all the best. The American system only produces bad guys, villains, and ogres. Good people are either forced to become villains or get eliminated. Hassan really has the courage. This guy's really fierce. Let's go. If nobody got me, the Bilibili Chinese netizens got me. Hell yes. Zohran is doing a major rally with Claire next Sunday. Mamdani set to hold a rally in Queens to mark 100 days in office in New York 7 and in Claire Valdez's Assembly District. Those are made up comments. Shut up, Puerto Rican vegan socialist. Are you hating? One more helicopter destroyed in Bahrain again. Reported aftermath of an Iranian drone strike that hit the U.S. Army CH-47 Chinook at Camp Buring in Kuwait. God damn. Toasted. A couple band-aids will fix that up. Speed tape. Slap it on. It'll work. Kuwait is where the hell he's got to rescue the pilots, by the way. It's not destroyed. It's just a bit sad. Yeah, true. Also, look at this.
I wore that in Syria. I killed a lot of fucking Muslims. I hope you're not Muslim. Oh, no. Because I'll kill you too.
You served, sir?
If you're Muslim, you got a problem.
None of us are Muslim.
No. Me and my brother here, born in Texas, Muslims. No.
Nah,
that duck.
Cool. You know, just proving the point that I was making earlier, right? Twitch streamer Zoil gets pressed by an army veteran who thought he was Muslim. I wore the scarf in Syria. Kill a lot of Muslims. You better not be one or I'll kill you too, he says. It's ironic because like when I responded to someone that said those exact same statements, there was a lot of anger. You remember, I remember. That's what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to just eat it when someone says that to you. You're supposed to be like, no, sir, we're not Muslim. I mean, obviously, they're not going to say anything in that situation. This guy's like very clearly insane. I won't say how I feel about this because last time I was honest about it, a lot of like VTubers who claim to be veterans were fucking crying and demanding I get banned and stuff. But this was an identical conversation that I had online. An identical conversation directed at me. Damn near identical. Won't say what my response was, but a lot of dumb fucks thought that that would be an appropriate entry point into another case of manufactured outrage and demands that I get deplatformed. Interesting. Given that Hassan Piker will, as he demonstrated in 2024, urge his audience not to vote Democrat, whose politics he doesn't find sufficiently pure, I think regarding him as an ally is foolhardy to say the least. Now apply this logic to every Democrat who refused to endorse Mamdani. Yeah. Hey, Hassan, 2-year subscriber here. I'm very confused. Are you Mr. Communism, Mr. Jihad, or Mr. Trump 2.0? It will be helpful to clarify. The recent media has been telling me different things. I'm all of it, dude. All the above. This person, Shannon Watts, Hassan Piker says war for a third-party candidate if Democratic nominees Gavin Newsom. Remember that Parker's not a Democrat, but a millionaire who makes money by fomenting political discord. You're right. Democrats should stay away from the anti-Israel position, and that's how they'll win. Hassan has campaigned for and promoted over 20 different Democrats since the beginning of 2026. You, on the other hand, said you'd vote for Jeffrey Epstein if he ran as a Democrat. This is in response to Hutch. He thinks the Democratic Party is the second most evil institution in the world. He genuinely hates 99% of elected Democrats. Refusing to go on a stream is not what canceling means. He's toxic. Why would any mainstream Dem in a competitive seat be seen cozying up to him, lol? To which I quote retweeted and said, this is why there's a lot of worry from some in the party. They don't want me working to primary bad Democrats to replace them with 1,000 Zoran-style left-flank candidates. Guys, please stop talking to him. He's irrelevant. Even though I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking about him. Please. Anyway, all right, we did that. Is there a Mehdi thing we were going to watch? Yes. Mehdi had a conversation with my Professor Jiang.
Called you China's Nostradamus. You had three famous predictions in 2024 that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? Does China control what you say now? Your critics might say they're using you as a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel?
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
Doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year. Back in 2024, Chinese-Canadian educator Shui-Qin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out three big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, the US would then go to war with Iran, and ultimately the US would lose that war. Since then, the self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation, and has even been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms over his predictions and, many would say, pretty out there conspiracy theories. 2 out of 3 of Jiang's big predictions have come true. But how much of that is his own geopolitical foresight, and how much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shui-Qin Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world.
I don't like the way he hit that. Okay? That's Mr. Professor Predictive History to you, Mehdi. Unbelievable. He hit the fucking air quotes. He's the professor in my heart.
But also to challenge him a bit. Here's our interview. Shui-Qin Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Right. So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize its individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Right. So the United States is attacking Iran, and these two nation states have different strengths and weaknesses. So America has the world's greatest military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology. It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting an asymmetrical strategy of holding the global economy hostage, meaning that rather than attack the United States directly, which it cannot defeat directly, it is instead controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC nations, in order to force Trump into the negotiating table. So
the CPC literally deported Chiang for spying in 2001, 2002. I don't get where Mehdi's Chinese government control angle is coming from other than racism and Orientalism. Yeah, I don't know.
So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still stand by that prediction?
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. And what I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear strategy of how to obtain these military objectives, and it is working very hard and very meticulously to obtain these objectives. This is the complete opposite of America, where Trump has failed to articulate an end goal. And right now, it seems that the administration, the Trump administration, is unable to articulate both a strategy and a purpose to the American public, which is causing most Americans to not support this war. It's also causing low soldier morale among the American forces.
What do you think happens next if/when Iran wins?
Mehdi doesn't really have a sincere inquisitive mode, and perhaps this guy doesn't deserve that, but he has obliterate mode and my perceived ally mode only. That's actually a really good fucking assessment. And when he goes into obliterate mode, I mean, he is one of the best in the game for sure. He is so fucking good at it. And I will say, I think Professor Jiang does deserve it. But yeah, you're right. There are a lot of instances, like there's certain positions that Mehdi has as an anti-communist, right? Like he is just straight up an anti-communist. I don't know if he's like an anti-socialist as well, because he does align a lot, but he is definitely anti-communist. So like whenever American foreign adversaries are brought up, he does the thing that like I like to call like the blanket like neutral moral values without factoring in to his consideration imperialism and its impact, right? Like Western born instability and what countries might do in response towards that kind of Western backed and Western born instability, right? Who cares about that? He's solid on every subject. I mean, I like Mehdi Hasan. What are you talking about? I love Mehdi. I hung out with him. I talked to him quite frequently. I'm just giving you an honest assessment. He is perhaps the best debater, and he's not like a debate pervert about it either. Zeteo is a fantastic operation. I was just telling you that like something that I've noticed with the way that he operates, like when it comes to all of the states, like state actors that are outside of the American security umbrella, he has almost the same smoke that he has for like America and Israel. And I feel like sometimes it's like not as warranted, if that makes sense. Like Cuba is a great example of this, which is like a country that we've like actively destroyed, right? No matter what kind of like repression exists in Cuba, which is marginal in comparison to like many other countries, including but not limited to the United States of America, like applying to Cuba the same standards that you would apply to like the United States of America, or even China, because like China is a little bit more appropriate because it's a totally sovereign nation state that is a behemoth of a country now, you know, and can stand on its own 2 feet, regardless of like how aggressively America might want to destabilize it. Like doing that same like, well, what do you say about like, you know, your critics that say you're engaging in tremendous repression? It's like, well, they've been in war, right? They've been in war for the last 60 years, and they didn't invite this war. It was totally unjustifiable, and yes, of course, like certain civil liberties are going to be taken away in an effort to maintain stability. And even then, all things considered, I think like Cuba's repression is especially in comparison to other foreign adversaries, and even compared to like the United States of America or England, is like totally marginal.
Right. So even though Iran has the advantage right now, we still have to remember that America is the world's greatest empire. It has a lot of resources.
Professor Jiang knows every question Mehdi will ask before the interview. True. He fucking predicted it, except I don't think he really did. Because if he had predicted what this interview was going to look like, he probably wouldn't have done it. Because I could have told Professor Jiang not to do this interview at all. Okay.
It has a lot of firepower still not used. So I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces. So over 5,000 Marines and soldiers have been dispatched to the Middle East. This is already on top of the 50,000 American soldiers already stationed in the Middle East. And most military analysts expect that the Americans will launch an amphibious assault in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are several options available to the Americans in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The first option is to control Karg Island, which is the oil depot of the Iranians. 90% of Iranians oil exports depart from Kark Island. Then you have Qasim Island, which is just opposite the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a naval base further down the coastline. And so these are the three options that the Americans have. And it is unclear which option the Americans will ultimately choose. But given the track record of the Marines, we can
Dude, Professor Jiang has a cult, I swear to God. No, like you can literally pick apart every single thing that he has said, and people will be like, I just remember his high notes and I don't give a fuck. Okay. Like you scratch the surface of his analysis. I'm entertained endlessly by Professor Jiang. Okay. I love how much he predicts history. Okay. I'm a fan. But it's unbelievable how much people hang on every fucking word and they get mad at me when I'm like, dude, some of this stuff is insane. Some of this stuff is fucking unbelievable. And people will just be like, what the fuck are you saying? He predicted that Trump would lose. It's like, okay, man, you know, so did I. What does that say? It doesn't mean anything. Like, so did many other people. Okay.
Expect the Marines to have an early success. The problem with the strategy and the problem with America's overall strategy is what happens next? How do you maintain control over the territory that you've claimed? The reality is that the Iranians have been preparing this battle for about 20 years. They developed this very effective asymmetrical warfare strategy of using drones and ballistic missiles from afar, hidden in underground bases, to hit and strike American assets around the Middle East. This is almost like guerrilla warfare. And historically,
I can't take him seriously without a fucking whiteboard that he constantly turns around and says, okay, and then writes what word he was just saying previously. Like, I need that. You know what I mean? He loses a big part of his impact when he is not sitting in front of a whiteboard.
Power has had great difficulties in containing guerrilla warfare. Yep. So unfortunately, the Americans don't have a long-term strategy of how to win this war. Trump is still hoping for a quick strike, a knockout punch, and he believes that the American Marines can deliver this knockout punch.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. Predict politics, he'd go to war with Iran. But that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory. People who follow American politics or world politics could have guessed that. I think I and many others were warning that Trump could win in 2024 and that he would escalate with Iran, as he did in his first term when he killed Qasem Soleimani.
Right. So I think that if you've been following the news very closely, then it was actually pretty straightforward to make these three predictions, right? Because in Trump's first term, as you mentioned, Trump did have a history of escalating conflict with Iran. So the biggest escalation was when Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And quite frankly, America and Iran should have gone to war during that time. But because of the escalation efforts on both sides, we prevented World War III during that time. But Trump was under tremendous pressure from his allies and from his donors to start a conflict in the Middle East. So if Trump had won a second term, then he would have started the conflict. I was pretty confident that he would start the conflict if he had won in 2020. But fortunately, he lost. And so that question then was, what is the likelihood that he would get a second term? Would he win in 2024? And then as I watched the news, it seemed pretty obvious to me that the Democrats were hopeless, that they were not delivering on the promise.
See, he won me back. He won me back. My goat. He predicted that I would fucking fall for him again, even without the whiteboard.
Promises that there were a lot of issues. For example, what's happening in Gaza, the war in Ukraine, that was making American voters disillusioned with the Democratic establishment. And so I thought that Trump would have a very good chance of winning in 2024. And if he won in 2024, I think there's a very strong likelihood that he would attack Iran. And so all three predictions have panned out.
Just on your predictions, I just want to be clear here. Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious hawk. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice president, J.D. Vance, is widely seen as a skeptic of this war. So you admit you got that wrong?
Yes, absolutely. So so I was thinking of what Trump's electoral strategy would be in 2024. And I think that if he picked Nikki Haley, this would be a tremendous boost to his campaign, because Nikki Haley would be very popular among neocons in Washington, D.C. She would also be very popular among suburban white women. That was key to Biden's victory in 2020. So I made the prediction that he would pick Nikki Haley. But at the same time, I was not completely sure about it because I also felt that J.D. Vance also had a good opportunity to be selected. And I also said during my lecture, making the prediction that Nikki Haley would be his running mate, that depending on whether or not he picked Nikki Haley or J.D. Vance, this would determine how we can foresee or understand Trump's second term. And so if he had picked Nikki Haley, then he would have been fully committed into the neocon project of regime change throughout the Middle East, of supporting Israel, of establishing American imperial power throughout the world. He didn't pick Nikki Haley. Instead, he picked the complete opposite, who is J.D. Vance, who is America first, who has always been skeptical of American imperial over.
Okay, this is where he's wrong. Okay, I mean, obviously he was like literally wrong in his prediction, but he's also just wrong about J.D. Vance. And the reason why I say that is because he's just totally off base. J.D. Vance is not a real human. Like, he doesn't have true convictions. He's just a chameleon, right? Like, the reason why we think of J.D. Vance as like someone who's, I guess, anti-interventionist is not because he actually has demonstrated any sort of anti-interventionist values. He's just Peter Thiel's blood boy. Yeah, he is an opportunist for sure. So Professor Jiang had his class read Hillbilly Elegy. Shut the fuck up.
But not only that, he also picked Tulsi Gabbard to be his director of national intelligence. And so these are the two major skeptics of this war in the Middle East. And what I will say about picking these two individuals is that it shows that Trump has an off-ramp strategy, where if this war goes sideways and the American public is up in arms and he's losing in the polls, then Trump may decide to pivot back to America first and have J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard elevated in the administration over individuals such as Marco Rubio and Peter Hegseth.
Yes.
So that, yeah.
I suspect he will blame Pete Hegseth if all of this goes sideways, as it is.
The funny thing about Jiang is that he doesn't even try to defend himself when confronted. When Sneeko asked him how he uses game theory, he literally said, well, I don't really. When Mehdi says he's being used, Jiang will just say, yeah, I could just be an idiot. It's so funny. He's not even committed to the act. He's just vibing it all out. I think Professor Jiang, in a weird way, is taking advantage of like Orientalist attitudes, where they just think he's like a mysterious Chinese professor who is wise well beyond his years. Like, I think Americans they hear the accent, they see the whiteboard, and they're just like, wow, like this guy's a sage. It's funny because like for many Americans who haven't seen the world, I guess, like Professor Jiang's attitude is not unique, to say the least. He's just like a Chinese unk. A lot of Chinese boomers have similar insane opinions, like and have moments of profound clarity paired up with like totally insane opinions. It's like the unks, okay? It's like the unks from Bangladesh, right? Or an Iraqi unk, okay? You talk to an unk from Iraq, he is going to give you the most complex assessment, simplified, like Uber drivers, like people like that. Exactly. They're gonna explain to you everything. You're like, oh my God, you are so fucking brilliant. Like, why are you driving an Uber? You said you were, a chemical engineer. Like, how the fuck did this happen? Because a lot of Americans don't realize that, like, I would say that like the base level of education elsewhere is just far better than the average American. And by virtue of not being from America, you're just not, you're not as sheltered. You have a much better, much deeper understanding of the way world events unfold. Okay. It's not unique. I mean, I even benefit from that to a certain degree, right? Like, my perspective is guided by the fact that I grew up in Turkey. So I have a very different attitude about American imperialism and endless, ceaseless militarism than the average American does, and the average Westerner does. Okay, it almost comes across as profound, but I swear to you, there are a lot of people. I don't know. You're saying he grew up in Canada and he went to Yale. Yes, sure, fine, but like obviously he spent a good deal of time outside of America as well. So that's what I mean. My point is, there are a lot of people like this out there, and people, if you don't pay attention to like everything that they're saying, you're going to be like, this is the most brilliant person of all time.
Where does China fall into all of this? You're a Chinese Canadian, you're based in Beijing. China clearly stands to gain from a failed US war with Iran. How much of your views are reflective of China's views, the Chinese government's views, the CCP's views?
Right. So the official Chinese Communist Party line is that China is committed to global peace and to...
He said Chinese Communist Party. Red flag. Flag on the play, Professor Jiang.
Bruh.
That's a bruh moment.
Bruh.
Global trade that benefits all China wants a win-win globalized system in which people are trading peacefully and which everyone is committed to world peace. And so China has come out vocally criticizing both Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC energy infrastructure. Remember that China relies heavily on Qatar liquefied natural gas, as is the case with other countries in Europe. So China looks at what's happening in the Middle East, and China, I think, is working very hard diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle China, because China depends on a lot of its economy. A lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas, specifically the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot of negotiating leverage over China in the upcoming talks scheduled for mid-May. And I believe that what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic and very business-oriented, and I think that Trump and China will sign a landmark deal where China agrees to buy a lot of energy from North America.
You're full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance journalist at the time. You were suspected by the Chinese government of spying. You were deported from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics? Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right, so...
God damn, dude. Half of the chat is saying Chinese by the other half Falun Gong. Yeah. I think it's a secret third thing where I am going to listen to Professor Jiang in his own words and take it at face value and say it's the spirits talking to him, which is what his assessment is, right? That's what he says is going on.
When I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry.
Piker Broadcasting Service? A Chinese unk is speaking. Listen and learn. Exactly. Not everything needs a reaction.
One major issue about China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system. So I was dispatched to northeastern China to film a worker protest. Unfortunately, the place was swarming with police spies, and I was arrested and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48 hours, which is the maximum by Chinese law. And I signed a confession saying that I was a reporter and working in China illegally as a reporter, and the decision was made to deport me without charging me with any crime. And so I was allowed to come back into the country, but I was deported. So that was the story.
If they suspected you of being a spy, how did they let you back in? China's not known for being that trusting.
They suspect me of being a spy, but after a 48-hour investigation, after doing a thorough background check on me, they concluded that I was not a spy, and I was a journalist working to film in a worker protest.
But it wasn't just 2000.
I don't understand why you spend time working against this guy. Okay, first of all, calm down, okay? I'm not going after your comfort, professor. That's number one. Number two, I'm just fascinated with him. He's a crank, and I like cranks. I'm fascinated with cranks, okay? Jesus Christ. That's it.
In 2017, we checked, you wrote an op-ed for CNN.com, headline, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. In that piece, you praised the US media as the world's free speech defender of last resort.
Oh, yeah, this guy's out of control. Okay, never mind. I went back. I'm flip-flopping on my Professor Chong takes, okay? Nope. Never mind. Never mind. He's out. Red flag. That's another bruh moment.
Bruh. Said in China, power trumps truth. And China's Communist Party, you said, maintained its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. Do you stand by those views from less than a decade ago?
So in 2017, when I was asked by CNN to write an op-ed, I did stand by those views at that time because, like everyone else, in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, I thought this would be very bad for American democracy because he was clearly not a believer in free speech.
Yes.
He called the news media fake news. And so I wrote the op-ed for American audience saying, like, the greatest treasure, the greatest wealth of America is the First Amendment, the right to speak whatever you want. And I contrast that with China, where you're not allowed to say whatever you want, where you are very much monitored by the government. Even today, I do not have a Chinese online media presence. I do not say anything online. I do not talk to reporters from China because I'm conscious that whatever I say online could be used against me.
But hold on, they allow you to be on this show. They allow you to be on YouTube. You get past the great firewall that you criticized in that CNN piece. How come?
Look, the reality is that the best way to understand my situation in China is I'm essentially a Martian on Earth talking to Martians back at home in Mars. Like, I am not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube, which is blocked in China.
How do they allow you
English.
to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China, why do they allow you to become? You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese.
Okay, so this is what I mean. Like, I don't think Mehdi understands. Like, the Chinese government doesn't give a fuck if you're on YouTube. Okay, they just don't care. Like, I think a lot of people think that the Chinese government is like far more invested in like trying to manipulate Americans into loving China or whatever. I think they should do that, for the record. Okay, they should, and they don't. And they don't to a degree that is unironically self-defeating. Like, they have the capacity to fucking export so much culture. They have the manufacturing base for it. They have all of the wealth for it. They have the resources for it. And I'm certain that they have, I mean, they have so many people. There are people who would love to make this happen. And they're just absolutely dog shit at propaganda. Okay? So what's funny about Mehdi's question is, he's like, why would China allow you to do this? It's like, well, I was in fucking China. I was able to stream on Twitch. They don't care. Everyone has VPNs. Like, they don't necessarily give a shit about people utilizing VPNs. They might crack down on it at certain points. I'm sure they have, right? But it's mostly just like a known thing that the average person, if they want to enter the Western internet, like escape the firewall, the Chinese firewall, they can do so. It's not like a controlled substance at all. China, for all of its, I guess, faults and failures, whatever, genuinely only cares about China and Chinese people, like to a degree that in many instances, like I said, is self-defeating, where they literally do not care about anything else. Like, they don't care about, like, the Labubu stuff, for example. There was a lot of people that wrote about how, Labubus are a way for China to do like soft power. Like, they're finally exporting their culture. It's like, no, they were just trade maxing, and that happened to hit. Okay, like, that's it. Same with like Black Myth Wukong. Now that might change because Xi Jinping did bring up Black Myth Wukong, Labubus, and also the movie Nezha 2, the Chinese blockbuster for children, in his annual State of the Address last year, implying that like they might actually pivot to doing like more exports, more cultural exports. But overall, up until this point, it's just like pure coincidence and pure luck that things have popped off. His like national addressing of the state, like he does it annually. I don't know, what is it called? Like the annual State of the Union? I don't fucking know, something like that. But I think they're just confident about their own culture. It's not that they are oblivious. No, it's not that they're confident about their own culture necessarily. They just don't care about selling shit. They will sell to the Western world what the Western world demands. Okay, but they don't actually have any like additional ambitions. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because like if you're living in China, they care far more about you being on Chinese platforms and then potentially violating the rules, or potentially criticizing the party. Can't do that. Criticizing Xi Jinping. Can't do that. You can criticize local issues, and people do it all the fucking time, but you can't just like shit on Mao Zedong or any of the leadership. You can't do that. That's like, they will ban you. They will ban you from social media. There's also a lot of like weird restrictions around like even Chinese celebrities, right? Like a Chinese celebrity could have a high profile relationship, for example. And then at a time when China wants to, increase the birth rates, right? That Chinese celebrity will fall out of favor after getting into having a breakup or something, right? Like going through a breakup. And when that happens, they just erase you. They just erase your personhood pretty much from social media. It's like, it's crazy. Make no mistake. I find that to be a very strange and very restricted way. They don't like throw you in jail or anything, but they will literally just ban you from social media, and they'll wipe you. Okay. It's not IRL, just on the internet. just on like, and not even on the internet necessarily, just on Chinese internet. It's like almost like a state enforced cancel culture. And not only is it a state enforced cancel culture, but it's also like it's for unnecessary shit, for like things that you and I would consider to be super silly, right? Yeah, they'll wipe you for scandals, but sometimes what you consider to be a scandal could be like something that's not actually a scandal, right? So that is that's like some of the restrictions stuff, but it's all entirely internal. It's all in China because that's all they care about. So a guy like Professor Zhang, especially because he's talking about like foreign policy, you can do that every fucking day. You can even do that. What Professor Zhang is doing, he could do on Chinese social media as well, even. As long as he's not like super critical of Chinese foreign policy, then he can even do that on Chinese social media. But at the end of the day, they just don't give a shit, you know? They don't care. I will say, however, at least from my conversations that I've had with people that have, lived in China for a very long time, both Westerners and also Chinese netizens, is that at times they're very responsive to American intervention, right? They're very responsive to American intervention. So like whenever America starts saber rattling against China, they clamp down on any kind of dissent. So ironically enough, the way we move here against China ends up having impact on the day-to-day existence of Chinese people. So crackdowns do actually happen. Like during COVID, there was a lot of state enforcement, a lot of state repression, right? As a matter of fact, if you've done any like Marvel Rivals ads or anything like that, I mean, many of you probably haven't, but if you've done any like ads where the main subsidiary is like a Chinese company, they will very clearly tell you like you can't say anything about COVID, like anything. And at first, when I saw that restriction, I thought, oh, I guess they're like super sensitive to like racism, right? Oh, COVID is a Chinese virus, whatever. No, it's not that. It's just they literally do not want you to talk about COVID at all. And it's like a holdover from back when there were a lot of criticism on social media during the COVID zero policy that they were implementing. And it was more so like the uncertainty that people had about like when they would be able to go outside and how terrified they were about that. But ultimately it's just so if we're chill, they're also chill. Yeah, I think they're just very responsive to what they perceive as like American interference. Because when America was like constantly talking about like China's COVID policies, when America was talking about China's COVID policies, there was a lot of people like writing about, how restrictive China was and all this shit. And they were trying to have access to like people in China to criticize the Chinese government about their restrictive COVID policies. Like they were super sensitive about that. And they were actively enforcing these social media bans. And some of that repression stays behind. A lot of people have told me that China was like a lot more open from like the 2012 period until like 2019. And it got post-COVID when there was tremendous prosperity. At the same time, there was a lot of development that came after COVID. But there was also a lot of repression as far as speech goes during the COVID period that didn't like fully open up again as it was back in like 2012. It's the same in Cuba, same political consequences because of U.S. policy, and then the U.S. then turns around and uses it as justification for more bad policy. Yeah. But yeah, I think Mehdi doesn't fully understand like Chinese restrictions in general, and I don't even fault him for it. Let's be real. Most Westerners don't get it. I saw a video talking about your controversial wearing of a high collar fashion style on Hanfu style clothing. You even make fashion political. No, that's normal. A lot of Chinese netizens don't like the Adidas tracksuit because it's not even like it's like resembling a bygone era of Chinese culture. That's a separate thing.
Chinese government has noticed.
Yeah, they hate those.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
You wrote for CNN that the Chinese government has built the Great Firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth. Does China control what you say now?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to...
Yeah, see, he's right. Professor Zhang is actually right about this. Like, he's not wrong about this. He's literally right about this. I know it sounds like defensive or whatever, but he's absolutely right about this. China doesn't give a fuck. You can even be on Chinese websites and talk about most of the shit he talks about. Like, you can literally just sit there and shit on America all day, every day. No one's gonna ever. The government's never gonna say anything about it. Atriok, Aiden, and Doug talked about that specific thing on their podcast. The way they described it is after hearing with a professor at a university is that a lot of those strict rules are enforced by local governments. They explained that the national government only provides a framework on what terms should be on apps and all that, but the local governments get to dictate how they hand out punishments on that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens that is left to the localities, and then because we still look at China as this like fascinating, totally closed circuit country when it's not. Very accessible. We just decide, like, even the social credit stuff is literally not a national policy at all. It was never a national policy. It was attempted. It was really a pilot program somewhere, and they never even implemented it. But like, people talk about it still to this day. Anyway,
you Westerners. Hold on, that's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see, your critics might say, they're using you as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics would say.
Look, the reality is that this is a fair and legitimate criticism that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a passion for learning, who would be as engaged with literature and geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of the American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up on the internet. You did go viral over your Iran predictions. But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with you and familiarize with your work, people have been slightly surprised to see some of your other stuff. You have a series of lectures focused on secret societies where you argue that groups like the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Jesuits...
Okay, this part is, this is my gripe with Professor Jiang. Not my Professor Jiang.
...are at the center of world control. People would say you sound kind of crazy when you talk about the Illuminati. It's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
Right. So I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to Yale and I received a very rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, the most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me better insight into how power works in the world. And so I started something called predictive history. And the very idea of predictive history is this. How do we know?
Dude, he's literally saying, I went out in the real world and people are crazy. So I just thought I'll be crazy myself. That's awesome. Oh, God. How can you not love this guy, man? He leans into some heinous conspiracy theories, okay? But he does it in such a, I don't know how to explain it, like non-threatening manner. like, look at his response. Mehdi Hasan was like, you tie everything back to insane conspiracy theories. What do you have to say to that? And he's like, yeah, a lot of people are crazy. I mean, I got my classical education and, I realized there's just a lot of people out there who's just nutty with it, so I'll be nutty myself. Yeah, he is very nonchalant, very unassuming, and also very endearing. And the thing that we're talking about is literally like Holocaust revisionism, right? Like, it's insane stuff.
If our understanding of history is correct. And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework, and seeing if these predictions work out or not, validate our historical models. So what I've discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this gives you a pretty deep insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned there. You said you were at Yale. Just to be clear, your degree was in English literature, was it not, at Yale? It wasn't in
Yes.
international relations or national security. You're an English lit graduate, and you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So when I went to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched majors. So I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah.
That's my goat. That's my goat. He's so awesome.
And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor. But I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
early lectures... It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a God. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your analysis, you just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds like you're just making it up. You're speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds... what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange.
Shut up, Mehdi. What do you mean? He's cooking. He's like, yeah, it's facts are secondary sometimes. No, Jiang is being obtuse here. Jiang is just lying about being a professor. Also, right there, too much on facts. Okay, y'all are haters, bro. He won me back over. God, he is my Professor Jiang. He is my professor. I'm obviously Dr. Jihad, as you guys know, and he's Professor Jiang.
But there is a difference between facts and truth.
Now I understand why that chatter said, can we stop watching now right before this part? Oh, there were some Professor Jiang defenders in the chat that were like, don't see the rest of this interview, I think. It's good. It's good to end it right here.
Right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going. And now we just focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people. I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do. You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. You have a video called Dawn of the Jews.
I think one of the craziest things he's done, and there's a lot, right? Like the Holocaust revisionism, all that stuff is like very dangerous and cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Pax Judaica is another one of those things. But one of the funniest things he said, and there's many of them, was when he said that the next era of great powers are going to be Israel. And what was it? Like, it was all these countries that are going to rise from the ashes of being dominated. I think it was like Japan, Israel, and was it Iran? No, I don't even think it was Iran. Yeah, Israel, Germany, and Japan. Those are going to be like the three major powers in the world. It's funny. Pax Islamica was great too when he said Iran is going to unite the world of Islam. I'm still waiting for that, but you know.
In which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite when they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what?
He worked for Christian Science Monitor? Shut the fuck up. Really? Dude, this is the most fascinating guy of all time. Christian Science Monitor? What the hell? I mean, Christian Science Monitor actually does great coverage. Like, it is a well-respected institution. If it's the one that I'm thinking of, yeah, it's not like you might hear the word Christian Science and think like it's bullshit. It's not. It's like an actual legitimate operation. Bro is just curious as fuck. What is going on? Yeah. He was a researcher at the Global Education and Innovation Initiative at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, fellow of the Royal Science of Arts, Nostradamus of China. All these criticized predictions for relying on selective historical analogies, speculative game theory reasoning, and untestable assumptions. India Today said India Today, haters, said that his geopolitical analysis glaringly do not feature Chinese foreign policy or internal problems with China, even though he resides in the country. Under his career section towards the end. He has appeared in the New York Times, Chinese edition, China Youth Daily, Wall Street Journal, the Chronicle of Higher Education. In 2003, he was allowed by Chinese officials to return to China, where he decided to abandon freelance journalism and pursue public education instead. If anything, it seems like he was an undercover spy against China, right? Like, after graduation, he fell into a deep frustration. He failed to publish his own book or get articles published in magazines. I felt lost, angry, bewildered by the world. I jumped from one job to another, never settled down, and eventually fell into severe depression when I was almost 30. While suffering from depression, which continued for the next 5 years, in 2000, Zhang moved to Beijing, where he worked small stints as a freelance journalist. Zhang wrote for publications such as the American Christian Science Monitor and a Hong Kong-based Far Eastern Economic Review. In 2002, Zhang initiated educational reforms at Shenzhen Middle School. In 2001, Zhang was contracted to conduct an undercover U.S.-funded PBS documentary about the labor movement in China. While filming one such protest in King, Zhang was arrested and detained for 2 days before he was deported from China on the 5th of June. In 2002, a friend claimed that he was accused of making illegal video recordings and suspected of spying. No charges were filed. You're doing a surface-level analysis. Look at what's changed. Hey, Hassan, 8-hour stream, that's impressive. Is this a regular thing or just the Iran war stuff? Bro, why aren't you checking Wikipedia edit history? Dude, what's up with fucking Professor Chung dick riders, man? I like the guy, okay? Give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I mean, he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but you don't have to be a shooter for him like that, you know? God damn. Yeah, look at the Wikipedia edit. It's the Illuminati. Why do you like him? I don't know why. He is like a very... Well, first of all, I'm fascinated with conspiracy theorists, as you guys probably know by now. That's number one. I'm fascinated with the things they come up with. I'm fascinated with the way they operate. I love cranks. But also with John, he's very unassuming, you know? So there's something to it.
Specifically, I've said that you find offensive.
When you do a video called Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the Levant. And if you read the...
Bro, he's like, no, you don't understand. I'm not anti-Semitic in the way that you think I am. I'm just fucking crazy. See, this is why. How can you not like the guy? This is what I mean, man. I bet you Mehdi has not heard that one before. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things where you're like, I don't know how to respond to this right now.
Bible, that's exactly what you can derive from it. If you go to my lecture on the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible.
Yeah, he said communism was started by Wall Street. Yeah. He's one of those like Rothschild guys. He has a lot of fucking fascist conspiracy theories locked in the chamber, for the record, just so you guys understand. Like, he has a lot of the classic takes, like the Rothschilds were responsible for the communists, the great like annihilator of whites, white Christians. It was the Jews that basically funded the communist movement, all that stuff. Like he leans in that old school classic fascist conspiracy theories as well.
As my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
Sorry. What is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
It just means that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana, and Pax Britannica and Pax
But you didn't say Pax
Magalica.
Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is dominant, Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know.
He has said that. You're wrong. He has said that. He said Pax Islamica. Yo, Mehdi, you're not a ball knower. That's what I'm saying, dude. No, you're wrong. He has actually said Pax Islamica. He said Iran. HasanAbi, he's an academic. Of course, he's well versed in the literature. Oh.
Know that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive.
Right. So I'm using a Latin convention. And so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica. I mean,
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in far-right online circles. It's not some academic term.
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax Judaica is this. Greater Israel Project is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham in the Bible. And this extends from the now...
He's unflappable is right. He just doesn't, he's always like this. He's like, no.
To the Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project, but I want to differentiate because I believe that Pax Judaica is not an empire run by Jews, for Jews, by Jews. It is an empire run by transnational capital and secret societies in order to create an AI surveillance state throughout the Middle East.
And this is, just to be clear.
This is what I mean. Bro, every interview with this guy seems like a bit. Every interview with this guy is like the first 12 minutes are like, wow, okay, this guy's really cooking. And then like he slams shit into the last 4 minutes where you're like, what the fuck? What are you saying right now? Where did you pull this from? How did you do this? This is exactly what happened with the Breaking Points interview. Okay? This is exactly what happened with the Breaking Points interview. Where like the first like 15 minutes is so good and so sound. Like the analysis is sound. The questions weren't as like contentious as Mehdi is presenting. And he's just explaining like his thought process, how he believes what has taken place so far. And then in the last like 4 or 5 minutes in the Breaking Points interview, he just starts fucking being like, yeah, it's the Frankists and it's the Illuminati and all this other shit where you're like, what the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, it's awesome.
This is speculative analysis. This is not based on facts, as you say.
So it is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots. Because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube...
No, I know what Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe I've always been on the left. So I believe that wealth redistribution is very important. I believe in freedom of speech. I am anti-war. I'm anti-empire. I believe in...
Bro, that's my goat. That's my goat. He brought me back in. He brought me back in. He brought me back in. Okay? He brought me back in. It's awesome. It's also very obvious that he did not get like a traditional Chinese education. Okay? Because like half the shit he says is like all of the crazy conspiracy stuff would be instantly solved if he actually got a Chinese education or like went to a Chinese university and like, I don't know, got an education in like Marxist Leninist interpretations, whatever the fuck, like all of the high ranking officials in the Communist Party of China have a degree in. Like, it's just, you drop a little bit of dialectical materialism into all this, or historical materialism, all the conspiracy stuff goes away, and it is a fully fleshed out worldview. He is somehow identifies some of these things, but ties it back with like maximum liberalism because of his Yale education.
Digital autonomy. And so, unfortunately, I used to be left, but I think that, like, given my preferences and given my politics, I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Last question. You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress. Okay, so my first prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
Yeah,
and
I agree with that. I'm with you.
And I believe that this ground troops will be a quagmire.
Don't try to fucking steal his prediction, Mehdi. You see that? I'm with you. Okay. Don't try to. That's Professor Jiang. That's Professor Jiang's predictive history. That's not your take. Stop the steal. Many in the chat are saying, bro, I made this prediction too. Okay. Doesn't matter. It was his. His political affiliation is chaotic neutral is true. Bro, unironically used horseshoe theory for his own politics. He's just racist. I mean, he's everything. He's everything all at once.
For the United States, and that they will have to call a national draft. Okay, that's my first prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction, and this is very important, is that Israel and the United States will not use a nuclear weapon in this war. I think.
I didn't realize that Zhang still teaches in China. Yeah, he. Someone was saying, I don't know if this is true or not, but like, it sounds so unbelievable. Someone was saying that all of the lectures, like fake lectures that he does, is how he teaches Chinese students English. And I don't believe that to be the case, because that's insane. Imagine learning English in high school in China through Professor Zhang's lectures about Pax Judaica. Oh no. It's the most insane way to learn English. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, so good. Anyway, what do you mean by fake lectures? These students do a Q&A every lecture, but yes, he's insane. No, I meant like okay, given that he bills himself as Professor Chung, okay, someone else gave him that moniker, but whatever, he's going with it. And what he talks about, you would assume that he is lecturing people on politics, right? You wouldn't just assume that he's lecturing people on the English language and how to speak it. That's why I'm saying fake lectures. Like, they're not real, college level history lectures or anything. Like, he's not teaching international relations. But in my mind, in my headcanon, I love the notion that he's an English and philosophy teacher at a private Chinese high school. They might be right. No, I'm just, in my headcanon, I hope that he's actually teaching his students English in those videos that we watch. Like, that's his method of teaching his students English. That's unbelievable. It's incredible. I need more of that.
That the talk of nuclear weapons is fear-mongering. I don't think we will escalate to that point of nuclear weapons.
I hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war, somehow, some way, the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a disaster.
See, he's scared. Mehdi is scared. Look, that's how you know he believes it. That's how you know you believe Professor Zhang. You believe him. Look how scared Mehdi got. He said the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed somehow. Which, again, like, how is that a prediction if you don't? That's just kind of you making stuff up, right? Like, if you don't have any like clear assessment on how that happens, right? Game theory? No, that's not how that works. Zhang is gonna blow it up. That's a parlay? True. To be fair, it could be anybody. Nobody. No, brother. I think there's only one country that would do that. Okay. Couldn't be anybody at all. There's only one place, one country, one movement that would be invested in doing it, and they've been trying to do it. He must be banned in Poly Market. Yeah. I'm not going to say which country. It's Israel.
Forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction. Shui-Chin Jiang, I appreciate you taking time out. I appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you so much.
I mean, people watched it and they said, exclusive, who is Professor Zhang? Who does he work for? What is this? Having spent a short period living in Guangdong during his childhood, Zhang did not speak Mandarin his early life, only after enrolling at Yale. In 1997, during Jimin's visit to the U.S., he signed a Sino-U.S. Rule of Law Initiative. Following year, Yale Law School China Law Center. What is this? Mehdi was so mean to him. I agree. I will defend Professor Chung. Someone needs to check Professor's Kalshi account. I know a gambler when I see it. No, he would never. That's unethical, bro. Coincidentally, following his trail, Professor training at Yale, Professor Chung returned to China for the first time in 1998, working briefly as an intern teacher, following a short internship. Oh, this is so much, bro. This is too much. It's too much reading. I don't care enough. I want to keep I want to keep the mystery alive. Okay? I want to keep the mystery alive. I don't want to know that he's a Fed or whatever the fuck. No one on Twitter that writes a long and convoluted effort post like this is going to end up telling me that this person is not a Fed. Okay? Anytime somebody writes this much on Twitter, I know at the tail end of that, it's going to be the guy's a Fed. You feel me? Anyway, I'm tired. I'm doing the Chapo show tonight. I'm going to go. I'll be back tomorrow. There's obviously a lot to cover in the world, and I'll be live and alive to do it. Wrap it up, B. Going to the Chapo show? Yes. Yes, I am. Anyway, love you guys. Shout out Professor Chung. Shout out Mehdi Hasan. See you tomorrow, everybody. Bye.
Introduction.
Bye.
Starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train. Telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves. Giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC. Woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me. A dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait, just you wait.